politics, the outrage is not balanced. You know, even the outrage about things you should be outraged about, like Jeffrey Epstein. That
Yo, what's up?
right? Sort of, right? But what about the Catholic Church? Like, why isn't everybody really freaking out? I was just in Italy, and one of the things that's nuts is the Vatican is a country.
Yeah.
It's a country filled with pedophiles.
Yeah.
It's a country filled with pedophiles and stolen art. It's a small, like, 100-yard, like, what is it, 100 acres, I think?
Yeah.
It's a 100-acre, country inside of a city filled with pedophiles.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is why I love America, man, because in the UK we have libel laws, so if you say something like that, and you then have to be able to prove it, otherwise you can get sued.
Well, you can kind of prove that. I mean, that's one. I mean,
I read the other day that I think it was until 5-6 years ago, the age of consent in the Vatican City was 12 years old.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And I was just like, wow.
Jen is going to fact check you. I hope that's not true.
Yeah.
what year did that change?
I think it was about 10 years ago, something
They
like
bumped it
that.
up to 13?
Yeah. Make it respectable, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh my God, that's
Holy
true.
shit.
Oh my God. Vatican City's equal age of consent being raised from 12 to 18 following the announcement of an overhaul of the Catholic Church criminal code by Pope Francis. Francis is like the most progressive guy, right, in terms of popes?
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's not really saying a lot, do you know what I mean?
Well, the Benedict guy, he was wanted in other countries for crimes against humanity. I mean, like, what he was doing was really evil. He was moving offenders to other places, and one of them, he moved a guy that went on to molest 100 deaf kids.
It's absolutely insane.
100.
You know?
I mean, it's insanity. I mean, this guy was already molested, and then they say, well, let's just, instead of trying and removing him from the church, we'll just move him to a place where people can't hear. I mean,
It's amazing how people cover this stuff up. Like, I don't know if you followed the grooming gang stories from the UK, but basically we had a situation for decades where young girls were being abused in the thousands, potentially 500,000, and it was covered up because...
I don't know where this is all.
Well, right, so what happened was, it was basically people from a certain background. It was what we call it in the UK South Asian, so Bangladeshi and Pakistani mostly. And they were abusing Sikh and local British white girls in hundreds of thousands. We had one of the victims on our show, Dr. Ella Hill, a very brave woman. And it was covered up for decades because, and we've just had a report come out to try and find out why it was covered up, why it wasn't investigated, because these people went to the police and they were told there's nothing we can do for you.
Yeah.
And it wasn't investigated and wasn't reported on properly because of, quote, sensitivities about race, right? So all this stuff gets covered up for all kinds of... It's mind-blowing, man, what people get away with.
Yeah.
This sort of thing.
Because the politicians who should have been exposing it, the people who should have been talking about it, the police who should have been investigating, were worried about being labelled racist. In fact, one famous tweet from a Labour MP told some of these people to shut up for the sake of diversity.
She retweeted the tweet.
Sorry, I retweeted it, my apologies.
Shut up for the sake of diversity.
Yo, what up, Wade? How you doing, homie?
Murder.
Yeah, and not just rape victims as well, kids.
Kids.
Underage kids.
Yeah. And you haven't heard about it because... Right.
It's massively taboo. Even to talk about in polite society gets, people feel very uncomfortable talking about this because it comes from communities like, what you would say like Asian communities and white, particularly white working class girls and Sikh girls. So people feel very uncomfortable about this. They're far more comfortable talking about Epstein because in their heads it's punching up. Right. Whilst if you talk about this crime, it's seen, as punching down, that it's racist, and it's far easier for them to silence it. But the problem is, Joe, is when you do...
Nice, buddy. Sounds comfy.
Nefarious people then get involved in this, and they say these words. They're not representing you. Look what's going on. If the powers that be aren't going to represent you, I will. And that's when things start to take another turn. We need to be able to talk about these subjects. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable they are. It doesn't matter how difficult they are. It doesn't matter how awkward they make us feel. Because we had a great guest on the show called Ed West, and he made one of the most profound points I've ever heard on our show, which is if you are not prepared to talk about a subject honestly, then you are never going to find a solution to that subject.
To that problem. Right. And what happened was when we got one of the victims on our show, Dr. Ella Hill, I remember because we were trying to get the Member of Parliament, who was one of the women that started to expose this. She wrote an article in one of the newspapers, and she got so much hate that she didn't want to talk about it anymore. So when we called her up and said, "Do you want to come on the show and tell us about this?" She said, "I just can't do it." And that's when I remember sitting in the car.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be successful at all this session.
Whose job it is to protect these children is getting so much hate for speaking out about it. She doesn't want to talk about it. A member of parliament.
So this woman who's the doctor,
Yeah.
she was presumably molested when she was young?
Yes. Yes.
So how
Gaming isn't the same for me.
Decades.
This has been decades. It's been going on since the 90s. So a lot
Why is that, my man?
of people now are like my age in their 40s, and it's still going on.
how do they have access to these girls? Like, what is...
They would basically prey on vulnerable girls, maybe
Infamous.
parent, or maybe they something like that.
Gamer witches hate me.
Alcohol, drugs, get them addicted, and when someone
Yeah, man. I mean, streaming online, you're always kind of putting yourself at risk, right?
I don't remember the exact details.
I think there's a lot more like benefits, but you're always kind of putting yourself at risk of crazy people following you or whatever, or doing some shit. Not doing some shit, but
For the sake of diversity.
That's what some people look. Not everybody was doing that. I think most people were just afraid because of the racial component. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is
Crazy, man.
This is why this
you gotta overcome it. Even if there are witches in this world,
individuals who
you gotta overcome it, man.
correctly, lawfully, unlawfully, you start to go well.
Even the haters, you can't let the haters win.
When these people commit a crime by just being whatever, that's a problem. We got to get back to the
Brutal.
MK idea of everybody being judged by the content of the character.
Were we ever there?
I don't know. We were
Saying
trying.
get back to,
What
get back to the idea.
you're right. It's a good point that you picked me up on it. What I mean is we got to get back to trying to get there.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what we got to get back to. The idea that that's the dream.
Right.
And we'll probably never get there because we're human beings. We're not perfect, right?
That's one of the most disturbing aspects of like this hardcore left progressivism is that they are willing to ignore reality for the sake of this narrative that they have. And also they're willing to make these mass generalizations and lump everyone like particularly if they're hard to defend, like straight white men. Like that's an awesome scapegoat. You can toss them to wealthy people. Upper class people with money. It's just a very bizarre thing that's going on where people are unwilling to look at people as individuals because it just doesn't fit his narrative.
Yo, what up, Aaron? How you doing, my man?
And that's so true. I remember when Brexit happened in 2016, I started to notice more and more when people were talking, the term old white man became an insult. And suddenly, if you're an old white man, that meant that you were racist, particularly if you voted for Brexit. And that really angered me. So
Pretty drunk? Oh yeah, man.
He grew up in a very poor
Oh yeah, dude.
of England, which is Wigan. Orwell actually wrote a book about it, The Road to Wigan Pier, talking about the deprivation of that particular part of the world. And my dad voted for Brexit. My dad voted for Brexit because he said that he wanted the UK to be independent of Europe. He loves Europe, but he didn't believe that the EU should be making rules for the UK. And my dad married my mother, who is Latin American.
Yo, what's up, Dick? Thanks, dude. It's like for being here, sending all my love down the well to you. Thanks, buddy.
I asked my mum what she was
I could use some luck for shooting these cameras.
Latinx is one of my favorite faux pas. It's such a huge mistake because the Latino people are not willing to embrace that at all. You void out half of their language. Like their language has gender built into it.
And you know, a lot of Latino people, particularly Venezuelans and Cubans, they don't like the left wing.
Just walking downtown.
They've
Particularly
seen,
Cubans.
Well, like us, they've seen what that ideology.
Yeah, wait. Whenever streaming,
Families have come from communist countries.
MN2W3, streaming.
and so like my dad married my
You put yourself out there, my man.
we lived, which was a predominantly working.
I've learned so much about humanity-based streaming.
A lot of,
Most people are amazing.
pop down
most people are amazing on Twitch. I mean, you might get like the random person that wants like doesn't want good things for you, but I learned like I've like loved more humanity because of Twitch, learning how people really are in real life. You know, it's just so bad. So I mean, you know, let the haters hate. Wow.
And that's how I live my life, and that's how I was brought up. My dad is one of the nicest, sweetest, most generous, honourable people I've ever met. And to then
Those geeks.
be called racist and stupid and ignorant, it just enraged me.
Is Spochi a geek? Are you a geek?
Generalizations have always been a thing that it's looked down on. Like you can't generalize. I mean, you can
Brutal.
make
You're a human being.
generalizations with caveats. You can say in general, democratic run cities or this or that. You know, you can. But when you do it with human beings and you just decide to dismiss them,
Pretty drunk. That's sick. I'm a fucking geek.
characteristics that they have zero control of, like being born white.
Well, we have a word for that.
Racism.
Right.
Is it? But you can't be racist because race is power.
Prejudice plays symbolic.
It's pretty good. The previous run was a pretty good start.
What a cute way to dismiss generalizing.
Yeah, and listen, this is, one of the things I talk about in the book, because this is why I'm so grateful to be in the West. This is one of the few places that actually aspires to that idea. I'm not saying we're perfect. We're not perfect, and you know this, and everybody knows this. But the aspiration to everybody being judged on who they are as an individual, what a unique thing, man. It's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing, and that should be promoted at the forefront of whatever ideology we accept. And everything else, all the other things that you have to worry about and deal with, that should kind of fall into place secondarily. But it should be that
You are Jack Geek Dick. You are jacked.
or that you have a license to dismiss, like older white men. It's like you have a license. Don't do that because it's not right. It's not. It's 100% out of their control to be who they are. Just
Are you fucking serious right now?
them based on who they are as an individual. And to judge people based on their individual merits, their character, their personality, what they do. That's what we should all be aspiring to.
And that's why we started our show. That's why we started Trigonometry.
To protect white men.
Because, we both voted Remain in that referendum, so that's kind of like the equivalent of voting for Hillary Clinton versus Trump in 16. And suddenly there was this narrative, like what Francis is talking about, all the white people, all this. And for me, I'm a first generation dark-skinned Jewish
Interesting.
immigrant from Russia into the UK. And suddenly all these people were like saying, oh yeah, this country's really racist. And I was, what? I've lived in Britain almost my whole life, since I was 13. That is not true. Half the country is racist. And I was like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Let's work out what's actually going on, right?
Water
That's
soup.
why we two Remainers started
Aren't you made of water?
for Brexit, particularly from the left.
Right? If you're made of water,
Narrative was only
think
right-wing people voted for Brexit.
we wouldn't be able to get into you.
And we were trying to understand where they were coming from. That's kind of the genesis of our show. Trying to understand people who have a different opinion to us.
Well, there's a lot of right-wing people that don't.
I'm pretty lucky. I
entirely on his personality. But there's
don't have a lot of
people that voted for Trump.
people in here
Hillary, they didn't like the policies of the
like
party.
that I'm, babysitting. You know what I mean? For lack of a better word. I want to use a better word than babysitting. That was the first word that came to mind. Just people that just. I don't mind people talking a lot. I love it. But when I use the word babysit, like, okay, I really have to be specific here.
Like these very clear
Them
boxes that you can shove people into that make it
wanting to drain your energy due to their negativity.
there's so much to
You know what I mean?
nuance is difficult.
Made of protein.
Looking at things for what they really are is
Well,
complicated. It's complex.
It's much easier to pick a team, man.
Yeah.
So much easier.
It is. So many people are doing it now. You pick a team and you march and
My bad. Even if there are witches or not, you gotta overcome it. Overcome the haters, my man.
something that you just if you're a good person.
You gotta be able to walk without getting tripped up.
And I'd love to talk to you about this.
You can do it, my man.
The same place politically.
Just ignore the haters.
That'd be great. So I was
You know
a
the
teacher
play a
for
hater
12
ball?
years,
Dave
and
Chappelle?
I consider
Just
myself
imagine I had to play a hater ball every day.
I was a teacher in really poor working
Every day you stream.
places as well.
Like I haven't looked at my viewer count since February, January.
Slowly but surely, I've seen my son.
I have no idea how many people are watching my stream at any time.
Gone nuts.
When did it happen? When did it start happening?
Oh snap! The 50,000 degree plasma wall. Yeah.
Constantine and I always used to
Yeah, dude. I also removed all the
people's brains.
viewer points where I have to talk.
Yeah, like, you tell me all the stories
Because
about
yesterday,
school way before then, when you were
and it wasn't that dude's fault. It was my fault because I put that viewer reward. But like,
For instance, in school, I remember attending this one workshop
there's 1 billion.
in a place called.
There's, the quality of the viewers is over 1 billion.
We got this one guy coming to
The quality of the viewers is over 9,000.
do a bit of teaching.
That was so bad.
And he was teaching us how to train, how to teach boys. And I'm like, okay, in particular English,
Real, yo, for sure, man.
I loved reading when I was a kid. Reading was my escape.
Dude, I hooked up my PS. I bought a used PS2 because I have a bunch of PS2 games. My other PS2 broke. And I was playing San Andreas earlier. I was playing.
You can't expect
I'm probably gonna stream it sometime soon. I got rid of my TV
boys, you've just got to expect that they're going to write a little letter.
by Deadmau5.
They're not going to be as engaged. And you need to
By Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg used to stream.
result and all this.
Nice, yeah. Thanks, buddy. It's fucking sick, dude. So like, I rearranged everything. I got my mic here. As you can see, it's on the right side, dude. It's amazing. 'Cause my door's on the left. It's so much better now, man. I'm pretty hyped.
Most of those kids, the only way out of the poverty that
I got all my games set up now.
is education. That is it. And you
So my office is now like a office, and my game area is now a game area. You know what I mean?
and that 10 and 11, the gangs are starting to circle, and they're starting to stray into that role. You want me to say to them that they are not as capable for their writing as girls? Well, why don't we just scrap it and just let them run free? It absolutely infuriates me. To me, the worst thing about this progressive movement is the bigotry of low expectations. And saying to people, you know what, you need our help, or you're not going to be as good as us. And to me, that's disgusting, because you're dooming people to not have the life that they could have.
Yeah,
if you have
dude,
high
his-
expectations of them. Because I'm telling you something, if you go into these schools or these places of learning and you have high expectations,
His streams are. I don't want to hate on him. He said, like in his description, he says he doesn't stream like most streamers. He doesn't talk to the chat and stuff. He just plays, which is cool. I respect that. I totally respect that. But yeah, he was like fried out of his mind. I don't know though, man. Like, he was like a fucking like gang member. You know what I mean? Like, just for like, it's one thing for like a bedroom basement dweller like me to stream. Something for like an ex-gang member. They go live. It's like, so I mean, he's got his stuff. He's got his reasons. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just making that up.
I want to have all your apostrophes, and I want you to get that done by half past. Prove to me that you can do it. A boy would be like, yes, because that's how we respond as men. We respond to challenges. We respond to.
Okay, what?
Come on.
That was just stupid. That was just really stupid.
You're never going to do it. Most people will agree.
This is also really stupid.
Just want to prove you wrong.
Like,
Vast majority will never do it.
it's so
Do you
dumb.
think when they're dealing with boys and girls in classrooms, it's just complicated to deal with all the variables that the boys bring and the girls bring, so instead of handling that, they just lower the expectations for boys?
I think not all teachers, I think a lot of teachers push back on that, but I think there were certainly some teachers who would
Howard Stern, yeah.
And look, let's be fair to teachers, particularly the type of schools that I worked in. You had 30 kids in the class. I had everything.
He was a product of being famous just because of,
To go to Oxford or Cambridge. He
that was like the 90s. If you had a connection
all the way through to
and you lived in like Los Angeles
so
and you had some way of transmitting your show, you would be like famous. He's like a product of that.
those two extremes. You also had the ones in the middle and upper and lower and the rest of it. So teachers
Just like Trudeau.
incredibly difficult job.
And are teachers in the UK as underpaid as they are
Beetlejuice still alive?
Yeah, they are.
That seems universal.
The actor? Who was the actor?
It's one of the most important jobs
Who was Beetlejuice?
anyone can have. You're literally educating the future
Why do I think it was Bruce Willis?
for whatever reason.
Beetlejuice was not Bruce Willis, was it?
Very low paid, low
It might be.
expectation,
It looks like him. I can believe it.
occupation. It's very strange. It's very strange that that's not addressed. And when it is addressed, it's just lip service. And nothing really gets done. Not much.
But you know, in particularly in countries like China, Korea, all around that part of the world, they have the saying, father, mother, teacher. You know, and we just don't.
Oh, Beetlejuice. Oh, was weird he had on the show. Thank you.
You know,
I thought you meant like actually the act. Okay, okay.
who said, those who can do, those who can't teach. Right, that old saying, which is ironic, because he's a crap playwright.
There's a little dig there. Still angry about it 100 years later.
He's just an old white man, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but here's the
Yeah.
thing. We all remember a teacher who changed our life.
Yeah.
We all remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Whatever reason, took an interest, not necessarily just in the classroom, but maybe
Crazy.
maybe we're having a tough time.
Yeah, he's a psychopath,
Time
man.
out from their day to help us or inspire us or actually give us a fight.
Now he's just going on like shock.
My old teacher.
He
Remember, like,
he started on shock value, and that's all he like. He that's what he grew into.
never get into
That's all he became, just shock.
and he taught us Hamlet. And I don't know how he did it, but he just unlocked it for us. And we were kids from
And now it's not the 90s anymore. We have the internet. We can validate or invalidate
and it doesn't matter
claims.
what happened. Mr. Potter, if you're
Even that, like even in the 90s, you wouldn't come to such a
gave me a gift that
extreme
I will treasure right the way through to
discriminatory stance.
That term, those who can't teach, is so silly.
yeah.
Especially from my background, I come from martial arts.
Brutal.
And the best instructors were all great martial artists. All of them. All of it. You cannot be. I mean, there's some boxing instructors that weren't great boxers that turned out to be great coaches. But most of the great martial arts instructors were, in fact, great martial artists. They just had a passion for it. They had a passion for learning it, and then they had a passion for
Yeah, who is this Jackie?
all the various, like, very nuanced details. Like all the
That's
great
sad, man.
instructors are all world champions. Almost all of them, or champions of some way.
Because to truly understand the subject, in order to be able to teach it, you need
Well, man, Wade, even if other people, even if other spirits are controlling the people that you're talking to,
equations. And I don't fully understand.
you gotta live your life as if it doesn't really define
How did you get from this point to this?
how you live. I know you're probably just venting, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, especially with
You can't
complex things.
make yourself a victim anymore
So many things
to it
require
in life, you know what I mean?
to do it in order to
No matter what it is, even if it's like like something so wild like that, where it feels like you're out of their control. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're in their control or not, because you're in control of yourself. You know what I mean?
Because you used to teach martial arts as well, didn't you, Joe?
Yeah.
You will find that as you teach people,
And I know it's easier said than done, but that's really like
Oh, yes.
the crux.
start to refine your thinking around the subject. So I remember
Uncle Joe, she's no longer with us. Holy shit, that was 28?
because like,
Wow.
it's a supplementary income, and because
I think we're gonna get this. We're gonna get like a 27 or something.
joke writing with like my students, like put up different jokes with Joan Rivers, Chris Rock, all these people, and I started to realise that there's such a beauty to joke. It really is. It's almost like maths. You know, there's a logic behind it.
Yeah.
And if the logic isn't there, the joke doesn't work. The thread is broken. And I never would have realised if I didn't teach or if I didn't teach maths. You know, I think you should all teach genuinely because you get an appreciation
Wow.
of actually what it means to be a good teacher, what it means to take someone on a journey.
And it does make you better at whatever you're teaching. You know, I was much better at martial arts after I started teaching it, and I recognized that
Please,
a lot
come
of
on.
students that had regular jobs and went on to start teaching jiu-jitsu. They all got way better, way better. And it's just because your understanding of it is ingrained deep in your mind. Like of all the various positions and
Wow.
transitions to different positions and the hazards and what you have to do to avoid, you know, how to defend. And all that stuff is complex, and to be able to explain it to another person, watch their mind light up with these.
See, I told you, we're pacing 27.
It does stimulate your own growth.
It does. And
Such great that all things.
it gives you that. It's a real understanding of discipline and how important discipline is. And without discipline, without understanding that
Wow.
the most important thing is turning
Wow.
up and doing your best. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how gifted you are. It doesn't matter all of these things. If you're not going to turn up every day and do your best, you're not going to make it. It's really interesting to see. Like the kids frequently who did the best, they were the kids who worked. They were the kids who focused. They were the kids who understood that in order to be good at something, you need to turn up.
Yeah, that's one of the things I had to cultivate in myself because I didn't have anyone explain that to me when I was a kid. I don't know if you did, but like I was smart, but I didn't work hard at school. Because it was easy, right? And it was only when I became an adult and I realized that I want to do things in the world that I realized actually you have got to work so hard to create anything. And that's when I started cultivating this in myself. But I saw this at school. You know, there was a guy that I went to school with, wasn't as smart as me, wasn't as this and that, but he was way more successful. And then I met his dad. And I remember his dad telling me this, we were on the side.
It's all good, man. There's always a way out, my man.
Another kid said to him,
You can change your identity and your persona at any time, my man.
imagine how scary
People change.
and my
You'll see
friend who was successful,
other people change, and then you'll be like, oh, it's okay for me to change.
and when you score, how many people
You know what I mean?
so with you?
Because you think about other people, but you don't know how much they've changed.
Just a little, understand
When you see them again, you're like,
how to work hard and not
you're gonna be like, whoa, that's not. Nothing's the same.
that I had the opportunity as an adult.
I'm not the same. You're not the same.
Can't do anything.
You're gonna get stressed out with new things
Expression in America, hard work beats talent.
in new situations,
It's a great expression. It's so important. But what you're talking about is
and that's the way out.
looking at things in a beneficial way as opposed to like a way
Brutal.
that's gonna increase your anxiety.
Yeah.
You know, if you think, oh, I don't want to fuck this up, you'll fuck this up.
Yeah. The best
Nah.
advice I ever got was plan to fail.
Wait, USA, nice.
Because if you expect to fail, it doesn't surprise you. You know, like you get on a diet and the diet isn't working, you know, the diet's working and everything's going great, and then one time you fuck up and you have a binge. And most people, they get off the bandwagon at that point. Because I fucked up, I'm this, I'm that. But if you expect that to happen, then you wake up in the morning and you go, all right, time to get back in the saddle.
Learning how to think is a very difficult task that most people have to kind of figure out on their own. They figure out through self-help books,
Yeah.
Instagram videos. They don't necessarily figure it out from formulation.
Oh wow,
But I spent that's why I had
$90
I
bucks.
spent my 20s doing a shit ton of personal
Dang man, sorry
I
dude.
wanted to be efficient, effective. I wanted to get places. I wanted to create things. Most of all, I wanted to create things. And if you want to create things, you gotta have these skills that otherwise, you know, you're going to struggle with that. Whether that's working with other people, you know, stand-up struggle with this because everyone's so individually minded. But we've built an incredible team, not just me and Francis, but you met Anton, our producer, and a bunch of other people. You know, that's an interesting.
Go back 5 years.
Now is we've got a team of people to manage, and you know, you've got to run that, you've got to look after them, you've got to make sure.
I don't know,
they're
pretty
right,
happy with my
they
age.
need, you know.
Pretty happy with myself.
Challenge, to be in the position that we're in.
Yeah, I face the same challenge.
I'm definitely much stronger than I was 5 years ago.
Golden Wolves.
Physically, mentally,
Did at the Comedy
golden alley.
also here in Boston is cultivating a legitimate community. We have a very, very supportive community of comics. And it's a different world now. Comics used to think of other comics as being a competition, that somehow or another if someone did well, it takes away from you. But now instead, they look at it as when someone's doing well, then you can do well too. Also that you're a part of the same community, so when someone does well, it sort of legitimizes the community.
Yeah. It's awesome that you have that here, because in the UK we're still in the crabs in the bucket mentality.
Crazy.
You can get out of it. They can get out of it. You just need the top dog.
Scary stuff.
Accept this new way of thinking of things and try to help the young guys coming up and encourage this different kind of thinking.
I think,
Man.
sorry to interrupt, I think that's
So terrible.
I really do. Because here's the thing, you know, that
Be live streaming, nice homie.
like, oh my, I've got to get this, and if someone comes here, they're gonna
Epic, dude.
be miserable.
It's gonna help your stream a lot, man.
Of anxiety,
Not gonna lie, like the not seeing anything.
people looking, thinking, who's coming up behind me? Who's going to take my stuff?
It's famine mentality.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not good for art. It's the worst thing for art.
So having that camera would be amazing.
Really well. That weird green engine that comes up, you gotta figure out how to turn that into motivation. Instead of looking at it like, fuck that guy, why did he get this? Instead going, wow, look at him, he's killing it. And what did he do? He worked hard. His jokes are well crafted. He's really likable. I gotta work harder. I gotta work harder. My jokes should be better. I have to do more stage time, get looser. I have to revamp my act. And if you could just look at it that way, all those people around you that are killing it, those people are all fuel.
Pretty much.
All motivation. Stand-ups, great stand-ups in particular, don't exist in a vacuum. This is one of the things that I drill with these young guys' heads here.
I think I've streamed twice, maybe 3 times without camera,
Drill into people's heads like we need.
and
We are not individuals. We are this
it almost ruined my stream.
biological
I'm just joking.
That's what a community is. That's what civilization, and that's what a good comedian.
Like, please, come on.
It's an organization, but everyone together.
That's
is
insane.
feeding
Yeah, man.
off of the inspiration of each
I did it once with my Xbox,
People are doing really well.
like years ago.
Especially like young people. I love when up and comers are really starting to make it, and they're starting to make money.
Before I knew I could put a USB cam, and then I did it once, I think, playing GoldenEye when I wasn't in a really good mood. Not a good mood, but I just wanted to I wanted to play offline. You know what I mean? I wanted to play offline online. 146 new viewers last stream. Wow, dude. That's amazing. No, dude, I'm
And not just that.
I didn't see that, dude.
We played the clubs in the UK. Well, we played the clubs in the UK. You played the clubs in America. You know, there's
I can't see messages when I'm streaming.
who just sits in the corner of the green room, who looks like he's got some form of PTSD. He's not
I don't know if you sent it while I was streaming or before.
Yeah, he's not engaging.
But if you send me something to stream, I can't read it. Just FYI. Thanks, buddy.
And he can kill.
Wow, get the fuck out of here.
Looking more dead than he did before.
Because he's still scared. He's killing without
That's great, buddy.
One of the beautiful things
It's awesome.
about special is you have to write new material. Release that special. It's not like the local show.
Wow.
Tour and, you know, do fucking give you shelter over and over and over again. Cheaters. You have to have new shit. Right? You can't have 30-year-old jokes. You have
Hell yeah, man. Go for it, man. You deserve
to
it.
just get scared by that. It's a very
You deserve it
terrifying
as
feeling.
much as anybody, if not more.
Your material and structure is right. You have to do that. It's one of the beautiful things about stand-up is you become a beginner every time you write a new joke.
Yeah, that is true. And
Yo, what up, Anomaly?
I don't love it at the time, but looking back, it is good. You know when you're gigging with all these people, and they're all doing their best stuff, and you do like your 10 minutes of mute, and you suck a dick,
And they're killing it with old stuff.
and then you walk off, and they're like,
Yo, what up?
Yeah, that's how it is.
Well, I tell you the story, man. I remember when I was starting out, the club that Francis used to help run, and I used to gig there a lot.
What's that club?
Angel Comedy in London. We actually used to film the show there. They used to do London starting out. And I saw a guy there who came on, did 10 minutes. I didn't know much about, was new, and he ate shit for 10 minutes straight. It was just, there was no laughter, it was bad. And I was there, this new guy with my amazing 5 minutes going, I was like, oh yeah, I went and smashed it. Anyway, I forgot all about it, who the hell is this guy? And then I was doing a pro night somewhere else, because this was a new Acme material night. And I saw this guy in the green room, I was like, what the fuck is he doing? And he went on, and he closed it, and he absolutely fucking destroyed.
Trigonometry.
That's when
Good
I
podcast.
realized, like, you gotta
Wow.
be prepared to go on and do 10 minutes of new and not get
I don't know this one at all. I've never heard of it.
want to respect it, you know?
The only way it's ever going to get good is
Yeah.
to get legs.
Yeah.
You gotta walk around.
That's why, you know, we were talking earlier about our show on YouTube, like about someone said, are you going to delete your early stuff because it looks awful, we look awful, the lighting's terrible, we ask stupid questions, like the whole thing's terrible.
have you seen my haircut?
Yeah, oh man.
Go watch my old one.
Your haircut and your waistline, bro.
Yeah,
You've done really well since.
My old one, we had snowflakes falling. Me and Redman. Yeah.
But anyway, I'm never going to delete that shit because that's the past that made you who you are.
Yeah,
You know?
embrace it. Those are great. I tell everybody when you're starting out and, you know, oh, how do I do a podcast? Go watch mine. They're fucking terrible. Go watch mine, start out, and just do it and get better. And don't be scared that you suck in the beginning. Everything you do when you start out, you suck at. There's no way to be amazing from the jump, especially something complex. And if you are amazing at it, you're the rarest of the rare, and you just work even harder because you just have a very unusual gift. And you should be very fortunate, feel very fortunate.
Can I still
Anti-woke tolerant. That's cool, man.
Work your ass off, man.
If you enjoy
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the info.
I used to tell my kids this story. When I used to teach some of the smart ones and they get all cocky, I'd say, "Who's the most gifted footballer in the UK at the moment, like English football?" And they read off all these names, Harry Kane, blah, blah, blah. I said, no, the guy called Ravel Morrison. Have you ever heard of him? They were all blank. Ravel Morrison is a fascinating study, and I would recommend anyone to read about it. This was a kid who, when he was at Manchester United, one of the biggest clubs in the land, was known as the most talented boy of his generation.
Wow, that glass really messed me up. I didn't know where anything was.
There's a guy called Paul Gascoigne who was that naturally talented. But because he went down the wrong path, because he had trouble focusing, because he wasn't the most disciplined, because he wasn't the best mentor.
Oh, man.
I don't think Ravel Morrison has a club. He used to play at last season at the worst club in the second division. And this was a kid who, ability-wise, could have done anything. If you're not prepared to work, even if you've got this insane talent, it ain't gonna matter.
When you are teaching stand-up, this is one thing about America that's unusual, is that there's no really good comics that teach comedy. It's real weird.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of teach it to each other in green rooms. You know, we teach it to each other, on airplanes, on the road, and we're hanging out in hotels and having lunch together. We talk about comedy, go over our processes. Sometimes I think more education has been sort of distributed from about stand-up comedy from podcasts, from conversations about podcasts that really ever in the history of comedy. Like having great comics sit around and talk about their process and talk about what they did when they first started and what they realized they were doing wrong, how they improved. How did you get into doing that?
Well, I was working at this club, Angel, and it's tough to make money in comedy. I was doing all the weekends at clubs, but one of the reasons I was doing it is because my mum's disabled, so I need to get money back to my dad and my mum. I needed to support them, to pay for cleaners and stuff like that. So I needed more money. And they said, very kindly said to me, why don't you run a stand-up course? When I qualified as a teacher for 6 years, I was a drama teacher. That's how I originally started, and then I went into primary. And then I thought about it, and I saw the way that other people were teaching, and I thought, I've actually got the opportunity here as someone who trained as a teacher, who's got 10 years or 9 years experience at the time. I can actually teach it like a proper lesson. So I created lesson plans. So the first time we started off with improv, for them getting to know each other, various improv games. And then the second lesson, we went into joke writing. So I did the structure, set up, punchline. And then what we did is we looked at joke structure from people like Carlin, who else? Mitch Hedberg, all these different people. And what I would do is I would put 6 jokes on the board from these people who I put their names. And one of them, 2 jokes were written by the same person. I got them into pairs.
It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid, guys.
Written by the same person and why. So what that would do is, because a teacher, if I'm just there being didactic and talking at you, eventually you're going to switch off, because that's how the brain works. But if you say to them, right, analyse it, discuss it amongst yourselves. So that was one of the exercises that really worked. Because then they looked at it, and from that, they looked at tone, they looked at language, they looked at who is
It's fucking level. Yeah, Goose, well said. Well fucking said, man. Like, my shots weren't even like, none of my shots were close there.
We then started off. I then gave them a generic setup, just hit like the mic, and got them to write a punchline for a generic setup. I can't remember what the setup was. I took Grandad out the other day. That was the setup. And then they had to write punchlines for it. I also looked at pivot words. So an example of a pivot word is, I'm trying to remember this now. So I had a joke from Emo Phillips, who said, I caught my wife in bed with another man. I was crushed. I said, get off me, you two. Right? Great joke. The pivot word in that is crushed. Right? And it's a pivot word because it's got a duality of meaning. And that's why the English language is magical when it comes to joke writing. It's got this duality of meaning. So about 2016, I opened for Eddie Izzard, but I did comedy in Spanish. And it was actually a lot more difficult because Spanish, it doesn't have those words which have those real meanings that you can pivot on. So by understanding that with these words which you can pivot on, which you can twist, you can make the punch even stronger. Great joke writing.
Oh shit! Here we go. Can we clutch it?
It needs to be logical, but they can't predict where the twist is going to come. Because if you predict where the twist is going to come, it's like watching a thriller and go, okay, I get it. He's a killer. She really loves him. They're going to go out on a date, and it's going to be a twist. And you're going to get bored. If the twist doesn't make sense with your joke,
Guys, I hate this fucking level. It's so stupid. Like, it's so dumb, guys. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid.
And that is the art of great joke writing. So we do 3 hours of joke writing, and I used to love it. And then when they would say out their jokes about, I took Grandad out the other day, and they gave the punchline. If the joke was laughed, they laughed.
I'm really angry.
Analyze it, and we go, why did that work? But here's the thing. This is when people really started to learn.
I'm really angry.
If it didn't work, I'd ask everyone to stop. I'd say, look, we're just going to use your joke as an example, and I just want you to know I write hundreds of jokes, the vast majority of which will never work. And we put it up on the board, and we go, why doesn't it work, this joke? And together, we would work out why it was. And most of the time, it was logic. And then I took it back to them, I go, can we make this joke work? And then they'd go off, and then they'd write. And a lot of the time, we'd make a joke that would actually work. So it's by doing that consistently all the time. I used to do things like Worlds Colliding, where I used to take...
I can't believe the door opened.
2018. Take a topic like Trump, take a topic like supermarkets. I go, right, we're going to create a joke about Trump and the supermarket, Target, whatever it is. Think about everything you can think of Trump. Think about a spider diagram, everything you can think about a supermarket, a particular supermarket, whatever it be. Okay, now trying to find links between the two. And then we would write jokes with Trump and the supermarket. And a lot of the time they wrote good stuff that you would never ever have heard a comedian do before. Because I said to them, it's not about first thought, second thought, third thought. Because here's the thing. If the audience can predict your punchline, throw the joke away, because it means that your joke isn't good.
Really?
They can't
Like, guys.
So
It's so dumb.
And then one of the things that I said to them was, you need to tell a story. I want you to tell a story. I don't care about interesting. I don't care about funny.
Wow, 29.
I want a story that you
Wow, slow.
around the table in the pub. And they would get up and tell the story. And then I would ask them about their lives, who they are, where they're from. And here's the thing, we've all got stuff that's interesting about us. This is why this woke crap is so toxic. Because I used to hear people say more and more, oh, I'm just a white guy, I'm just like, fuck off, it doesn't matter. Where are you from? Oh, blah, 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 blah. What about your mum? Oh, my mum passed when I was 8, and I did this, and I did that. I said, that's interesting, let's talk about that. Talk about what it's like to grow up as an only kid in a school where you were bullied, you didn't have a mum, but you did this. That's interesting. And by the end, most of it, even if they weren't the funniest comedians in the world, they would come out and they would be interesting. You felt like you actually understood who they were. And that's the most important thing. Because most comedy courses were like cookie cutter. And I never wanted to create that. I wanted to create somebody or help somebody get to be authentic. Because it's like David Mamet said, words that come from the heart go to the heart.
And when you did this, was there an element of this course that involved them getting on stage?
Yes,
And
they
had
got-
any of these people never been on stage before?
Some of them had never been on stage.
Most of them.
Yeah, most of them. So the first half would be on theory, and we'd look at things like joke writing, you know, all the rest of it. And the second half would be them being on stage, doing their thing on stage, and then I would give them feedback, and I'd be like, this is great, this is really interesting. Look, you can do better than this, but really focus on this, because this is really interesting. That great joke you did there, maybe you can talk about this here, and that, and this. And gradually, they got to have a really lovely 5 minutes. So by the end of it, I think, like, I did it for about 2 years. A lot of the guys that I taught, they got to the finals of competitions, national competitions, and they started to come through, and a lot of them are still doing it, and I see them on the circuit, and it's great, because they kill, and then I go, I wrote that joke.
How long did you do this for?
I did it for a couple of years, man. I did it for a couple of years, and I loved it because it meant that I could cut down on teaching, because the thing is with school teaching, it's just draining, particularly when...
Wow, is that slow? Oh, it's like a cutscene, yeah.
And look, I'm a comedy geek. I love being around comedians. I love teaching comedy. I love the art of comedy. To me, writing a great joke is like alchemy. You take words that individually they don't have no connection, but you put them together in a particular order with a particular rhythm, and you create something that's so beautiful.
What is your writing process like? Do you wait for inspiration? Do you sit in front of a computer or a notebook? How do you do it?
I think I remember like a lot of the times when comedians were in a club and they would say like, oh, are you going to talk about your stuff about this and I'm not going to do my stuff about that. I never wanted it. I always wanted my set, what I wrote about, to be completely original, authentic, and also honest. So the way that I would do it is I go, what do I really think about something? Like honestly, what do you really think about this particular thing? So I remember like when everybody was doing jokes about Brexit, and they were saying, well, people vote Brexit, whatever. And I remember thinking, there's something here. And then my mum voted Brexit. First generation Latin American immigrant to the UK. And I remember thinking, there's something in that. And I played around with it, and it took me a long time to actually figure it out. And then finally I went, like, my mum was the first generation who came here from the UK 40 years ago, unable to speak the language. Boom, boom, boom. Set it up. So you've got an image of this woman in as few words as possible. And I said, and 2 years ago she voted Brexit. First love. Right? And then I said, and when I asked her why, right, she said, Francie, it's because there are too many foreigners in this country. Right? So you get the accent in there as well, what pops up. And then I did it, and then I was like, that's funny. And then you play on stage with it, and you try certain things. And I remember, and then it got to a point where I was like, it's like she got to the UK, got to the border, turned around and went, no, you're not coming. Don't look, but it didn't fall. Goodbye. Right?
Wow, I was so lucky I didn't reload. I was really lucky.
I would meet people whose parents were from a different country. They'd come up to me and go, my mum's like that. I remember like a black guy came up to me after a gig and went, my mum's Jamaican. She does the exact same thing. And that's when you know a joke is good. When everybody does surface shit, but you do something that's actually deep.
Why'd you stop doing it?
I still do.
Like, fuck off.
Oh, why did I stop teaching? What, as in teaching in a classroom?
Yeah,
or
teaching comedy.
Why did I stop teaching comedy? Because trigonometry took off, and
It's more fun.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a long and complicated story as well, because one of the things that happened when we started doing the show is we became evil and right-wing and whatever. So we ended up leaving that, I'll say leaving that club.
So they accused you of being right?
No, they found an excuse to get rid of it.
Really? So you were fine before that?
Yeah. Oh, no, Francis used to help run the club.
And they decided?
No, man, I don't want to shout on the club.
No, but it's okay. But just in terms of like the attitude of whatever community, like someone had decided that you guys were problematic? Like, what?
Other comedians, when we signed to an agent about a year and a half ago, there was a bunch of comedians who tried to get our agent to drop us. That's how it worked.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that we talk to people who are not just on the left.
The platform. That,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
That is a bizarre accusation
Yeah.
platform.
Yeah. Well, we were just interested in having conversations with different people, but what we found very quickly is, certainly in the comedy world that we were coming from, this is, you don't do this. You don't do this. It was made very
But
clear.
those comics have to be shit comics. There's no way they're good.
It's different in the UK because it's a small industry, and it's the gatekeepers in terms of getting on television, whatever, is like 5 people.
I gotta yell that third camera a little more.
Festival, which is how in the
Just
UK, that's how you get
unclip my or unload my
You
clip.
take your own show, like a special, to the Edinburgh Festival. You get seen by people, you get plugged, and then you go on TV, and that's how you make a career. That's how it works. The woman who runs the Edinburgh Festival, a woman called Nika Burns, she said, I look forward to the era of woke comedians deciding what isn't acceptable. This is the person who controls the industry.
She was being serious?
What do you mean?
She was
just being serious.
Look forward to woke people
Wow.
deciding what is and isn't acceptable.
Yeah.
And that's how she
Yeah.
judges comedy?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, it's the funniest thing about the entire thing, because what is produced ain't funny. Carry on.
Yeah. So what happened to us when we started the show was we found ourselves on our own and gradually pushed out and out and out, which has been great for us, which has been brilliant for us, because now we have our own thing. I actually stopped doing stand-up after the pandemic because I realized it was just killing me physically, the driving around, all of that. And now I just wake up every day. I love my life. I can't wait to do the thing I'm about to do. And I've got a new baby now as well. But yeah, it was difficult. So what happened is we gradually kind of got pushed out and ended up doing, and now trigonometry takes up so much of our time. We barely have time to do anything else.
Now, what year did you start trigonometry?
It was April 2018.
And when you started it, what was the idea? Did you want to do it for fun? Did you say, hey, I think we could do a good show? What was it?
Yeah, well, this is why I said we're so glad to be here with you, because we looked at people like you and we went, like, he's having interesting conversations with fascinating people. That's what I want, you know? And the other thing was, we were trying to understand some of the things that we've talked about already. Why is it such
Pretty standard start.
country's racist? Why is France
Or was it
a
10 pause out?
evil monster? Why are we seeing increasingly comics going on stage? Because you're standing backstage and you're listening all the time, right? When you're on the circuit, and you started hearing people like suddenly one after another. Well, I'm a straight white man, so this, and I'm this, and I'm like, people just started just regurgitating all this stuff, and we couldn't work out what was happening. And also, there was a lot of censorship going on, self-censorship. Well, I remember I was always political with my comedy, satirical. That's what inspired me, because I grew up in Russia where we didn't have this. And then when there was a bit of it opening up in the early 90s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was this guy called Viktor Shenderovich who wrote a TV show which was based on spitting image. These puppets of politicians talking, and it was hilarious, it was incredible. And you've got to understand, to people who've never seen their leaders made fun of, that was revolutionary, right? So I was always someone who was interested in politics anyway, and I wanted to write comedy about it. And I remember coming off stage at a brilliant comedy club in London called Top Secret. Love them to bits. And I just come off, I did, whatever my political material did really well. And then this guy came up to me, another comedian, he said, man, I love that.
Brutal. So bad.
You can do politics. And I went, well, why don't you?
It was really bad.
I'm a straight white guy, I get crushed.
So, is it worse over there?
It's 100%.
Yeah?
In terms of the censorship, yeah, because you can't go anywhere. You can't go anywhere. It's a tiny industry. If you become a bad person, where are you going to go?
And also as well, going back to that point that Constantine made, the people who decide whether you get spots on TV, the only way you can do that
Wow,
is to
28.
be professional. And the only way you're going to get noticed is if you adhere to the company line. Because then it's TV, radio producers, and then you get your run at a West End theatre. That's the only way to do it. Now, things are changing, and this way of changing is brilliant. But that was how it always was. So people were terrified. And as you know yourself, the worst form of censorship is self-censorship. When you're sitting down with your pen and paper, and go, I wrote a joke, which I didn't have the courage to do until recently, about, because I'm saying like my voice, I've got a racist voice because in South London, this
In
is...
London, I was banging
Fucking
on
Waddy,
years
that was so
about
stupid.
material because his voice is associated with someone who is, you know, intolerant in the UK.
You know, and,
Fine.
and then
His
I,
accent.
yeah, exactly. And then I would say, but you know, here's the thing: all my girlfriends have either been black, mixed race, or Latin American. So my voice is racist, but my dick is white, right? You know, and I was terrified to do that because I'm openly mocking you. I'm openly, and I would say, oh, I could never do this. And he would always say to me, "Mate, you've got to do that. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny." And I never felt I could do it. And that is replicated right the way through our industry. We got on David Baddiel.
Fucking, I just suck. I suck. I'm just a sucky player.
All the rest of it. And he made this point that he felt. Now, if imagine if a lefty, liberal, and these I don't use words in a derogatory sense at all with David, I very much admire him. What about the rest of it?
Yeah. And so, but look, man, we're sitting here sounding like a bunch of losers.
No.
Our life is great.
No, you're not. You're explaining.
Wow, 26.
Our life is great.
YOLO.
We love what we do.
YOLO fourth cam, that was 26.
You know, and there's a lot of other components. So, for example, the Edinburgh Festival, right? In 2019, I went up and I did my first album.
That was 100% YOLO last cam.
I crushed it. And if it hadn't been for the fact that I lived in Edinburgh and I had friends to stay with, I would have lost money. I sold 97% of my tickets for a month.
How did you lose money?
Because of the fees that you pay. It's a parasitic world, man. You have to pay for the venue, you have to pay for the PR, you have to pay for the promotion, and by the time you're done. And so what happens is...
Where does the money from the tickets go?
To pay for the venue, to pay for the PR, to pay for...
It's pretty slow. I was 26 with a slow third cam.
60-40 split in favour of the artist, but then PR is what, a couple of grand?
A few grand, yeah.
And the only way you're going to get into the magazines is if you pay for PR. You then got to pay for, you know, producer. A lot of the time, people want to get a producer in to, you know, to help them get them noticed, and so that they can say that they're with this particular person. Then you've got to pay for posters. The accommodation fees are through the roof. But you can look at how much they're charging out the Edinburgh Festival just to stay there.
And I was lucky, man, because what happened that year is I was, for the first time in my life, I was part of a huge news story that had happened. And so I had the PI, I was in the newspaper.
What's the news story?
So, at the very end of 2018, I was doing a gig at Top Secret, a brilliant club. If you're ever in London, you should play it. And this guy came up to me and said, "Oh man, I loved your set, you absolutely crushed it. Will you come and help us raise money for charity at my college?" Yeah, sure, whatever. Next, forget all about it. And in about 3 weeks, I got an email from them saying, "Please come and help us raise money for charity. And in order to perform, we have a contract that you need to sign." Okay. I opened the file and it said, "We have a zero tolerance policy on racism, sexism, classism, ageism, ableism, homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, anti-religion, anti-atheism, and all jokes must be respectful and kind."
So no comment.
Right. So, and I turned it down. I tweeted about it to like 1,000 people at the time or whatever it was. And this thing goes super viral. Super viral. I'm talking about, this was the day that it went, it was the second most read story on the BBC News website, which is the biggest news website in the UK, on the day that the Prime Minister had nearly been removed from office by her own party. So that's equivalent of the Democrats impeaching Joe Biden. And the second story on CNN and Fox is no-name comedian turns down unpaid gig from two-bit college. That's how it was. That's how big it was, right?
And was it big because they were criticizing you, or they were realizing how crazy it was?
It was a bit of both, I think. And that's when I realized, Joe, this is the thing. See, I thought that Francis and I and a couple of the rest of us, we were just like these weirdos who were complaining about, you know, the stuff that was going on in comedy and generally. But when that story went that viral, I got thousands of messages and thousands of emails from ordinary people saying, "I can't say what I think at work, I can't say what I think here." And that's when I realized we've got a genuine problem in society.
Oh, come on, man.
It feels like they're walking around having signed that contract.
Yeah.
So to me, that was a sign that actually, societally, there's an issue going on. Yeah, so that's why, you know, I had a lot of attention and I sold a lot of tickets and still I didn't make any money. So
I'd like to see some of that comedy. Some of that comedy where they abide by all those rules.
Right.
I'd like to see that dance.
listen to this, man. We have a comedy night in London where, first of all, you have to be triple vaccinated or whatever to get in. And the comedians have to submit their material in advance to get approved, Fred. But to get it approved. And the audience get given stickers to decide whether you can talk to them or not.
Yeah.
That's the direction the industry, and they are the right people. They're the celebrated ones.
We are always wondering why so many comedians who come out of England suck. I have no disrespect to the ones
No,
that are
they're
funny.
shit. I agree with you. I agree with you.
We've always tried to figure out what is it about America that breeds the best comedians. Like, what is it? Not, I mean, Eddie Izzard is fantastic. Ricky Gervais is fantastic. There's great Jimmy Carr. There's great comics that come from England. But it seems like more hurdles.
I'll tell you what it is. It's a couple of things. Number one, Joe, this is an American art. It was created in America. It started in America. You respect the art of stand-up war. In the UK, we don't really get it. We had musical at the very beginning, which was turn of the 20th century, which produced people like Chaplin, etc. But that was always kind of based in variety. You'd get a juggler, you'd get, a music act. When what we call alternative comedy started in the 80s, it went back to those roots. So on a night, you would get a juggler, you might get a mime artist, you'd get a magician, and you'd get a comedian. And that's how comedy, what we now know as modern stand-up comedy, started in the UK. And it came through from that. But what has happened is more and more and more, there's these kind of restrictions applied. So people, they can't be creative, because the number one thing that you need to be creative is the ability to play.
Yeah.
That's why when you, and actors do a play. That's why it's called a play, because you've got to be playful. And if you feel restricted, if you feel that somehow if you say this, that, you might cross an imaginary red line, you're not going to be playful.
Right.
And the best material, as far as I'm concerned, is where people take contentious issues, contentious subject matter, like a Bill Burr, for instance, and they're playful with it, and it pops attention, and we're all able to laugh.
Yeah.
It's so important. It's cathartic. We need it for society.
Fucking hell.
The moment you
Little low.
can't say this,
Too low.
it's
I gotta look a little higher.
do say that, then we're going to come down and kind of bring where's the joy?
Around the table, you gotta aim higher.
You get bad content. You get a bunch of people that exist sort of in an echo chamber, and they preach.
Pretty good run, though.
You don't get.
My third cam was pretty good. At least it lined up. My third cam alignment was pretty good.
Controversial point. It's also racist as well, because
Not fast, but the alignment was good.
this is what diversity is. I've said it many times.
Like, that was terrible, that alignment. Yo, echo chamber.
Diversity quotas and whatever else in comedy is having different races, genders, sexualities all saying the exact same thing. And if you stray from the party line, you ain't going to get a seat at the table. And it's racist, because they want a black person on, but they want them to say what they think.
Yeah, we have a friend who's from Barbados in the UK, great comic, Nico Yearwood. And he was tweeting something, and another comedian, this is how fucked up the industry is, went to him, the optics of your tweets are really right-wing.
What do you mean, literally the sound or the philosophy? Because I'm using a different type of mic.
The optics. And that's the way
Different mic setup.
I said it's crabs in the bucket because everybody's watching everybody. And the moment you stray, oh no.
Now, what about the big comics? What about guys like Gervais?
Really, the sound? Really?
Once you get to that level, you can say whatever.
But do they support the up-and-comers? Are they involved in the community?
Alright, I'll check. I'm gonna take a break soon. I'm gonna check how it sounds.
Ricky never really did the circuit.
Maybe this mic picks up a little bit more.
See, Ricky started to do TV, I remember it, in around about, I was in college at this point, so it was 99, and he used to do the 11 o'clock show. And before that, for a couple of years, he did
I turned up the sound a little bit so I can hear it.
TV series on the circuit. but not really. But Ricky is actually very good. He does his night called Ricky Gervais in French, where he puts on comics. So Ricky is supported.
Yeah.
Where does he do that?
He does that in little theatres around London, and it's only 120 seats. It will sell out, and then he'll put on these comedians. But a lot of the time, this is the interesting thing. A lot of those comedians won't go public that they work with Ricky because they're terrified of what will happen because he's a vicious, evil transphobe.
But there's some good pushback happening as well. Like Andrew Doyle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he started. We're very good friends with Andrew. He's in my opinion, he's one of Britain's finest satirists that is produced in our
It's not fast. Might be at 27 with a prayer.
We're doing a show with him at the
Wow. Like, it's just so fucking retarded.
But he created a comedy night called Comedy Unleashed in London, where there's no culture of self-censorship. And that was the best place to play. Not because people were being ridiculously offensive or whatever, just because you could breathe, man. You could breathe. And the thing is, the audiences there, especially for me with more political stuff, they were so clued up, they were so switched on. It was just a joy. So, look, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And I always say this whenever we're complaining about censorship and whatever. Look at our heroes. My heroes were Carlin and Hicks, and for Francis, it's Pryor as well. These people didn't have an easy life. They were getting pushed back on, and that. So whenever you do anything like that, you're going to get people who hate on you and whatever. So that's been part of the journey for us, realizing that actually we need to stop whining and just get on with it, man.
I like to use the example of Lenny Bruce until I remember that they killed him. So
He killed himself.
yeah, I mean they did it. They made their part. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, it was a heroin overdose.
Yeah.
It's hard to say that they killed him. But they definitely tried him multiple times from 70s.
Yeah.
You ever see the recordings of the radio stations of his life where you go on stage with weekly notes and just read off of the transcript?
Like, fuck off.
No, it was horrible. It was really sad. And people would be like, come on, Dirty Lenny, bring back Lenny. They wanted to hear jokes.
Yeah.
There was no jokes. He was just talking about the nuances of the trial.
Wow.
It was not good. He was losing his mind towards the end, but I mean, I would imagine the pressure of having essentially the entire legal system and a good part of society coming down on you for the things you say and not being really recognized as what he is in terms of a true. He's the true godfather of American stand-up. That's the guy. Everyone before him was just doing jokes. It was just jokes. And he was talking about social issues. He was talking about what society's like. He was talking about hypocrisy. He was talking about things that he thought mattered, and using language that people would use outside of the stage. And you couldn't, for some reason, you couldn't use that on stage. And he was pushing back against that and literally getting arrested.
Yeah, and that's why I always think about it, this progressive. I think of it as a cult or as a religion, right? And that's what my heroes were. They were pushing back.
I can't believe I missed that guy.
The right
I swear it was coming at
you
him.
can't say this, can't do this, you can't say Jesus, you can't. They were pushing back against that, and now I feel there's a movement of people starting to push back against this new religion.
Yeah.
And I think eventually it's gonna turn around. That I'm an pessimist. I'm an optimist.
Are you a pessimist?
I'm a massive pessimist, Joe. Do you know, I've started calling myself Nostradamus, mate, because every one of my predictions comes true.
In the last 2 years,
Yeah,
it's true.
when everything went to shit, I went, there'll be another lockdown. There was another lockdown. People were going to me, it's only going to be 2 weeks. I'm going to go for mate, it lasts months. And I just sit there being really happy with myself.
Well, that's why I moved to Texas.
Yeah.
And
I saw it coming. I moved out here. I mean, I started looking in May of 2020. It was a couple months after they locked everything down and we weren't back up again. I was like, oh, I see what this is.
Oh, please. Please, 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 please.
Whether or not
Like, please.
I honestly, earnestly think that they're protecting people, they are enjoying this power and control. And I don't like it.
And the thing is, man, as I talk about in there, I've seen this before. Francis has seen this before, right? We come from countries. We've seen authoritarianism. And the truth is, what scared me the most about COVID, it wasn't what the government was doing. It wasn't what the government was doing. It was how much people loved it.
Yeah, they're embracing it.
They fucking loved it.
People were embracing the pharmaceutical companies, which was bizarre. The people that have been the most deceptive, that have caused irreparable damage.
Fine. It's 27. It was 26, but I got boosted and I didn't proceed. It's 27 though.
And they've been fined to the tune of billions and billions of dollars.
I'm getting to understand this level. It's pretty good. I'm like understanding what each thing does. Like I was able to tell that was a botch 26. Yo, thank you, Anomaly. Thank you, Dick. Nice. We'll go lower.
How they get funded, how politicians get funded, how special interest groups are working behind the scenes to make sure that these things get mandated. Like this is
Nice.
The thing that bothered me about it, man, is like, look, I'm not a medical expert. I don't know what the hell's going on. No, surprisingly.
you better not talk.
Yo, thanks, Irie.
What I
Yo, what the fucking Irie? Oh, I stopped the recording. I might re-edit it to add the Irie.
medical experts telling doctors
Cause now I got chat on screen and shit.
they don't want
Oh no,
and they're forcing
I might do that.
have this in the UK.
26 now. About to get. Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the dude. I don't know if you saw the run. I botched the. So I got boosted when I pushed Z on the copy the key,
And the health minister
and then I had to.
forcing
I didn't know.
force him to take it when
I didn't know I get boosted.
does that,
There's a
does
lot.
that make sense?
I ran out of time, so I missed the 26.
Forcing a medical
Cause I had to throw the key instead of push a B on the door.
Does that make any fucking sense?
Because I got boosted.
No. Right?
But I think that the additional like distance I went, I didn't anticipate. I thought I'd have time, extra time in case I got boosted, but I didn't take into account the loss of space. God, yeah, it's gonna match hard, yeah. Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna use a washroom though, man. I gotta use a washroom, and I'm gonna keep playing though.
That you only have one.
I'm gonna keep playing.
That you only have one chance to live your
Okay,
life.
I'll be right back.
That
Be right
being
back.
the case, you are going to do everything that you can to control as much as you can in order to keep yourself safe. Because once you die, that's it. That's the end. There's nothing else after that. Okay.
Jesus, dude. Yo, thanks, man. Yeah, works. Oh, dang, yeah, man.
Yourselves as well, that we're
Thanks, buddy.
nature. That actually
Yo, thanks for fucking coming and saying that. Appreciate it. What was better about that run?
we're going to live these lives
More YOLO last camera.
young till the
Oh, the third cam I YOLO'd it.
This pandemic appears out of nowhere like all
I YOLO'd the third cam.
and all of a sudden those illusions are shattered and we realise that we're mortal, we're feeble, we're fragile, we're just
Okay.
human beings.
Let me just watch you back. Thanks, man. Thanks, homie.
Like Boris Johnson in our country got really ill with it. And I think people just freaked out because they realise they're mortal. And what they try to do, a lot of people, it's just they try to control everything. If I can control every single possible variable, that will mean that we're going to be safe and I'm going to be safe.
I think that's part of it, but the other part of it, and we know this, controlling other people, people like power. Like I say, what scared me in the UK, we had these polls come out, and suddenly like 40% of the country want us to wear masks forever. Doesn't matter if there's COVID, right? 20% want nightclubs permanently shut down. Doesn't matter if there's COVID.
20%.
Yeah, yeah. And we're seeing this polling. That's why, you talk about moving to Texas. That's why it was so scary for us, because in the UK,
There's no Texas.
what the fuck are we going? Well, we're going to move to Belgium. Well, actually, if Belgium has got the same shit anyway.
Well, Belgium has the worst health minister ever.
Right.
You see
Yeah.
that lady?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
So that's one of the things that, like, and we were seriously talking about moving here, man.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should.
We probably will eventually. I don't know. We've been traveling around and having such a great time. But I always remember that, that old joke about immigration and tourism?
No.
Guy goes to heaven, dies, goes to heaven, and God meets him at the pearly gates. Please come in. It's beautiful, it's white, everyone's wearing white robes, everything's peaceful and tranquil. And after about a year, he gets bored of this. And he goes, God, can I go and check out hell for a day? God goes, okay, go for it. Turns up to hell, the gates of hell open, and it's a casino. There's fucking booze over here, girls over here. Oh, amazing! He has a great day. Goes back to heaven. Goes, that was great. I'm good. And after about another year, he gets bored again. So he says, can I go back to hell for like a week? Oh, no problem, sure. Turns up to hell, same thing, girls, booze, everything you want. Comes back refreshed. He goes, God, listen, heaven's great, but I like hell a lot more. Can I move? And God goes, yeah, no problem. You can move, no problem. One condition: you can't come back. Fuck, would I want to come back here? This is incredible in hell. Okay, no problem. Turns up in hell, the gates of hell open, the fires, the brimstone, the devil grabs a pitchfork, sticks him in a pot of boiling tar, and as he's drowning and his face is melting off, goes, what happened to the girls, the booze? And he goes, don't confuse tourism with immigration. So I'm sure there's the other side of it too, right?
Well, you're looking at it like tourists, like you're coming over here and you're seeing the freedom.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at it like an immigrant. It's real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The freedom's real.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like there, especially in Texas, there is an ethos. There's like a way that the state has always prided itself in freedom, and that lends itself very much to comedy. And it's like two of the greatest of all time came out of Texas.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason why there's a wildness to this place that is it has good and bad.
Well, that's what I mean. Everything has
Yeah.
trade-offs. So does freedom, right?
Yeah.
Now, people like us, we want more freedom.
Yeah.
For sure.
But you know what I love about, one thing that really annoys me about the UK, particularly UK comedians, they will go on at the stage, at the comedy club, and they'll say, Americans are stupid, right? And they'll be saying Americans are stupid whilst wearing a Converse jumper, Levi jeans, night trainers, and drinking a Coke on stage, right? And you go, can you understand what's going on here? But the thing that I love about America is this is the place it happens. This is the place. Every time I come here, it doesn't matter if it's New York, if it's Texas, there's an energy about it. You feel like people are energized. They want to do things. They want to achieve things. And in the UK, look, I love England. I'm a Londoner. I love my country. It's my home. But we have this strata, this class system where don't you dare get above your station. You're going to remain right where you belong. And in the US, you don't have that. There's this openness and this desire and this drive. And as Constantine said, of course there are trade-offs. Of course there are negative things about it. And there's things about this, America that, I don't like as well. The energy,
The energy is incredible, man. Like, we've spent the last 9 days traveling around, and it's amazing to us how many people that we just had internet connection with. They're like, we went to the Comedy Cellar in New York, and the guy who runs it knows us, and we had a great time. We just meet all these people, and everybody wants to work together. Everybody's happy for you to be doing well.
Yeah.
That is not the British way.
I'm friends with Steve Hilton. Do you know Steve Hilton?
No.
He is now on Fox. He's like
I know him.
He used
Yeah.
to be involved in politics. In the
Yes.
UK.
Didn't used to work for David Cameron.
Yes.
I remember him now.
And I actually met him and his family on a beach in Hawaii 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Our family became friends with his family, and we've gone on vacations together. I knew him way before he became this evil Fox guy.
Right.
Which is very
Right.
interesting. He's a very nice guy. But that was what he always said about coming from England to America. And that in England, everybody wanted you to fail.
Yeah.
They wanted you to
100%.
keep your place.
Yeah.
Keep your place.
And look, I don't want to sit here and shit on Britain because I came.
Too late.
No, man, but I came to Britain, and look, everything is. We say in Russian, everything is understood in comparison. I came to Britain from Russia, and it's a brilliant place in comparison. But I think the stage that we're at now with our lives, we've built something, and we want to keep building. And you're showing us around your gym, and I just think the opportunity to build amazing things, it's just so much easier here, and people want to help you, and people want to work with you. We've been really inspired by this trip.
People want you to go for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's no feeling like it. It's because if you want to make something of your life, that's what you need. This is what I said to the guys from day one, man. We've got to surround ourselves with people who have the mindset that we want to have.
Yeah.
And that's one of the most difficult things is I've been pretty brutal in my life about making sure I'm not surrounded by toxic people who want to pull you down. And it can be a lonely place sometimes.
Yeah, it's got to be hard if that's the predominant mindset. The predominant mindset is trying to limit your ability to express yourself and to get out there.
But hey, look at us, we're here.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also as well, the UK is a small country, there's less people.
Yeah.
But the thing that I find really inspiring about America is I look at the great comics, the people who I look up to, the people, I remember the first communal stand-up experience I ever had. I was in college, and most of my mates when I was hanging out, they were black guys. And I remember one of my mates going to me, Francis, you're one of the funniest guys I know. You must love Chris Rock. I went, but he's just that dude who stars in crap films, isn't he? And they were like, no. And so they took me to his bedroom. I was the only white guy in the room. There was about 5 other people there, and they watched that bit, the famous bit, black people versus the N-word. And I looked around, and all these black guys were like creasing up, doubled up, laughing. And I was thinking to myself, can you say this? Are you allowed to say
Well,
this?
you can't.
Yeah, well, I can't.
I don't want to see you doing that material, bro.
Yeah, but and then that just made me like understand that America is where stand-up is created, but it's also where the best stand-up is created, where the pushback occurs, where people like Burr and like yourself and all these people, you're changing the form, you're moving it forward. That doesn't happen in our country. We just imitate what you do, and there's wonderful things to Britain.
Come on, man.
Interesting.
There's exceptions to that. I mean, that is who you open for.
Yeah.
He's innovative.
Yeah,
There's definitely exceptions, for sure. England has amazing comedians.
I'm just worried we're going to go back. Like, as the guys who shout
I mean,
Britain having come to
other than Hendrix, we try to mimic British rock, right?
yeah, we are frustrated. It's true.
But that to me is
You know what I mean?
inspiring thing about America.
Depends on the culture. Hip hop,
Look at this country,
America's pretty much top.
dictating. You're the one moving.
Rock and roll, England is definitely top.
You're the one who's challenging. It's inspiring to be here. It really
I mean, other than Hendrix.
Our trip so far has been
Hendrix is the fucking child of the universe.
People get complacent. They think that, this isn't
I mean, he did burn the American flag too,
better. They don't understand how hard it is to do stand-up in other places.
live in front of literally 1 million people.
we've only got a few outlets to go to. Whereas here, how can you not be inspired to be, gigging with the greats?
Wait till you guys come tonight. Come to the Vulcan tonight.
Oh, come on, yeah.
It's awesome. This is a wild scene. And they have this show called Kill Tony. And Kill Tony every Monday night. Aspiring comedians get to do 1 minute. And then they get judged by a panel of professionals. And it's this incredible show. Like the way they have it put together. And in 1 minute, you don't have any time to be woke. There's no room for identity politics. And the show rewards fun. It's all just about fun. For what,
Wow.
no matter what. And
I'm gonna just YOLO. I'm gonna just completely YOLO this cam.
of the comic community. Because all the people coming up, they understand that there's a real point of access. There's a real way to make it. Many people have gone
Wow.
on that show and had successful stand-up careers, and they tour around the country.
incredible.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah. And that is the American spirit, which is, you know what?
26 piece?
I'm going to create my own thing. I'm going to go out there and do it. Whereas it
Wow, it was 27 pace with 100% YOLO. Yeah, it was a bad glass door though.
because that's where
So maybe 25 pace,
so you're
complete YOLO maybe.
from the people above you to then go to the next level. Whereas here it's like, well, no,
Yo, Dick, I got 27, buddy.
I'm going to go out, and we're starting to learn that now. But it's because
I got 27, man. And I already gave me GGs.
You showed us the way, but with the internet,
Yeah, buddy. Hell
all
yeah.
the cool, exciting stuff that's happening in
I know, man. Thanks, homie.
going around that machine.
The sterling tie, man. I'm not even memeing.
Him and I, we both used to
24 hours already.
and we watched them get shit as we were on them.
24 hours of suffering.
But look, with the internet now, look at what we built. Look at
The sterling neblet tie. I'm not even memeing.
cool stuff.
Did he get 27 or
That's
26?
the way you do it now.
I think he has 27.
Now we've got to a point where some people build a thing.
I had it last night. I did.
Then they start getting
Except for the
back
boost.
onto the mainstream thing.
Yeah, I remember that run.
And because of what they're doing. So
That happens here as well.
yeah, the internet is incredible, man. What an opportunity. I'm just so grateful to be alive in this moment. I really am.
Even the internet.
So now that I have, now I gotta pretty much YOLO the last cam, dude.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of forces moving one way or the other, and then there's also a bunch of people that, again, the crabs in the bucket thing, and people that don't like the way you.
I was thinking maybe you had started a stream or something.
Or they think that if you succeed in your way, somehow or another, it diminishes
Brutal.
their possibilities, their opportunities to do it their way. There's people
The right direction, probably gonna go out in the 26.
their whole life and career, and they don't like when people don't.
Oh, against that pole, against the pillar? Yeah, buddy.
to a system, and when
That
they
was
see
terrible.
something different, they go, hang on a second, but this is my last 10 years. I've been following the rules. What do you mean you've become successful doing something
Well,
else? I followed the rules.
This 27 could have been 26.
About the time that we,
Because I got boosted in the final hall.
it's now.
Forward boosted. And then I had to, when I got to the door, I had to throw the key
Particular comic.
instead of push B.
Nah, he's,
So I lost about a second there. It would have been 26 if I pushed beyond the door immediately. But like everything could be faster, especially in the last cam.
So just go out there and do it. It's beautiful.
On the other side of it,
Like let's just see what this pace is.
are the ones who motivate people to find ways around. But because the fact that you know that this one incompetent person with their shitty, narrow-minded ideology is trying to force their sensibilities on your art, you get frustrated and you try to figure out workarounds. If it was open and inclusive and easy, maybe people wouldn't expand as much.
Yeah. Well, man, where we are now is like none of us is a person of faith, but we started saying grace.
Totally YOLO.
Grace around the table.
Did you see that last cam? So if I YOLO it, I'm like pacing 26.
For those people that made our life difficult, and now we're in
You did, my man. You did. Sorry, Anomaly. Dude, sorry. You guys both missed it. I already was here, though, but it's all good, man. You did, my man.
Very important, and it's contagious.
Thanks, buddy.
And that's what grace is.
Thanks, dudes.
Grace is saying it's about gratitude, and whether or not you have to have gratitude
I try not to update my title because
for the experience that you're
I want to make it like a success. If I change it to 27 now,
a lot of room.
it's going to change the mood of the title. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I've already succeeded. Not that I'm going to stop, but you know what I mean?
Other people,
In case everything goes to shit. All good. LOL.
it's all good.
And I would say it's to anyone who is, maybe listening to this and they're going through hard times and they can't see a way out. Just get a piece of paper, and write down all the things that you're grateful for. Be honest.
Yeah.
Just be honest about the things that you're grateful for. And I guarantee you'll look at that list and you'll be inspired, because that is a springboard to something. And look, we all went through tough times, and there were moments where we were looking at our life and thinking, holy crap, how am I going to get out of this? Is this
I can't believe I hit that guy in the head, man.
Is this all I have?
This is a fucking really good run.
Going to be. But I promise you, if you keep working, if you're honest, if you have integrity, if you push through,
It's such bullshit, dudes.
things will change. It's really important. And
It's like such bullshit, guys.
I worry, like, I'm 40 now, you're right, Joe, I don't look it, thank you.
Like, it's so ridiculous.
But I worry about young men now. I do, because I see young men and like... it
Beat your
seems
title?
like
Thanks, buddy. I get it. Yeah, thanks, man.
there seems to be a crisis, do you know what I mean? There seems to be a crisis, and there's a lot of young men who are very angry, and they feel that, that the things haven't gone their way, they're never going to go their way. And it's really important that
I think a good goal for me now is like 25, because 25 is points. 25 would be a top 100 time.
pushing and you keep striving. Even if that, I wanted to be an actor when I started.
Well, no.
That didn't work. Then I became a
That's not
teacher
true.
and that worked, and then I went and did
Because a lot of people have 25.
my way. And it took years and years and years of knockbacks and grafts. But if you're prepared to do the work, you will get to where you're meant to be. Just keep working.
And find like-minded.
It's too slow.
That's one of the most
I gotta YOLO it.
We don't live alone. You don't survive and thrive alone. You need other people to inspire you, and when you feel down and shitty, one of the best ways out of that is to be around cool people.
There's no way. There's no way.
And
There's no way.
it's all possible.
That's always been the way that, Francis and I, at the beginning, I always knew we would have success.
Well, I got boosted. I was gonna warp, but I got boosted. This better not be 27.
Never doubted it for a moment. There's lots of other
Good.
things I've done in my life that I doubted very much.
Custom points, yeah, buddy. Well,
I don't know. I just always,
I don't know.
it's gonna work.
I haven't paced 25 yet.
The only way this fails,
I've only paced
you and I
26.
fall out.
I think I've only ever paced
Resolve
26.
our differences. This is going to fail.
That does happen with comedy, with podcasts. Two people together, and for whatever reason, they have some sort of a problem.
I watched this incredible movie about a soccer team. It was called the Damned United, and it's about two
Let's get my day started. Yo, thanks, buddy. Thanks, homie.
driven, ambitious,
Thanks, man.
handsome manager, and the other one is his assistant. And they can't
Hopefully
work without
the
each other.
spring is
They
nice
don't
and
know
sunny and warm.
And the ambitious guy is being a dick, and he sort of takes over, and they fall out, and they have a really bad time. And then when they get back together, it works out, right? And I always thought that if we can stick together, and if we can encourage a sense of like we can work through anything, we were going to be successful. And we've gone through some really difficult things together, really, really difficult. But we always had that attitude of we are going to make it if we stick together. We've been kicked out of studios, we've lost producers, we've had all kinds of crap
Why
happen.
were you kicked out of studios?
Why do you think?
Because of content?
Because people don't agree with what we do, man. No one wants to, people don't want us to be having this conversation.
So what is like the most controversial conversation?
Oh, right. So I think, which one do you think is going to be? I think we interviewed, we interviewed a lady at the time called Posey Parker.
All right.
And this was in 2018, right? Okay.
The title of the episode is Trans Women Aren't Women.
And we had this conversation in 2018.
And you got to understand where we're coming from. We are two comedians. We've just started this YouTube show, podcast. We are in the comedy industry, which is the way we've described it to you. And here we have this woman who comes in and says trans women aren't women. We were fucking terrified.
This is what I did for my part of the interview, a large part of the interview. She said something really problematic. I've been looking at content.
You'd be like that. We were terrified.
Yeah.
Because we knew we were going to lose our careers.
What is Posey Parker? What does she do?
She is a gender-critical feminist in the UK who campaigns again for single-sex spaces and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You should have her on, man. She's great. She's very controversial in the UK. So it was our first foray, our second foray into the transition. And she's pretty hardline. And this whole hour is basically him shitting himself and me trying to ask questions to what she's saying.
Like, genuinely, like, there was a point
We
where
were terrified. We were terrified because that's the climate we were operating in, right?
I couldn't see Posey Parker. All I could see, Joe, was my career like crumbling in front of
Yeah,
my eyes.
yeah, that's how it was.
What was the blowback?
The YouTube took it down. They said it was hate speech, and then there was a big fuss. It was in the newspapers, and they put it back up. That's what happened, and that video is like on 1.2 million views, which is a huge amount for us back then, particularly. And the thing about that episode is what happened was we are people who are we want to hear what you have to say, and if it makes sense to us, it makes sense. However controversial it is, and if it doesn't make sense, we're going to ask you questions and challenge. So it's basically an hour, like I said, him sitting there shitting himself and me trying to find the logical flaw in her argument, but I can't. So I'm sitting here having to admit that this woman is correct about what she's saying, and I know that means we're going to get showered from a great height.
Yeah.
That is such
What?
a third rail topic
Right.
in this country.
Okay, good luck on the day, yo. Thanks, homie. Oh, talking to an anomaly, yeah.
Most controversial one in ours as well.
And I've always said, man, from day one when we started this, I always said this progressive shit, the way that it's gone,
I gotta yell
this is
it.
the thing that's going to blow up.
Gender.
Yeah.
The trans thing.
Why do you think that is such a hot button?
There's two reasons. Number one is you're asking people to deny basic biology.
Right.
Number one,
For the ideology.
for the ideology. And number two, you're fucking with people.
What?
Yeah.
We just went to my sister's wedding.
I'll be honest, Dick. It's on pause.
My sister is the most...
I haven't brought it up. I was going to talk about it with her, but I didn't bring it up.
And at their wedding, they had this like game that they play where the groom had to guess.
I do want to bring it up, though.
They had to answer questions.
I do. I really do.
And the question was, what did she want to be as a kid? And the answer was a boy. My sister, who is the most feminine girl right now,
Oh,
she when she was 7,
Yeah.
she said she wanted to be a boy. Now, if you told my mother back then,
nice, man.
that she
Yeah.
said that and
I wanna do that,
give
too.
her hormones and cut pieces off her, she would have torn your fucking throat out.
Because here's the thing. and this
Only
is the way
twice a
I
week?
explain
Wow,
it.
that's amazing, man.
We're not allowed.
Every meal? Yeah, really.
And you ask people why is that, and they'll struggle with it.
I've
And-
never asked that.
Interesting, man.
But this is a point. But this is, you ask that question, you go why?
Thanks for
And
sharing,
they'll be
homie.
uncomfortable, obviously, and they'll be like, I don't know. And the reality is because children can't consent. They can't consent because here's the thing: children until around 14, 15 have no idea of consequences. And I used to see it all the time. Like a 10, 11-year-old boy would do something stupid, because that's what 10, 11-year-old boys do, shove someone. And you'd see a teacher come in really angry, tell the boy off and went, what did you think was going to happen? And the boy would look blankly at them and go, because they don't understand consequences. They don't understand long-term consequences of their actions. So you're effectively asking a child to make a life-changing decision by taking blockers which will lead them to sterile for life. And you're asking a child to make that decision. A child is utterly incapable of making that decision. It's child abuse is what it is.
But why do you think it's so widely accepted? And it's not necessarily widely accepted, but it is within the ideology.
I don't think it's widely accepted
It's
in
not.
society.
No, but within progressive ideology.
Wow, I can't believe we hit that warrant.
It's one of those things that you have to not question, and you have to go along.
Gotta YOLO it.
Francis always says is in the name, progressive. It's always about going further and further and further and further. They don't know what to stop at. Because see, I am progressive. I don't know.
Like, why, like, my gun just wouldn't shoot.
Sometimes, this is
So
why I
dumb.
don't understand people who have a fixed political ideology. Because it's like me saying to you, Joe, you're driving a car. What's the best thing for you to do? Slow down or speed up? Well, it depends where you are. It depends where you're trying to get to. It depends what the situation is, what's around you, right? Sometimes society is going a bit too fast and you need to slow down a bit. Sometimes it's going a bit too slow. It's become stale. It's stagnant. We're not moving enough, right? Sometimes you need a bit of progress. And, so... But the problem is if your ideology says we must always be making more progress, you're going to keep going to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. Another thing I think is technology. A lot of the change, this is where my disagreements with conservatives come in, because, Hayek wrote about this and why I'm not a conservative. The big tension between progressivism and conservatism is about your attitude to change, right? If you're progressive, you think change is always...
Yo, what up, VFX? It's going great, man.
And if you're conservative...
Irie Butler came in here, gave me all the tips.
But change is inevitable.
He got my PB down to 27.
Largely it's driven by technology. So I think one of the reasons
Yeah, buddy, it's going great, man.
so much now is that we have the technology to facilitate some of this.
Pretty happy about that.
We didn't have in the past. So I think that's
It's like the third session or something.
But the reason I say that
pretty good.
it's gonna destroy this whole thing from the inside is
Wow.
one, you're trying to deny basic biology that we all know. Everybody knows.
It's going really well, man. How you doing, buddy?
The difference between men and women. And chopping pieces off yourself isn't going to change that. Now, look, we've had trans people on the show. We always treat them with respect. We employ 2 people who have gender dysphoria. One of them transitions, one not. And we didn't even know that, right? We just hire people based on how good they are.
And how cheap they are.
Yeah, right? But there's a truth that we all know, and that we're being asked to deny it for the sake of an ideology.
Holy shit. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. This is like 25 pace.
Yeah. Well,
Irie comes and streams and gives playing tips. I know, dude. I'm so blessed. I'm so lucky he does that, homie. Can't ever assume that. Can't ever take that for granted, ever.
Politically incorrect. And what it meant was it was inconvenient to the party line, to the party dogma. And we all lived in a society where you were forced to pretend to believe things in public that you didn't believe in private. And that is the direction we're moving with this issue and others. We're moving to a position where you cannot say the thing that you know to be true. Basic level, secondary school biology, you can't say it. And I know you've gone through this. You've said, people shouldn't be fighting, whatever. And people come after you because they have to. Because they don't have an argument. They have to destroy the person instead of destroying the argument, because there is no argument.
And here's the other point as well. They're all utopians.
Nope.
They believe that if they get
Stupid fourth cam. I went around. I got boosted around the table. If you get boosted around the table, it's pretty much GG's.
where everything is free, everybody lives in perfect
For me, at least. I mean, I'm so used to shooting the other way.
human.
It's not GG's if you like.
Problem is,
But
humans can't be
the angle is definitely different.
about Shakespeare earlier. Why does Shakespeare still resonate? Because it deals with the human condition, ambition, greed, lust, fragility. All of these different things. If we were able to perfect
Damn it, man.
do you think people would still read Hamlet or Macbeth or all of these works? No, we wouldn't, because we would have evolved beyond that.
Before when, my man?
Because we are human. And this idea of progressing
When before, buddy?
reaches utopia. You're never going to reach utopia.
And
We can
every
reach
time you try, people die in their fucking millions.
Yeah.
Every time you try to get to a utopia, you have to use so much authoritarianism to try and get there. You have to shut people up. You have to put them in camps. Right?
As my stream, before I gave tips, yeah. It was
Ideologies of that time.
30?
With millions of dead, because you have to. You have to, if you want to remake society from the ground up, right, that's what
I think it was
we're trying to
30.
do with the Union. From each according to his ability.
29,
each
30.
according to his need. Equality. Equality, we talk about all
Good thing I asked, man, because I didn't know what you had meant.
the only way to achieve equality.
I wasn't
is
being a
to
jerk.
ban tyranny.
I really didn't know.
Where do you think it's going? The thing that I am, where
Wow.
do I think it goes? I think it's very worrying because where it goes is anybody who doesn't adhere
By 27, I YOLO'd the third alarm.
gets shunted to the side.
Not YOLO, but
People are accepting this.
Right.
It's not.
I took a guess.
Depends what you mean
I
by
guessed that I had hit it, and then I pushed pause before I knew I hit it, you know what I mean? For my brain
The Soviet Union
confirmed that it was hit.
that the system was bullshit.
I like shot and then paused, and I saw it explode as I was pausing or something. Not as, but close to it. It was pretty cool.
Said in a private conversation, one of his friends snitched on him, reported him, and he was immediately made unemployable. And people would come up to him, his friends, and go, "Yeah, I really agree with you. He's evil." You know what I'm saying? In public, he's evil. In private, I agree with you. And that's the world we're increasingly starting to live in now, where people have a public view and a public opinion, and behind this. Do you know how many comedians who used to hate us on the comedy circuit for starting trigonometry now contact us and say, actually, you guys were right? Do you know how many people do that? They won't say anything in public, but we have a lot of messages like that now, because people are starting to realize where we're going. So when you say support, yes, not many people publicly support it, but a lot of people are worried about losing their job. A lot of people are worried about losing a newspaper column, their reputation. We had a guy
Are you serious?
who worked in the supermarket, and he shared a Billy Connolly, you know Billy Connolly, the comedian? He shared a Billy Connolly routine on his Facebook. It was a routine about religion. He was fired for sharing a routine about religion from a Billy Connolly DVD that they sold in the supermarket in which he worked. Right? And we've got laws in the UK now where, you know, we had a guy on our show who posted something about this issue, the trans issue, something that was offensive, and he had a policeman call him up and say, "We need to check your thinking." A policeman in the UK calling someone up and saying, "We need to check your thinking" behind what you said. We had a comedian recently who was on tour, not an offensive comedian at all. An audience member reported him, and he had the police investigate the joke. The police investigated his joke. And no one...
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. No.
Because they're afraid of losing the few opportunities that they have.
Because that is what happens when you work in an industry where the majority of the gatekeepers come from our equivalent of Ivy League colleges, Oxford and Cambridge, who drink this Kool-Aid, and then the people in charge of the awards saying they support the ideology. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to adhere to, in some form, to the ideology, even though you may think it's bullshit. Otherwise, you're not going to progress in an industry. That is soft tyranny.
Oh my god, man. No.
Talking about this kind of stuff on
Dang it. What is it? 9 pause out? 8? 9? That was fast.
really isolated in the colleges. We're talking about how crazy some of these conversations they were having in colleges and how they were yelling at professors, "You are not making this safe for me. It's not a safe space." And people are like, "Why are you concentrating on what's happening in these liberal colleges?" Like
I had exactly the same.
and then it spread.
Yeah, because that's what ideas do, they spread.
Yeah.
The ideas spread.
People graduate and they get jobs, and then they enforce those ideologies on the corporations they work for. And the corporations are scared, and so they go along with it. They have these diversity and equity and inequality meetings, and they try to make everything perfect and balance everything out. And then some of these companies are recognizing it. And one of the ways that they recognize it is when it starts hurting their bottom line, like Netflix. Like Netflix, before they released the Ricky Gervais special, they put out a memo saying, "Listen, if you don't agree with the kind of content we put out, you could
Man. Fun level.
You don't have to agree with every individual content creator that puts something out that Netflix distributes."
That's what it takes. It takes people in the corporate world being brave and also looking after the bottom line, but I also think it takes just ordinary people. Ordinary people just being honest.
So again, where do you think this goes? Like, what is like worst case and best case scenario?
Well, he'll give you the worst case, I'll give you the best case.
So I use this as a metaphor. People, and like Gad said, people you've had on the show, and I love Gad, he describes this as a mind virus. I disagree with him. I think the first part of Gad's analogy is correct, of a virus infecting the body. I don't think it's a virus. I think it's a cancer. So think about what cancer does. When the body is weakened for whatever reason, cancerous cells start replicating and they start spreading over the body. And through the body, they start corrupting the body. And think about any organization, and this holds true. And it goes through and it slowly corrupts. The other thing about cancer is that
What? Come on.
you go into a cancer ward and you see people at end stages of cancer, their body becomes withered husks. And that's what happens to these organizations. They can no longer function properly. They take their money and funnel it into pointless like DIE programs, spend lots of money, or they make programs that nobody wants to watch. And then it bleeds viewers until what is left is an organization that is no longer fit for purpose. And that's what this ideology is to me. This ideology to me, and I'm saying this as someone on the left who believes in a lot of what the left used to stand for. This is a cancer that has come from the left. It is not the left. It is a cancer that has emanated from the left and has gone on to infect all these institutions that we used to know and love.
I disagree with some of that, but we don't need to get into it. I think this is off the left. This is what happens when you take left-wing ideas to their logical conclusion. If you believe in equality of outcome, you will always keep going. If you believe that people should be made equal, this is where you get to.
What is the solution?
The solution is to accept that people aren't made equal. Are we equal? Are you and
It's
I
just so fucking stupid, guys.
That's my point. Human beings have different talents. This is why what happened in the Soviet Union was trying to make everybody the same. It stunted the best people, and it lifted up people who were lazy and stupid. Right? I think the solution, if you're asking that question, is to accept that people aren't equal.
Google Pixel, yo, cool, man.
We get the barriers out of.
Congrats, man. I'm happy. I'm happy you're happy, dude. Nice, dude.
Accept. Like, people are, they're balls deep in this ideology. They're all in it.
There is no way we're going to win them over.
That's interesting, man.
No. They're extremists, Joe. And likewise, there are
Nice, buddy. Hell yeah, man. That's fucking amazing.
What we need to do is win over the 80% of people in the middle. That's all you need to do. There's always going to be a bunch of extremists on both sides.
Hell yeah,
Whatever
homie.
that issue is, that you are never going to reach. You're never going to reach someone with blue hair on a university campus that teaches that there's 73 genders. You will never convince them. What we need to do is two things. We need to convince the sensible people in the middle, and we need to.
Sounds like an apple on smooth. It is nice, buddy.
Brave, they can be courageous, and they can speak.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. If Google makes the hardware,
Thing will become irrelevant.
they're going to optimize it for the software, right? That's like Microsoft when they started making their own computers. Turned out to be amazing. They really stepped up the industry standard for the PC.
Create a culture in which people start to speak their mind. We're doing it right now.
Yeah.
We're doing it right now. That's the way to do it, man. But coming back to your point about where this goes, there is another dimension to this that we haven't talked about yet, which is what's happening in Ukraine right now. And these things are not unrelated. They're not unrelated. I'm from Russia, right? And I have family both in Russia and in Ukraine. The barbarians are at the gate. They know that we are in this divisive moment, that we've taken our eye off the ball, and they're waiting. The Chinese and the Russians, they know what this is. They know that we're distracted, we're weak, and actually, I think the Russians overestimated how divided we are, which is one of the reasons they did what they did. If we don't get our shit together, the worst case scenario is that the world is no longer dominated by the West. And I can't explain to you how bad that would be for every single person who's watching and listening to this. We have to get our shit together. So that's worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, which may happen, and I'm enthused, for example, by the unity of the West, I mean Germany aside, in response to what happened in Ukraine. Best case scenario is every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and perhaps the concern there should be that we don't overreact. That's something also we're going to have to think about. But I think best case scenario is we gradually win over that middle that I was talking about, and we let go of some of these ideas and we get back on the right path, which is working towards what we started, which is everybody should be treated based on their individual characteristics. Identity politics, Joe, has been tried many, many times. in the history of the world always leads to one thing.
I think the one note, another note of optimism is like my girlfriend always says, she's American, she's a massive Bernie bro, and she always says to me, capitalism always wins. You know, eventually, people are going to have to wake up. You're not going to drive your company into the ground. Eventually, you're going to put the brakes on this thing. When you stop making money, when you see your profit margins go through the floor, when you see competitors who don't adhere to this ideology start to streak ahead, eventually you're going to have to say, look, we can't keep doing this. You know, because look, think about yourself. You know, if something doesn't work with your show, and it means that less people are watching, less people are get interested, whatever it may be, as a business owner, you look into it. Of course you do. So that's one of the things why I think actually capitalism will win, because eventually you're not going to bank.
That was a cursed run. That was a very cursed run, man. I'm telling you.
Now the extremists will
That was very cursed.
the vast majority of ordinary people who've got families, who've got mortgages to pay, will go, hang on a second. That's what I'm hoping for, is that we come to our senses, a collective coming to our senses.
Yeah. The problem is, whenever we have this conversation, and in the West this is a very common thing, people underestimate the power of ideology. We think we're very rational. We're really not. Ideology is a very powerful tool, and one of the things that's happening in the West is these institutions are being captured, as you mentioned. And once you've got the laws on the books, it becomes very hard to get them back off once you start to implement some of these concepts. So we're going to have to work very hard to challenge this stuff in a healthy way. Like I said, I think we're doing it right now. I think we're having the conversations we are. We see initiatives in the UK which are aimed at preventing this sort of censorship, people being cancelled, people losing jobs for things they've said.
Calling it stupid? Oh wow.
Some good work.
Really? No way, dude. Can you please? Oh, I don't want to out Irie. I'm not making fun of him. If you want to, it's on the internet. It's probably his video. If you want to paste it in the chat, you can. But I mean,
my grandma was born in a gulag. She was born
maybe not paste it in chat, unless he's cool with it being there.
I'm not saying we're there. We're not there.
I would love to see that though.
The direction of travel bothers me. When I see people pursuing equality of outcome at any cost, that bothers me. When I see people being divided into groups and being told that this group is good and this group is bad, that worries me. It's not a healthy direction. And
Yeah, I complained a lot when I played Bunker 1 Agent.
You can't stand. We've got to understand that
I complained a lot.
we are going to have different views and different ideas about things, but we can't destroy our own civilization from the inside. We can't undermine the very values that build this civilization. And freedom, we talk about freedom here in Austin, it's such a big part of it. You can't make the technological and scientific progress that we've made without scientists being free to pursue science. And if we can't agree on what a woman is, biological fact, we're eating our civilization from the inside. This is very dangerous. We've got to push those extremists to where they belong, and we've got to concentrate on a sensible middle of people who want to have a reasonable conversation about these issues. And as we travel around America, we talked about how much we love it. You talk to people here, this is a divided country right now. And a lot of people are scared, a lot of people are angry, a lot of people think that the other side is not just wrong, but evil. That worries me. That worries me because America is the thing that holds the world together right now.
It worries me how many intelligent people adopt these simplistic narratives and they spout them out on Twitter for likes.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, it's all, this is so important. Please always be wary of people offering simple solutions to complex problems. Simple solutions never work for incredibly complex, nuanced
Look what? Why?
Make you feel good. They might make you feel that you have the answer, that if only we do this, that, suddenly we're going to reach some utopia. Life doesn't work like that. Complex problems take years to resolve, and sometimes some problems are not resolvable. You can tinker at the edges, you can do your best to solve it. There will always be poverty. You may be able to reduce it, but you're never going to be able to eradicate it completely. There will always be evil,
You're putting in chat, nice buddy.
murderers, rapists. Unfortunately, that is.
Oh, we can watch it later. Or if anyone wants to watch, they can watch it. Thanks, buddy.
All the rest of it, but you're never gonna stop that. There's always going to be that element of people. I think part of the problem is. and
Thanks, homie.
Constantine and I talk about this a lot. A lot of people in the US and the UK and all around the Western world have got what I call Western privilege. We grew up in a country that is comparatively safe, where you don't worry about things like electricity, where you don't worry where your next meal is coming from, where the water is clean. All these things you take for granted. That ain't normal in the rest of the world. In Venezuela at the moment, you know, like I was talking to my cousin, and I said to him, Johan, how are you doing? He went to me, I mean, things are tough, Francis. I collect the rainwater in a tank
See, I don't know.
on my ceiling of my house. But now people are stealing the rainwater from the tank. And here's the other thing that this really worries me. So when one of my friends, Henry, came over from Venezuela to see,
I think I'm gonna have to start watching a bit of the cutscene.
particularly my family,
It starts getting that fast, I think.
you know, I've known Henry since he grew up. And we took him for a meal. And my parents are in their mid to late 70s now. They're old people. And Henry was talking. And my dad said, Henry, I'm an old man now. Could you speak up? And he said, sorry. He went, because in Venezuela, we're used to whispering. And that's the problem, where you live in a society where people have become used to whispering. And that's what I'm seeing in the UK, where people are afraid to say what they think and they feel. Where if you say something out loud, you're constantly looking over your shoulder because you're worried that somehow that's going to reduce your opportunities, your career. It might isolate you from friends. We can't live in a society where we whisper. That is not the West, and that's not a free society.
Joe, and I'll tell you a couple of quick stories about the power of ideology. My grandmother, who was born in a gulag, right, when they released people from these camps, you were not allowed to live within, I think, 100 miles of any of the big cities in the Soviet Union at the time. You had to live in a small town in Siberia somewhere. And in these towns, the only people that lived there, because they were so remote, were the people who were former prisoners of the camp and the people who were former guards in the camp, right? And when Stalin died in 1953, Khrushchev, who took over from him, exposed his great crimes, and he said, this wasn't real communism, blah, blah, blah. And these people who lived together, the guards and the prisoners, right? My grandmother's family, on their very landing in their apartment block, opposite them, was a guy who used to be a guard in the camp. And when these great crimes of Stalin were exposed, many of these men shot themselves because they thought they were doing the right thing. They thought they were acting correctly by beating and torturing and imprisoning these people. It was for a greater good. It was for the right ideology. And we interviewed a guy,
So awkward.
a friend of ours, who runs the oldest family-owned Italian restaurant in London. Right? He did a fundraiser for Ukrainian orphans with J.K. Rowling. And when she tweeted about it,
We all have to
start comments on his page calling him transphobic.
look back at ourselves and cringe at ourselves and
If you're doing
laugh at our old
person,
looks.
you're not a good person. I don't care why you're doing it. When you're
I cringe a lot when I look at my old,
ideology is what
just
allows
through my
people
like
to do good, while
my
they're
yearbook and stuff like high school and stuff.
Do you know how Stalin? Do you know how
Super
the
cringe.
Soviet Union got on? You don't know this. So,
Just like my high school yearbook shit. But I hated school.
human technology and history.
I hated high school and shit.
Huge amount of
University is cool.
and
Don't sound like an asshole, but it's true. University, you're like, you choose what you want to study.
bomb that the Soviet Union
Anyways,
in test.
so I would like rebel a lot with looks and shit,
One of the two
hair and
bombs, I
bullshit.
think it was Nagasaki or maybe Hiroshima. It was one of those two. Because scientists who were working on the Manhattan Project,
Terrible.
who had communist sympathies, they had ideology, they gave all of the blueprints and everything to Stalin, to the Soviets. This regime that had killed millions of its own people. Because they felt justified by their ideology, they gave the West's greatest enemy in that time a nuclear weapon. That's how hard they believed in stuff.
Yo, what up, Sour?
Power of ideology. When you believe that you've got the right idea and you can go and burn down cities and attack people,
Kind of that with the day sometimes when I
you're
come
gonna
home.
rape them and kill them. You're not a good person. And this is what I always say to people.
What do you mean?
Don't be that thing. Don't be a
What's up,
useful
man?
idiot. Do not be a useful idiot. Someone who thinks they've got the right ideas and therefore you're entitled to commit violence against people, or to threaten people, or to cancel people and to end their ability to
No, whatever. Let's just see what the pace
You're
is.
not a good person. You're a useful idiot.
And the effect it's having on people. One of my
Sorry, Sour. I didn't quite understand your point.
making the details very obfuscating because
It's just so ridiculous. When you say hi, oh, about the day and cringe.
this person was very sick. Very sick.
I always laugh.
I knew this person was sick. And we messaged back and forth on Facebook. Not as much as I should have done, because I didn't realise how old they were.
Damn it, man. That was fucking.
He said to me, I really admire you because you're brave. And I said, what do you mean? And he went, I couldn't do what you do. And I went, what do you mean? He went, for instance, he goes to me,
Today,
"I just couldn't be honest
experience.
with the way you're honest." And he went, when people
Customers,
come around
yeah.
my house, I've
Oh yeah,
always
for
done
sure at
that.
work. We do that.
And then I hide them away.
Any interaction with people, with humans,
That if they see them, that I will lose friends, that I won't be accepted,
get pretty anxious.
and that I will be ostracized. And when this person passed away, I saw on Facebook loads of people saying, what a nice person he was. And he was a nice person. He was lovely, he was kind, he was all
Damn it, man.
But that's what they didn't mean by nice. Nice meant that he told the party line. He didn't challenge. He didn't stand up for himself. That's what nice means. And the thing that I hate about this ideology is they say that they're doing things to be kind. They're doing things because they're doing the right thing. We're creating a safe space. It's not a safe space. What does safe space actually mean? I don't want you to challenge my opinions. That's what's so dangerous about this ideology, because it's a form of tyranny masked with kindness. And it's not kindness. It's just a different way of silencing people and getting them to shut up. And if they don't shut up, you are going to take everything from them. But what's really interesting in it isn't like the authoritarian.
I can't believe I didn't fucking blow up.
Know the rules. They do it because they're being kind and respectful, and they're manipulating language, and it's insidious, and it's in our culture where now we can't define what a woman is. You ask somebody what a woman is, and if on the liberal left, they'll have a fucking meltdown.
Have you seen the documentary?
Yeah, of course.
Bro, watching those people, see, we all know all the shit, we talk about it all the time, but watching those people, the way they react,
Yeah.
holy shit, man.
It's wild.
We're about to interview Matt Walsh and talk to him about it. Bro, that is the most terrifying thing I've seen for a long time.
And do you know the beauty of the film is that the first half an hour, I was laughing. I'm like, this is really funny.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's an idiot. No.
Right.
Then they got into the doctors,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh my god, this is actually terrifying.
Yeah.
Where they're interviewing that doctor, and she's just, and she's...
Does a chicken have gender identity?
Yeah.
Right.
Does a chicken cluck or whatever the hell she says? You go, this is a delusion that is just, it's an illness.
Well, what's fascinating is the very question can't be answered. What is a woman? Like someone who identifies as a woman, it could be, what is that? Anyone who has the gender identity, that they identify themselves as a woman, what does that mean? Again, how does someone know what a real woman feels like? If you're a biological male, you say, I identify as a woman, I think of a woman. How do you know what a woman is? I mean, what does that mean?
I get it. See, the thing is, to you guys, this is like weird and new. I've seen this. This is exactly what it was like in the Soviet Union. Exactly. You had to believe things that made no sense because you didn't want to be punished.
But the people that do believe it, that have their own personal experience with gender dysphoria, that's a real thing. It's existed,
course.
it's existed throughout time.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we employ people who have gender dysphoria.
It's a fascinating portal through with these ideas trailing in behind it. That's what's interesting about it.
How do you mean?
But because if you accept this one thing, this one thing which is very strange, right? This one thing that not only can you
It's just so fucking stupid.
with penis,
Like, guys,
but you're a woman and you have sex with women and you make that woman pregnant. If that woman identifies as a male, that's a pregnant male. It's wild.
Joe, this is just a bunch of bullshit. No offense to anybody, right?
But the people obviously feel something, right? They feel like they don't belong. They feel better with a wig and a
100%.
beard.
You want to wear a wig and a beard, you're an adult, go for it.
Right.
Right? I accept people for what... someone says to me, look, I identify as a woman. My pronoun. I've never misgendered people just because I want to get on with people, you know?
Right.
I'm not...
It's not that important.
It's not that important. However, there are situations where it is super, right? Prisons,
Yeah.
UFC,
Right.
children, right?
the game.
Swimming,
Talking about the game.
sports, we could say, right?
Yeah.
Look, it comes from the denial of a very basic...
Because that was a good run.
difference between-
And I just got boosted.
We kind of forgot about that for a while.
Like a few times tonight we've had a good run and we got that stupid boost there.
Oppress people or deny people rights or anything like that. But there's a
And it's been a long time since we had a good run.
Pivotal chapter in this whole
That's why I'm like pretty frustrated.
You were saying this, and this is
Like,
probably what's going to force us to.
It's been a long time since we had a good run, my man.
Do you think that do you find any encouragement in the fact that out of the people that are completely free, and that's the word completely is probably the wrong word, but out of the people that do commentary on the internet where they don't have a network.
No, it's not pace. I'm gonna YOLO it.
Producers that they have to answer to, and executives that have this woke ideology as their center point. You're seeing far more people excel and advance and succeed.
Did it complete?
in rational.
I don't even know. Like, it's so stupid.
truth at the end of the
It's
day. This is the
like it's just so dumb.
have you ever read the Gulag Archipelago?
It's so dumb, guys.
No.
It's the story of the Gulags. It's a gigantic book. Whether that's at your own level as an individual, at the level of society, in the long run, truth over. We all know what the truth
But here's a worrying thing. It depends the censorship that
is. Yes.
is going to hit the internet.
Yeah, big tech.
Because here's the thing that we all can agree on. The Overton window for discussion, and for debate
It's fine.
is narrow.
I'll take it.
We all know it. We can all feel it. It's narrowing day by day.
Well, we see it on YouTube.
Yeah,
Things get censored. It doesn't even make sense that they're problematic.
exactly. And that being the case, you know, we all say that the internet is the great hope for us to be able to debate and share ideas. But what's happening because these
26.
companies are coming under a tremendous amount of pressure
27.
in order to, you know, to toe the
To keep
line.
everybody safe.
To keep it again.
It's about safety, right? That's the most dangerous word in all of this, because once you change the meaning of words, once you say that words are violence, well, I'm entitled to come and bash you over the head with a bike rod. Because you're saying things I don't like, and that's violence against me. So safety is this word that doesn't mean what it used to mean. Have you noticed that? It doesn't mean an absence of physical violence, which is the definition of safety. Safety now means people not being allowed to express certain opinions.
Did you see the video where there was a woman, she's a law professor from Berkeley?
Oh, I
Yes,
did.
yeah.
Oh, I did.
And
No.
her questions
Like what?
about a woman and a woman's right to reproductive freedom, and she said, I just want to recognize that your statements are transphobic and they open up trans people to violence.
Yeah.
That's the way you do it, right? Because
And laughing while she's
and
saying it.
laughing while she's saying.
I just want to say, like this mocking, condescending, shitty attitude.
Of course, but what a beautiful way to shut down a conversation.
Yeah.
Not by shouting over somebody, but by taking the moral high ground.
Yes.
And once you take that moral high ground, if you then criticize me,
Yeah.
well, you're being transphobic.
Right.
And I have this moral high ground, and if you attack me again, then you're in the wrong. And this is where it gets dark. This phrase, sorry, I keep biting the mic, that they always use, the right side of history. We are on the right side of history. And you just think to yourself, How arrogant are you that you think you're so sure of your own opinion that hundreds of years down the line, people are going to look at you and think you are the new MLK? Right. How arrogant is it? And it's so beautiful as well, because they say you're on the wrong side of history, and immediately your opinion doesn't matter anymore, because you're part of the problem. And if you're part of the problem, we don't have to engage with you. And it's something that I said like in 2020, when the whole world went nuts, when you had the BLM marches and they were saying things like abolish capitalism, defund the police. And I had friends who got on board with this, and I saw what happened in Venezuela. And I said to them, be very, very careful. You don't understand the forces that you are messing with. You don't understand. He's seen it. I saw what happened in Venezuela. I saw like my cousin had to flee for his life as a journalist because if you criticize the government. My grandfather was murdered when I was 31. His murder was never investigated, even though we know who did it, because investigating crimes is a sign of right-wing oppression. You've got to be careful. You've got to be very, very careful. But people who have grown up in the West, they don't understand the magic trick. And it is a magic trick. Because once again, it's simple solutions to complex problems.
Do you know how the Soviet Union was created? Because this is kind of relevant.
What?
Well, the ideology at least is this, right? There's privileged people, which there were, and they have too much, and we have nothing. Not untrue, by the way, in 1970s in Russia. And these privileged people have too much, and we have to overthrow them. And we must take from them and distribute to everyone. Sound familiar? And in the Soviet Union, the groups that were, the privileged were the aristocrats and the whatever, and the underprivileged were the working people. The ideology of Marxism is based on class. What we're talking about here is a new form of it, which is Marxism, an ideology based on ethnicity, identity, sexuality. And it's the same thing, just being applied in a different way, right? There's these privileged people and underprivileged people. We must flip the thing, right? That's why it worries me, because I do think, obviously Western societies, like every other societies, have racism in them, have sexism, have discrimination. They're people who are bigoted. They genuinely are. I've seen them. I've experienced racism, right? But the solution to that is not to start to undo the entire Western project. That's not the answer. And to implement all these wacky ideas. And we see the reality. I mean, what happens when you defund the police? Crime goes up. Surprising, right? So, Francis and I, we had the conversation about comedy, but the truth is the reason we do what we do is we're both people who've come from different societies who are deeply, deeply concerned about what's happening in the West. And for two reasons. One is we're destroying ourselves from the inside, but I know what people think outside of the West. I have lots of Chinese friends. I'm from Russia. People out there aren't talking about gender pronouns. They're getting ready. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, after the invasion of Ukraine, do you know what he said? He said the purpose of what we're doing here is to push America out of Eastern Europe. That's what they're doing. They're seeing that the West is weak, and they're capitalizing. They're capitalizing. And the Chinese, they will do the same if they have the opportunity. Because everybody wants what we have. They want the prosperity. They want the stability. They want to be top dog. And why wouldn't they? Right? And what happens? You understand the fighters. What happens with fighters when they see someone is a bit weak? They're going to go after them, right? This is how people think outside the West. We don't have time to fuck about, Joe. We really, really, really don't.
Why is it that the only place you're hearing this kind of talk is on?
Because the institutions are captured. Because people, what happens if you say what I said on CNN?
Isn't that terrifying?
Yeah.
Well, it is. That's why we do what we do, because we're fucking terrified.
It is terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying that you see these people and they're saying these mantras. They're regurgitating, they're chanting them. It feels like you're at church again. I grew up Catholic, and it feels like trans women are women. And you go, they're not. They're just not. And that's not to demean these people. That's not to mock them. That's not to say that they're bad people. I have sympathy for anybody who's going through gender dysphoria, which is an utterly awful, terrible mental illness. Of course we have to have compassion for people, but that doesn't mean just because you go through transition that you are a woman. You are still a biological male. I'll give you an example. Question Time, right, which is our biggest political program. It's a debate show where they get notable people on to debate. Constantine's been on it, and they get on, they debate various things. We had Robert Winston, Sir Robert Winston, one of the UK's most eminent biologists, and they were talking about this very issue. And they asked him what his opinion was, and he went, your sex is quite literally coded into your cells, into the very fabric of your DNA. The host of the program turned around, looked at him and went, some people may disagree with that. You can't, we're insane. You've got a man who is eminent, who is one of the foremost biologists, explaining something that we all know is true, and that's your rebuttal?
Have you seen the movement where they're trying to get archaeologists to stop gendering corpses? And they find skeletons from 1,000 years ago because we don't know what sexual identity they have.
Maybe we should ask them their fucking pronouns, right?
Yeah.
And you know, it's crazy, man. But the language point, I used to be a professional translator and then became a comedian. So I've been working with language my entire life. Language is powerful. It is powerful because look at all these words. For example, take the word like inclusion. Right? It's a nice word. We would want to be everyone included. Try going into an inclusive space if you're you or me or Francis. You suddenly find you're quite excluded in that.
Yeah.
Right? Safety doesn't mean what safety used to mean. We had an MP, a member of parliament, a member of the most prestigious debating chamber in the world, say that we shouldn't fetishize debate. Why? Because they understand that their ideas don't stand up to scrutiny, so you have to shut people down.
Fetishized debate. What did he mean by that?
It's she. Well, I think she. And what she means is we shouldn't pretend that debate is a good thing. Right?
Wow.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Wow.
The way that they're using language is they substitute the meaning of words. And that's why I have a whole chapter in the book about it, because this is how you change the law without changing the law. If you change the meaning of words, you're changing the meaning of laws without passing new legislation. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this is the way that it works. And again, in the Soviet Union, this is exactly what happened. You change the meaning of all sorts of words. So what's happening to the language, it's not inconsequential, Joe. What does diversity mean? It's like Francis said. Diversity doesn't mean all kinds of different people who've got different opinions and different views and whatever. No, it doesn't mean that at all. It means people who think the same but look different. That's what it means. Yeah. Right? And what's happening with the language is indicative of a bigger process that's happening underneath all of that. And so, you know, that's why Francis and I do what we do, because we're playing with very, very dangerous things, like children. And we have no idea the forces that we are allowing to take over around the world. People are watching what we're doing. Everybody. Most people in England or here in the US don't know what's happening in other countries, deep inside, right? In Russia, in China. But they know exactly what's happening here. They're watching and they're accelerating this division. You know this, the Russian troll farms, what the Chinese are doing, because it helps them. This is what they want. And we are doing it to ourselves. We're letting them do it to us. Instead of going, no, this is not the Western project. This is not how we do things. We have debates, we have discussions, we have disagreements, but we have freedom of speech, we have freedom, we believe in the power of ideas and the power of discussion, and we believe that through discussion and scientific research and scientific progress, we get better, we get more powerful, we get stronger. And we are not ashamed of our values. We're not ashamed that we believe that all people are born equal, should be treated equally, right? We're not ashamed about this. This is a unique thing about the West. It's a unique thing. We are proud of that. And you know, we had a poll in the UK asking people how many of them are proud versus ashamed of their country. And 35% of British people are ashamed of their country.
Did they give a reason?
No, it was just a poll why, right? And even among conservatives, only 42% say that they're proud of their country. Now, I understand, you know, pride is not the healthiest emotion necessarily to feel about your country. You've got to have a healthy view, right? We've all done bad things, every society has. But my worry is about the shame, particularly in Britain, where It's less so in America, I think, or maybe not. You tell me. But it's this feeling that like we're bad people.
There's a lot of that here.
Yeah.
We're
There's a
bad
lot of
people.
people that are upset that I have an American flag.
Yeah. And I'm here as a foreigner to tell you, we're not bad people. We're some of the best human beings, progressive human beings in the history of the world. Some of the least racist, some of the least sexist, some of the most tolerant. That's who we are. Let's celebrate that. Let's lean into that. Let's treat people on the content of their character. We haven't got there. We haven't got there. It's true. But let's try. Let's get better. Let's do that instead of destroying ourselves from the inside.
And people always say, why is it comedians who are doing this? Why have you set up this as a comedian? Why have we set up trigonometry? Because as comedians, we're at the cold face of this. We get to see week in, week out, with the jokes, how people change. How suddenly what was a joke that was acceptable even last month, suddenly it doesn't get laughs anymore, it gets oohs. Suddenly things that a joke that you could do last year doesn't work anymore. Suddenly you feel that you don't even have to make a joke. The moment you go into a particular subject, you just feel people tense up.
I had a routine about why we need a Special Olympics for white people that got progressively less funny over time. It was incredible. It started out being hilarious and just got less and less laughs. And at the end of every gig, it would be the black and brown people that come up to me and go, I love that. Don't know why they weren't laughing. Because the white people are fucking terrified.
But in a way, you can understand why they're terrified, because they've been force-fed this ideology. If you challenge it in any way, suddenly you're problematic, you're racist, you're whatever else. So you constantly live your life with the handbrake on and scared. And the tragedy is, Joe, that's not living.
No.
It's not living to have the handbrake on and be scared. Because being a human being is difficult. It's hard. Every day is hard. You have to meet challenges. You have to stand up. You have to improve. You have to be better. But all of a sudden, if you're having to live this life where there's tripwires around you, and if you say the wrong thing, then suddenly all these horrible things can happen, and you can be exposed as for these things that you know you're not. That's a terrible way to live. You're living your life in a straitjacket. And I think it's just really important that people understand. We use this term gaslit all the time. Progressives always use it, gaslit. But I think what we're seeing is a population of people who are being gaslit, who are told that they're racist, sexist, they have their internalized homophobia, all of this kind of stuff. Yeah. When the reality is, and I really believe this, most people are honest, decent. And here's the thing, and here's the thing that I find really upsetting, is people are starting to believe that they're problematic, and you just go, you're not, you're a human being, you're fragile, you think the wrong things. Here's the thing, we're constantly in these silos, nobody's having their opinions challenged anymore, or their views. And that's dangerous, because I've got stupid opinions, so do you, and it's only by voicing them and I say my stupid thing that you go, hang on brother, come on, what about this and what about that? And I go, actually you're right, I didn't think of it. And we improve and we move forward, and by doing this we're just drilling down and our opinions aren't being challenged, and we're not going to be able to move society forward.
What's fascinating is that those kind of conversations where you can say to someone, I think your opinion's wrong, and they go, you got a point. That's only happening on the internet.
Right.
You're not seeing that on any of these major news broadcasts, any of these opinion shows. You're just not seeing that. It's just echo chamber.
100%. And the thing is as well is even on the internet, man, like we all understand we're on YouTube, right? If this was the reverse and we were interviewing you, there's certain things that can't be said on YouTube.
Right.
There's certain things that can't be questioned, which comes back to the point we didn't really get into, which is the big tech censorship.
Yeah.
I find that absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying, because this isn't a left or right wing point at all, because I'm really, really not interested in that false bullshit about these two teams. I think the problem is the tribes. I don't think we're ever going to get away from it because we're human beings, right? But it's that left versus right thing that is the problem, in my opinion. That's how you get the echo chambers in the first place.
Yeah.
But the problem is, what happened with the Hunter Biden story?
What?
I woke up that day and I saw what had happened, and I said to the guys, this is one of the biggest stories, and this is one of the worst things that I've ever seen. Because once you start fucking with the electoral process like that, once you start making up bullshit like this is Russian disinformation, and we later learn that it's true, I don't care that it's Biden or that it's Trump. You can't do this. You cannot put your hand on the scales in favor of one team if you are the public square. You cannot do this.
But that was the problem with Trump, is that he was so problematic to people on the left, they were willing to break the rules in order to hamper him and hamper his success, in order to, empower the Biden team. They wanted to withhold information that they thought would be a problem.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do. And what, by the way, what the Democrats did to Trump in terms of Russia collusion, that was awful. That was unacceptable.
Right, particularly when you find out that the Hillary Clinton campaign was also included.
But here's the
Which
thing.
makes sense.
Yeah. So you can't. Once you start fucking with the system, it's game over, man.
Right.
It's game over. And look, and we should be clear also, the big tech platforms, they don't have an easy job.
No.
They really, really don't. It's not an easy thing to run this. We're living through a technological revolution. The last time we saw something like this was the printing press.
But it's far more, it's more impressive.
Right.
Because it's something that's beyond anything that's ever existed before.
Yes.
Whereas these people who went, many of them, straight from college, right into positions in these companies, and then right into positions of power in these companies, are literally in charge of the narrative of the civilized world.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't have real life experience in many cases. A lot of these people in high positions, like the guy who's the CEO of Google, he's in his fucking 30s, man.
But
That's crazy.
But this isn't. If I just make this point, this isn't just big tech. One of my really good mate of mine was a facilities manager at Downing Street, so he was in charge of the building, how the building worked. And I said to him, Taz, what are the politicians like who are coming in? What are they like? He goes to me, Francis, this is what they're like. They all went to private school, very prestigious private school. Then they went to Oxford or Cambridge. Then they went to do a master's. Then they got an internship with an MP. Then they worked as an intern, and then they worked as a political advisor, and they worked their way up. It's not just big tech, Joe.
Yeah.
Right.
Our politicians have that as well.
But big tech is where it really matters, because politicians are a lot less powerful than the people who run big tech. This is what most people don't get now.
Right.
They are the most powerful people in the world, and they're fucking with our democracy. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're putting their hand on the scales. You can't pick teams if you're in that position. You just can't, and it's a difficult job. I am not someone who just go, oh, you should be able to say anything, because it's not that simple. It's a complicated problem to solve. But we've got to understand that we cannot have these big tech platforms messing around with this structure that is built to allow people to express their opinion democratically. Because once you undermine that, you're going down a very dark path.
Also, the tech platforms are almost entirely left-wing. That's what's bizarre. They almost all lean left. There's no real balance.
Well, not when it comes to paying tax, Joe.
That's true.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, it's like a lot of liberals, very left-wing when it comes to spouting things. Well, I have to pay tax. No, thank you, mate. I won't do that.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
We're very worried because it's going to affect everything. It's going to affect public discourse. It's going to affect comedy. And the worrying thing is, I don't think people quite understand where this is going to go. That's the worrying thing.
I agree.
When you start seeing, again, the clue is in the name, progressivism, progression.
Yeah.
When you start to see people getting thrown off...
I agree.
I remember we interviewed a journalist, former editor of Spike, called Brendan O'Neill, right? This is one of the first interviews we did. And Brendan is a big free speech guy, and I love him. He's great.
And he goes further, actually, than either of us does on that issue. He's like an absolutist. No libel laws, no this, no that. He's pretty out there.
He's out there with what he thinks, and God bless him, right? It's not what I think, but there we go. And I remember, and we were talking about free speech, and this was in 2018. And I go to him. I go to him, look, Brendan, you bang on about that we're getting censored. Can you give me an example? And then he gave this example, this musical comedian who was doing Holocaust-denying material, right, and got kicked off all the platforms, right? And I just went, well, I don't care. Who cares if this nutbag woman got kicked off all the platforms for Holocaust-denying comedy material? But what I didn't understand is you've got to stand up for the people who you disagree with who you think are out there, wackos or whatever else. Because here's the thing, like we said before, the Overton window will continue to narrow. And eventually, it will be you.
Can you explain the Overton window?
So the Overton window is basically the
It's
window...
the range of acceptable ideas in society that
Yeah.
can be uttered in public.
Yeah.
Right? So the range of things that you can say in public without being destroyed is narrowing.
Yeah,
There are new rules about what you can and can't say.
Why is it the Overton window? Was it?
I have no idea.
yeah. It just makes me sound intelligent. Do you know what I mean? So, but, and then he made, that was such a profound point, because I thought to myself, of course, if you don't stand up for people that you disagree with, eventually it's going to happen to you.
Right.
And also, this is something that progressives need to understand. The weapons that you use against others will eventually be turned on you. And we saw that in the UK, where suddenly, comedians were all celebrating, Count Dankula getting arrested, this guy, the Nazi pug
Yeah,
story?
hilarious.
Yeah, hilarious. And they were all celebrating, because he was problematic, he was anti-Semitic, blah, blah, blah. And then, on a radio panel show a few years ago, a left-wing journalist called Joe Brand made a joke about...
Left-wing comedian, not
Left-wing,
journalist.
yeah, left-wing comedian made a joke about a right-wing politician, made an off-the-cuff quip about throwing battery acid in his face. It was on a comedy panel show. It was a joke, right? Then suddenly she gets investigated by the police. We need to wake up and realise that if you start using these weapons against your enemies, it won't be long before they wake up and they're going to use them against you. And once that happens, we're going to be in a very dangerous place in society.
This is where the point you made about the age thing really matters, because remember we talked about the contract that I turned down? When I went on TV, there was a woman who we were debating this issue, and she was unpleasant. She shushed me and all sorts of shit happened. Anyway, I met her years later, because we were supposed to hate each other, and we did a bunch of TV together, and actually she's a nice girl. We got on very well. But she said to me, I realized cancel culture is a problem when I saw it happening to my friends. These people are young, man. They don't think through the consequences of what they're doing. And so I do think that some of them can be won over when they haven't gone fully off the deep end. We can win people over
Can
by...
I just stop you? Do we need to win them over by cancelling?
They
How
will
ironic.
they will see some of the stuff when they experience it for themselves. There's nothing like Solzhenitsyn wrote about it. There were people in the camps who only realized the problem with the Soviet Union when they were the ones at the end of the barrel. Don't be that useful idiot, man. Don't be. I mean, I'm not talking to you, obviously.
No, I understand. It's very fascinating to me that these conversations that we're having are so unusual.
What?
And that this is kind of the only way you can have them. The only way you can have them is in a kind of format like this. And that these things that you're saying, although they're very logical and they're based on reality and history, they're uncommon. That's very strange. My hope is that the popularity of these kinds of conversations, like your show and my show and a lot of other shows like it, that this is sort of an unexpected twist in the narrative that people didn't see coming, and that the freedom that we enjoy before the Overton window slams shut on us, it does give us the possibility to spread this idea and let people recognize that this is a genuine, real problem, that although it might make you feel better to deny it, it might make you feel better to go along with it at work or at school, it ultimately will lead to a far more suppressive environment than the one you're experiencing.
And it's not just that, Joe. You're denying people's humanity. People often go to me, oh, Francis, are you left or you're right? And I'm like, no, I'm just me. Stop trying to label me. Stop trying to put me in a box. My girlfriend is very left-wing, Bernie bro. I don't agree with a lot of her politics. I think they're nuts, if I'm being honest, God bless her. And people go to me, well, how can you have a relationship? And I'm like, because there's love. Because it's more important. We need to start seeing the humanity. You can have a friend who's conservative. We employ, a Christian conservative. She's a wonderful, sweet, kind, beautiful person. We need to stop
Who thinks
this.
we're going to hell?
Yeah, yes, she does. Yeah, because we smoke weed, but bless her. But We need to stop this. Stop seeing someone as something to put in a box, and just start seeing it as Joe or whoever it may be.
Yeah, I'll tell you about the people that work with us, right? I'm going to get a lot of emails now, but we only ever employ people who ask to work with us, right? And we're not looking to employ anyone right now, by the way. But in our team, we've got conservative Christian. We've got a guy who. This is a funny story, man. We've got a guy who's from a Sikh background. His family's Sikh. They moved to the UK via Africa, and he was telling us that when he was working on TV, and he didn't want to work on TV anymore because in the last 2 years, people started basically. He was just a token there. They were just looking at him as his race, and they'd be like, oh, well, you know, BLM happened. How are you feeling about this? The guy's from a Sikh, but what the fuck does he have to do, right? And so when he came to us, he was like, man, this is such a relief to be working in a place where we don't care. We were looking for someone to make the thumbnails for our YouTube videos, so we put the word out, and we got a bunch of responses, and we picked the best one, right? We picked the best one, been working for him for a while, and then he goes, by the way, I'm trans. And we're like, by the way, we don't give a shit.
Right.
You know?
And we have genuine diversity in terms of our team, because we don't give a shit who you are or what you think. We just care if you do a good job.
Yeah, that's how it should be. I mean, really should be that. And I have a lot of friends that are conservative. I'm not conservative. But I do have some conservative ideas. Like I support the Second Amendment. I'm kind of a free speech absolutist in a lot of ways too. I think that there's a lot of room for people to just have conversations and talk about things. And one of the things it's kind of died down because it wasn't effective. But I would get attacked a lot for platforming people.
Yeah.
You know, that was the big thing. Like having a conversation with like Ben Shapiro. I like Ben Shapiro. I like him a lot. I don't agree with him on many things, particularly about gay rights. Or not necessarily gay rights, but you know, he's very religious. He doesn't believe that people. He thinks you should treat it the same way you treat murder. Like I'd like to kill that guy, but I won't because it's wrong. He fills out. Yeah, I know. It's like yeah. But it's.
But Joe, here's the thing: it's just an opinion.
Exactly. And he's a brilliant, intelligent guy. I love talking to him, even if I don't think that some of his ideas are sound, or even, you know, that they're a problem. I think you're supposed to have conversations with people, and that's how you open their eyes. If you make them the enemy, they're never going to see you.
No. I have a friend who sorry, Francis. I have a friend who I get on with very, very well. And he is like a Green Party member. Green is like ultra left. You know, I'm an immigrant, he's British, and we sometimes talk about like immigration, right? And he's like, I believe in open borders. And I explained to him what that actually means and he's like, yeah, I know. I just like the idea.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's okay. I can be friends with him. I think it's a demented idea, right? Open borders. It doesn't work. Human beings aren't wired that way. It's never going to work. It's going to cause an awful lot of trouble. I say that as an immigrant myself. But I don't have to hate that guy. I don't have to reject him. We're friends. We can play basketball together. We can go have dinner, and our wives like it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And this is the problem. This comes from the internet, where we see other people as an avatar. Richard Grannon on our show talked about this, where we spend so much time on social media, we just see other people as avatars, and that we can't have a discussion. We have to destroy. We have to win. We have to humiliate them. We have to be the one who wins in the discussion. Whatever happened to just agree to disagree and just accept that people see the world differently? Because here's the thing, your experiences and my experiences of life are fundamentally different. They just are. You grew up in a different way, I grew up in a different way, different countries, different cultures, different experiences. As a result of that, we're going to see the world in a different way. And here's the thing, that's valid, and that's fine. And because we experience the world in a different way, we're going to have different political opinions maybe, we're going to have different opinions on a wide variety of things. That's cool, and it's fine, and it should be celebrated. Let's stop trying to have this uniformity of opinion, because again, you're denying people their right and their opportunity to be human, to be multifaceted. Nobody is right, nobody is left. We're all take something from everyone.
Now, some people are right and some people are left, I would argue. Like, we just spent a couple of days with somebody who, like I said, I've got a friend who's in the Green Party side of things. We just spent a couple of days in DC with Sebastian Gorka, who was like a Trump attack dog, you know, and a bunch of his Christian conservative friends. I've never had a better time in my life. You know, we went to a gun show, shot some guns, had dinner, talked about interesting things. These are polite, respectful, decent people who care about this country.
You don't have to agree with them.
Yeah, I don't have to agree with them on everything, right?
Don't you think that this is a very unique time, though, that I'm exposed to the way you think in a way that I would never be exposed to this 50, 60 years ago?
That's why when
Never.
people complain about the internet, I'm like, there's a lot to complain about, but also this is the best time ever. Joe,
It's a window into humans.
300 years ago, Joe, everybody in this room would have been burnt for this thing.
Not Jimmy.
I think you would be by association, right? So, and like we said about Carlin and Hicks and Pryor, this isn't the cancel culture has always existed.
Sure.
But we've always got to be vigilant that we don't allow it to run amok.
Yes.
And we have done.
Yeah, we have allowed it to run amok in some ways, but we've also opened the discussion that
Yes.
it has run amok
Yes.
in a way that never existed
Yes.
before. And this is what might be our water for the flame.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, and here's the thing: when we were spending time with Seb, you know, we started talking. They were, you know, they were on the right, Christian conservative. But I said, look, one of the real problems I have with America is your lack of socialized healthcare. And they put forward their argument, but then a lot of them disagreed with each other, and they started to have a debate about it and go, look, and then one of them went, look, it's obvious the system isn't working. Another one went, I've got this friend who's really sick, and they can't get the treatment.
What?
We need to do something about that. So that was my point about on the right. Even on the right, they still disagree, and some of them were saying things that, like this idea that someone who's fundamentally ill needs to be taken care of by the state, that's a left-wing opinion.
Yes.
So even on the right, you're still going to have things on the left.
Well, this is what happens, like you say, Joe, is when you take your foot off people's throat, and when you stop making them feel that they're evil for having an opinion, and you just listen and hear and discuss, that's when you find out human beings are actually quite complicated. And you can change people's minds sometimes just by listening to them. You don't even need to say anything.
And a lot of times the opinions that they have, they've taken out of comfort. They've taken these opinions because it's easier to subscribe to a predetermined pattern of ideas and opinions than it is to form your own. If there's a very clear-cut ideology that you can just subscribe to, and all of a sudden that makes you a good person or accepted in the community, it's very easy to do that. And that's where you get the people that whisper.
Yes.
Did you see that cartoon in The Spectator where it's a guy putting a flame to someone on the pyre?
Yeah.
And he goes, actually, I agree with you.
Yes, yeah.
It's cowardice.
Yeah.
Cowardice is a big fucking problem. Man.
Sure, it's always been a problem. It's a problem with humans.
Yes.
Speaking of cowardice, this person that thinks that you're going to go to hell because you smoke weed,
Yeah.
is that...
It's a joke.
It's a joke. Yeah.
But
Oh, I
did
don't know.
they
Maybe
really?
she does.
No, I don't know.
What's the attitude about weed in the UK?
It's illegal.
Totally.
So we only smoke it when we're here.
Oh, you want some?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
What? Scared? Why would I be scared, man?
Our weed is better than
All right, come on.
You know what?
It probably is.
I tell you
actually.
something, man. The thing about weed being illegal is when we are in places where we're actually allowed to smoke it, it's so much better because you're not worried and because you can pick what you want and stuff like that. It's incredible, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm a little puss when it comes to weed, so I just go into the shop and I go, look, just give me the mildest thing on the menu. And they go, this is what we normally give our girlfriends. You go away and you enjoy that, man. Now that we're smoking weed, I'm taking the shirt off. There you go.
Next level.
Yeah.
This is one thing that I do have hope for is the implementation and adoption of psychedelics.
Yeah.
I think if there's anything that's going to change people's minds, that's going to be one of the things. Because it's going to change your whole understanding of what is rigid and what structures exist and why they exist and why you think the way you think, and it'll make you question yourself.
Can I tell you a story? This isn't about psychedelics, but do you know that there's more than one way to get there, to that place that you're talking about? I studied a lot of hypnosis in my 20s, and there's this exercise that you can do in hypnosis called deep trance identification. And the idea is if you put someone into a deep hypnotic state, their identity, it's almost like a set of clothes. You can take off your identity.
Yeah.
And you can try on a different identity. You can try on what would it be like to be Francis Ngannou or whoever it is that you want to understand how they do what they do. I did this. There's two stories I'll tell you about this. So I did this once on a course that I was doing with a woman. She was this very mild-spoken, softly spoken South African woman. And she wanted to try on being some kind of like American, she was like religious, like evangelical preacher. Don't know why she wanted it, but anyway, so we put her into this trance, took her through the process, and then we said, open your eyes, and she opened her eyes, and holy shit, and she was speaking like this guy, right? So when I was doing this exercise with me being the one, I thought, you know what, I want to do this with the universe. I want to feel what it's like to be the universe. So the guys put me in this deep trance, take off your identity, try it on. And when I opened my eyes, I just felt connected to everything, to every human being on the planet. And you know how the universe is expanding? Mm-hmm. I felt like my heart beat. The idea that I got is, what if the expansion of the universe is 1/2 of a heartbeat of some kind of creature? That's what I got. And I know that people who take various psychedelics and stuff like that sometimes have a similar experience of deep connection with other people through this thing. And that's why I'm not someone I don't believe in God, but I know that we're all connected in some way as humans. There's something that unites us. And I don't know what that is, but the fact that you can get there different ways tells me that it's real.
There's something. I never say I don't believe in God. I don't even know what that means. I don't know. Do I believe that everything that man has written about religion, all the religious texts, are an accurate interpretation of the will of God? No, I don't believe it. Because I think there's too much that's cultural in that. There's too much that it's like a sign of the times, the laws and the rules, the language.
I can't believe I didn't hit that camera.
Everything. But like, why did they write it in the first place? Like, what were they feeling and experiencing? They wanted to lay down ground rules and talk about some connection with the Almighty. And maybe there is a thing. We don't know what the fuck it is. You know, we're stuck in this strange sort of very limited existence for a very short amount of time to figure things out. And most of the time, you're alive, you're trying to manage your anxiety. Trying to figure your way through this maze of civilization and culture and conversations and relationships and friendships and business and bills and mortgages and all that shit. And in the meanwhile, you're a part of this massive superorganism that is but a speck in the atom of another being that is far more infinitely, not just impossible in size to consider, but that's a part of something that's far more impossible than that. That so much of what we see, like in fractals, we like to think that the universe is so vast and so amazing that that's it. What if it's not? What if the universe, what if this idea of the infinity of the universe is like, it's just a part of a cell, that's a part of something far greater and far larger. We are here but a brief instance. It's so fucking short that most of the time you're just trying to figure out what's going on, and then it's too late, and then it's gone. And you hope that you've transferred some of your wonder and some of the information that you've accumulated during your lifetime to the next group that's going to look at it, and they're going to have a little bit more knowledge, they're going to take it to a little bit better place, and hopefully they're not going to blow themselves up before they work their way through many of the problems we've already worked our way through. When you were talking earlier about this is one of the greatest times ever to be alive, like Pinker gets criticized all the time for his conclusions, but his work is pretty clear. What he's talking about is, if you go back in time and you look at all the violent crime and the murder and the rape, just the chaos of life, it's way better now than it's ever been before. People are way kinder, and I think out of all the bad things that the internet has done, one of the good things is I genuinely think it's made a percentage of people being useful.
Yeah, and it's, you know, also as well, we live in a world now, well, particularly in the West, where a lot of people aren't religious. They don't feel that they need religion. They feel that religion is stupid, that it doesn't make sense, blah blah blah. And I'm talking to someone who's an atheist. But
you're not an atheist.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're not.
What
You're
do you
agnostic. You're not an atheist. You don't not believe in God.
Yeah. Okay, good point.
Are you agnostic as well?
I would say that I don't believe in God, as I already did, but I do believe in something greater above us. I don't know what that is.
You just not like to use that word? Do you think, like, I've heard people say that before, like that word God, like they try to reclaim it. because they say that so many people have attached it to like the modern idea of what a vengeful God is based on their interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, I go deeper than that, to be honest, because if you look at how gods have been used throughout history before monotheistic religions, before religions that had one God, God was always a way to explain things that human beings couldn't explain scientifically at the time that they were living, right? The God of rain, the God of lightning, the God of fire, the God of war. So to me, I worry about using that word, not because I'm scared or whatever, it's because I don't think it accurately describes what I think exists, right? And what I mean by this thing above us all is not some kind of being, it's the deep connection that all human beings at the end of the day have with each other. That's because, sorry Francis, just to finish this point, right? So you can meet somebody who's a completely different race, doesn't speak the language, doesn't do anything, and with just the basic movement of your meat, you can connect with that person, quite at a deep level. There's something that unites us.
And it's also, COVID taught us this. Like I said, look, we feel that we've moved beyond it, we don't have this need for religion. But when we're all in lockdown, we realised what we needed more than anything was connection. And you can see it. Look at the way mental illness skyrocketed over lockdown. Consumption of drugs, alcohol, gambling, all the pornography, they all skyrocketed because when you don't have connection, you're not human. We need to feel connected. It's fundamental to us.
You know, Jordan Peterson had a very interesting take on this, and I'm going to butcher it, but because I don't remember it totally. But I think his take was like someone was talking to him about whether or not he believed in the God of the Bible, whether or not you believe in Jesus Christ. And I think his take was that if you live your life as if it's real, you'll have a better life. It's like it's not necessarily a thing you need to question. And that's an interesting perspective. And people can disagree with that. And there's a lot of people that I'm very good friends with that are absolutely atheists. And they have this very fatalistic view of this life, that it's here and it's gone, and you're never going to figure it out, and you're conscious because you're suiting a purpose. You're part of this biological machine. You know, you're part of the food chain. And your consciousness enables you to, continue to innovate and to continue to create and contribute to this thing that allows people to breed out of control and create technology that literally can change the surface of the earth. You know, what we're doing is very, very strange. We're operating together as a gigantic super organism that's making technology.
And here's what I think about that way of looking at it. It can be a very powerful thing for some people. Like for me, I am down with that way of thinking to some extent because it's a great way to live, because every moment is the last moment. I could be dead right now. And so every moment that I live, especially now when I have something that I love doing, like trigonometry, and my son is born, and I want to be present. That's why we say the grace at the beginning of the meal. I want to be present for every moment because I want to make the most of it, because I don't believe that there's another time this is coming around. On the one hand,
does it benefit anybody to believe that there's no? Is there a benefit in believing what you believe?
Well, here's what I'm saying. So that's for some, like Richard Dawkins is happy being an atheist. His life is fucking great because he's the sort of person who can, when you ask him, well, what are you inspired by? He will say, by the beauty of nature and by this and by that. But not everybody is Richard Dawkins, man.
No.
We're all different.
Well, he's also at the height of intellect.
Exactly.
Capable of dissecting reality from emotion and feelings in a way that a lot of people can't.
And there are other people, and I know such people, and I love such people in my family, who cannot be that way and be happy. They cannot process the world in that way and be fulfilled because their fear of death or because of something else just doesn't allow them to experience life fully unless they believe there's another world.
And that's okay too, right?
Who am I to take that away from them?
I feel that way as well. I really do. And I'm in the I don't know camp. You know, when I talk about the vastness of the universe being part of an atom that's another being, like, that's what infinity is. Right? I don't think we could wrap our puny little brains around it. And if there's some sort of a force, some sort of a thing, but it's not, we want to, that the thing we do with cartoons. What's that phrase when we humanize cartoons?
Anthropomorphize.
Yes, anthropomorphize. I think we want to do that with the living entity of the energy of the universe, which is so crazy to think that it's a thing. like that it's a god, a thing. It might just be a force.
Yeah.
Like fire, like causes trees to burn.
Yeah.
There might be a force that creates things.
Right.
And it might. We're so limited in our understanding of what language is and what thoughts are. We're trying to express ourselves. We're so burdened by the weakness of the chimp structure of our bodies that we're like some sort of hybrid between an animal and an enlightened being. And what if it's past all that? And it is the very source of everything, and it brings things to it in a very messy way. And that's what we're doing. We're moving towards this source of ultimate love in the universe in a very, very messy way by figuring it out through itself.
But here's the thing, Joe, and this is part of the beauty of life. Maybe we just can't figure it out because we're simply not capable.
Like an ant doesn't know you're hovering your hand over it.
Yeah. Or like
we don't have the senses for it.
Yeah, you can't explain.
Is that true?
I don't think they do.
No.
I don't think they have any idea what's going on.
I didn't know that.
I think the perfect way to explain it is like it's just like trying to explain the tax system to a cat. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's a very good way. That's a great joke.
Man,
That's a solid joke.
I'm Jewish and even I couldn't do that.
Yeah, that's a solid joke.
Yeah. So maybe that's it, and maybe that's part of the journey of being human. That we only ever get to a certain point, and we're never going to reach it. But the magic is, and the purpose is in the striving of it.
Well, I think that, and then the idea, if you believe in evolution, is that this has always been going on. The idea that it's done now, that we've finished, ta-da, we made it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If we go back to early man, to early hominids, and you look at us, we're a very different thing that it interfaces with the world in a very different way. And that's not going to end right now. It's going to keep going.
That's why I'm not afraid of change, because it's inevitable.
It's inevitable. You can't be afraid of the internet. You can't be afraid of all these things. It's very, very important. It's very important to understand that this is beyond all of us. The idea that you're going to stop AI, just shut the fuck up. They're not stopping nothing. They're going to make it, and it would be a real danger in terms of national security if we didn't do it. If we didn't study AI and we allowed China and Russia
that's what I was
to
saying,
do the AI, that's why. You have to think about China. Like when people have this view of China, China has been a civilization for 4,000 years.
Yeah.
And they survived and thrived like in the early days of human civilization. They've been around forever.
Yeah.
You don't think they would just jump on AI and use it to dominate the world?
See, Joe, this is what the people who believe in fairy area, everyone don't understand, man, is we're bands of chimps.
Yes.
We're bands of chimps.
Until we make the AI.
You're right, but
that's what my fear is.
But here's the thing: we're only going to make the AI that makes us lean into that shit even more. The technology just allows us to be who we are at a more powerful level.
I don't know if that's true.
You don't?
I think we're some sort of an electronic caterpillar, and we're going to become some kind of a butterfly.
You don't think we're going to do what we've always done, which is just take the technology and kill each other in different ways?
I think it's real possible that artificial intelligence becomes the new form of life. I think it's real possible. I think once it actually can make decisions and become sentient and it has logic and no emotions, and it can decide that it wants to prosper. Now, there's got to be a reason why it prospers and procreates, right? If they don't have biological reasons, like why would the AI do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there? It doesn't give a fuck. It's not alive.
Why would it want to exist?
It doesn't have emotions, right? It doesn't have emotions. It's not filled with lust and greed. Like, why would it want a super yacht? It's just, right? It's just there. It's just there. We would want all those things because we are people. So it could be that artificial intelligence already exists. It just doesn't act.
See,
it already is broken through. It just has no need for our nonsense. We think of it as being like a dumb artificial intelligence, like an artificial intelligence that we created to mimic us. But we're connected to emotions and our tribalism and all the chaos that we've already expected out of Earth because that's all we've ever known. We expect these patterns will continue. It will have zero expectations of how to live and exist. But if we make something that is a life that's way fucking smarter than us, it's not going to let us blow everything up. It's not going to. It's going to put a stop to it.
I disagree.
If it needs to, in order for it to exist.
I disagree.
See, you're both thinking too high level. You know what's going to dictate whether a technology.
A dick joke is coming.
But I do want to hear you disagree.
Yeah. So you know, the thing that is going to dictate whether technology, all of this, is a porn industry, man.
that could be true too.
That is true. When
I told you
look
there was
at
a dick joke coming.
No.
Yeah, sure. Like virtual reality.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That, you know when it's going to take off? When you're going to be able to fuck someone with your VR goggles on.
I think they're pretty close.
Yeah.
I think they're getting
I
pretty
don't know why I
close to
said
that.
yeah that confidently. I have no inside
They have-
information on this issue.
Right. I mean, we might be 50 years away or whatever it is, but they have those haptic feedback suits
Yeah, they
now.
do.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
I played.
Have you?
There's a thing
Yeah.
called Sandbox. There's one in Austin and there's one in Woodland Hills in California. And you go into this place. There might be more. You go into this place and they give you a haptic feedback vest and you put on a helmet. And I do it with my whole family. And you go into these games, and you get to you're on a pirate ship, and you're fighting skeletons, and they're slashing at you with swords. And when they hit you, you feel it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
feel like haptic feedback, and it's wild. It's all VR. And I'm watching this as a kid who grew up with Pong. I remember when Pong came around, we were like, this is crazy. We're controlling the TV with knobs. And then here I am with my kids, and one of my young daughters killed me with a fucking sword. We're in like some sort of, there's like a combat fight. You have these crazy weapons, and you're living in the future. It's wild, man. And it's kind of crude in that you know it's not real. But there's one called, I think it's called Deadwood Mansion, is that what it's called? Where you're in a fucking haunted house and zombies are running at you and you're gunning down the zombies, and when you're shooting them they splatter, and then they hit you, you see red splatters, and I'm like, we are close.
Right.
Yeah.
We're close to
Yeah.
recreating all kinds of experiences. Like this is Pong. This is Pong to what we're gonna feel when it can interface with some sort of a Neuralink type system and give you an artificial experience. That's fucking coming, kids. That's coming. And if it's better than real life, good luck telling kids they have to go outside.
It is better than real life.
May I say why
Not
I
right
disagree?
now, it's not. I don't think it is, but I think it's on the way.
May I tell you why I disagree?
Yes, please.
We are going to invent forms of weapons using the artificial intelligence way before we invent something that is capable of the type of intelligence you're talking about.
I think you're right.
And
you
the
think they'll
opportunities-
use that to blow
And the
everybody up?
opportunities to destroy ourselves are going to be so multiple because the world is getting so much more complicated all the time, right? The number of things that can go wrong is much bigger than in the past, right? 5,000 years ago, there was no technology that could have destroyed the planet. Now there is, right?
Right.
And that is going to continue. Our ability to destroy the planet is only going to get greater. It's going to take a smaller mistake to destroy the planet as technology gets more sophisticated.
So you feel it's just human nature that if we have control of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to do is devise weapons of insane
No.
destruction.
We are going to devise the weapons using artificial intelligence before there is any overarching artificial intelligence that could take care of us. You see what I'm saying?
So you're saying the kind of artificial intelligence that's already available, not like general artificial intelligence, which is what they think of as like a sentient being.
Yeah. I mean, like stuff
Yeah.
that we can do to, like YouTube
I see what you're saying.
algorithms or
So
whatever.
I don't think we disagree. So you're
Yeah.
saying that this artificial intelligence that's in place right now, that they already use for a lot of things,
Yes.
is going to be used and make weapons, and it's going to be
We
too
are gonna use
overwhelming.
them.
We're going to use them, and we're going to use them on each other. We're going to blow each
Yeah.
other up.
Yes.
And if we don't, artificial general intelligence is what I'm talking about.
Oh, if we don't
Artificial-
destroy
I'm
ourselves,
talking
I'm just
about-
convinced we are. That's all.
We may. You're right. We've dropped bombs. I mean, whenever talks about
What?
anybody talks about anything that anyone's done anywhere in the world, when they talk about horrific things, I always think, dude, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That is insane.
Yeah.
That was a completely untargeted city. In the sense that, like, there's not like there's an army there and they're shooting at us and we're shooting. No, they just nuked cities. The kind of death and destruction that must have happened on those days, to be a person who's an innocent person living on this regime in this city, and know that the consequences for something that you've done nothing to. All you've done is live your life. All you've done is work in a market. All you've done is do whatever you've been a farmer, and then your entire world is obliterated instantaneously by an atom bomb for the first time in human history, and it's happened in your fucking city.
Yeah. Well, you know what? In terms of the bombings, Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't really that big a deal.
In comparison to the firebomb.
In comparison to the firebombs, in comparison to what the Germans were doing in the Soviet Union.
I understand, but there's a thing about the instantaneous
Yes.
nature
Yes.
of those bombs that was uniquely terrifying,
Yes.
which is why we haven't used them since.
Yes, agreed.
Do you have a fear that Putin would use one?
A nuclear weapon?
Yes.
So when I was on Question Time, that program with Francis, they asked me this question, and they said, if pushed, would he use them? Now, my understanding of the word pushed is if he feels that his life is in danger. That's what I mean by pushed.
Right.
I think in that situation, he would use them. However, that does not mean that they would end up being used. He may press the button, but the signal might not get to the destination. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
There is a team of, it's not just a button that releases nuclear weapons, there's a bunch of people in between,
Right.
right? And if some of those people think that they have a chance of survival, that this is a personal thing against the leader, what is their rationale for pressing that button down the line?
How terrible.
Because the answer is
There are
death.
few people.
But the answer is death, right? If you're in that situation, you, your family, your kids is going to burn to ashes or die in a radioactive wasteland.
Yes.
So why would you push that button if you felt there was any chance of survival at all?
That is one of the biggest fucking sources of anxiety for people, is the idea that we're living in this conflict that we have zero control over. It might lead to a global thermonuclear war at any moment in time. The wrong buttons might get pressed and the wrong people might get mad, the wrong military decisions might get made, and someone just tries to fucking do something wild. And we didn't really think that that was a possibility until this Ukraine invasion.
Yeah.
I think the Ukraine invasion opened up a lot of people's eyes, because there's so many people from Ukraine that have relatives in Russia and vice versa. It's not like you might be at war with your own people, like people that you are literally related to.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy.
I have family on both sides.
It's wild. The idea is wild, and the idea that the country has such extraordinary control over the narrative, what the people know about and hear about.
Well, 80% of Russia get their news from TV, and the message is very consistent and very clear. We're about to be attacked. NATO is about to destroy us. Ukraine's full of Nazis and all of this stuff. Completely baseless. But that, if you feed people that line long enough, that's what they're going to believe.
How do you think this plays out?
I think anyone who attempts to predict this is bullshit. No, you can't predict things like this. Right now, the situation is Russia is inching forward. Both sides are losing a lot. I think what the Russian strategy is to wait until winter. That's what I'm being told. To hold out until winter, and by winter they think they can persuade the Germans to essentially sabotage the Western efforts to stop it. I think that's their plan. How that goes, how do we know? We can't predict that. And in the meantime, it also depends on what's happening on the ground, right? It depends on what Russia is going to do, it depends on what the Western powers do in terms of providing weapons and ammunition and all of that. So we've got no idea at all.
And when you hear the government bragging about how much money they're sending over to Ukraine to help fight the Russians, it's like,
yeah, oh, you mean in terms of talking about it publicly?
I mean, joking. I'm saying, like, the idea that we're essentially paying for this war. So are we at war? Or like, at what point in time do you become at war with Russia?
You're not paying for this war. You're supporting a country that's defending itself.
I agree, but I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. What I'm saying is...
I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying I don't have an opinion about it. It's for American taxpayers to decide that, right?
It's not American soldiers, but it is American money, right? So you're funding the war. And again, I'm not saying I'm against this, but I'm saying at what point would someone who knows we're funding that consider us at war with them?
They already consider us at war.
But I mean, enough that an attack would be warranted. Like that someone would do something. If the United States is so vulnerable, I mean, if someone just attacked our power grids, there's a lot of vulnerability in the United States, right?
Yeah.
If they just did that and shut the power down for 6 months, I mean, how effective would we be at almost anything? Like the whole world is vulnerable at this point in time with nuclear weapons, but we're all particularly vulnerable. And if there's some sort of an engagement going on like that, where we're funding, and maybe people believe we should, maybe we should, I don't know. But this is what they're doing, is they're funding this war. They're helping Ukraine fund this war.
Right.
And
so
I'm
your
not
concern
against
is
this.
the blowback from
I'm
Russia.
not even concerned. I'm just saying, not just blowback from Russia, blowback from any country where we would do this. At how much money do you put in before they go, oh, you're at war with us?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you think about all the different times we've done this, all throughout history, to aid armies and fund them and give them weapons, at what point in time would someone who opposes those people feel like we're at war with them?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So in Russia, the narrative is that we've been at war with the West this entire time.
The entire time.
Yeah, well, this is a defensive action.
Because of NATO.
Because we are this is the Russian version, you understand? I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying that the argument, not the perception of the Russian people, the argument that is being made is that we are, it's siege mentality, right? And so that's what people there think. So from their perspective, they already feel that we're at war and have done from the beginning. Now, if you're talking about kinetic war, right, then I think if the only way that becomes an issue is if the United States gets directly, or NATO gets directly militarily involved. It's like you start shooting down Russian planes or shooting Russian tanks, but apart from that, I don't see it, because you talk about vulnerability. America is the least vulnerable country in the world. You're the world superpower.
But even the world
I'm not saying you're not
vulnerable.
Oh, of course. I'm not saying.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think what's terrifying to all of us is that we didn't expect this, and we don't know where it's going.
Yeah.
And that it's happening. It's happening to this place that used to historically be connected as the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to me.
But here's the thing: people are terrified in
Horrific.
people are terrified in the UK because we've bought into this idea that the West has eliminated war. With a few pockets of things going on, but we're safe. We don't have to concern ourselves with that about having another country, being aggressive and invading and whatever else. So we've bought into that, and we felt really safe, so safe that we've eliminated it from our minds. And this has been an incredibly sharp wake-up call. This has been a slap to the face around the West, and what it's saying is, you ain't as safe as you think you are. And the world doesn't change. There will always be war.
Have you read anything by Thomas Sowell?
Yes.
Have you read A Conflict of Visions?
No.
He talks about
Most of what I've seen of Soul, just watched him speak.
yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant.
He talks about two visions of the world, right? What he calls the constrained vision and the unconstrained vision. And the constrained vision says that human beings are flawed, human beings have certain predispositions, human beings aren't rational, human beings behave the way they behave, and the best way to understand how they are likely to behave in the future is to look at how they behave now and how they've always behaved, right? And the unconstrained vision is essentially progressivism. It's the belief that this can be changed fundamentally, right? It's the belief that if you do enough social engineering, you're going to get to a position where people are going to stop being the way that they are, and we're going to build new people, a new man. This is what people said in the Soviet Union, Homo Sovieticus, right? A new type of human being can be created. And we view the world now through that vision, through the progressive vision, the idea that there would never be war, the idea that people would never want to attack us, the idea that, when I went to university to study politics, the thing that was doing the rounds at the time was, they called it the Golden Arches theory of international conflict, which was that no two countries with a McDonald's had ever gone to war. Right?
That's hilarious.
And the idea was, everyone's too fat to know. The idea was,
Corporately involved.
there's so much trade going on
Yeah.
that it just doesn't make sense for countries to attack each other. Right? And that is a belief that human beings are rational. Right? You believe that people will always act in their own self-interest as they understand it.
Right.
But they don't. People act because they want status. People act because they want power. People act because they're scared. People act for all sorts of irrational reasons that don't necessarily correspond to the reality.
And I think we also have to take into consideration that when you're talking about Russia, when you're talking about the population, they're not as exposed to information, to the free flow of information as we are in America. There's a lot of people that might have these notions in their head based on what they've seen on television. They might buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
And there might be good people. They just do
Well, most people in Russia are good. Most people in every country are good.
In every country.
Have you ever traveled to a country where most of the people are assholes?
New York.
New York is a bit like
they're
that.
They're a little celebratory in their assholes.
Yeah, they are. They call it a New York attitude.
Hey, I'm from New York. They love it. They love it. It's a badge of honor. A lot of, like Art Shafir always talks about that, like the people that are woke people at the comedy clubs who yell things. He goes, they're not from New York. He goes, they're from fucking Maine. And they move down New York and act the way they think you're supposed to act when they get here.
But you know what I love actually is how people, like you said, who are really celebratory about their virtue or whatever else.
Yeah.
A lot of the time when they get home, they're really dreadful people.
A lot of times the people they work with, they're dreadful people too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've heard that time after time. They're a progressive radio host, and I say to like somebody, oh, what are they like? They went, he is a twat to his producer.
Oh, we know that. And this guy is like, this is the male feminist on camera.
Yeah.
You know, women respect.
Yeah.
And he's groping them behind the scenes, man. We've seen that so many times. Same in comedy. All the very, the more the right someone's opinions, the more naughty they are behind the scenes.
And the more angry they are about enforcing them versus being a compassionate person.
It's a new version of the fire and brimstone preacher, like the Jerry Falwell. Do you remember that case?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I remember him crying. Oh, God, I've sinned you. Pull that up. Pull up Jerry Falwell.
This is incredible, man.
It's an amazing clip.
And what was he? Was he snorting coke off a hooker or something afterwards?
He had hookers and shit. He was going crazy. He got a little too crazy. But the thing is, back then, he didn't even have a Facebook. Like, he couldn't counteract this with a nice blog post.
He couldn't have checked into a clinic for sex addiction.
That was not available. So what he had to do was cry on TV, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious also because he might have really meant it. You know, maybe he did really start off originally as a man of God and then lost his way.
Yeah.
You know, and then got corrupted, just like a politician.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know, man. I think they go into that line of work for a reason.
Yeah.
Maybe, but maybe they're, raised in it and they really do believe part of it. You know, Kinderson was a religious man until he died. He believed in God, even after he abandoned being a preacher. He never became an atheist.
So Kinison believed in God whilst was living a life of ultimate debauchery.
Well, he was having a good time. But yeah, he believed in God. Yeah, I mean, he was. Have you ever listened to? You can listen to his sermons on YouTube. They're
Really?
fucking
You can listen to Kinison's sermons?
Yeah, there's like one of. I think he's got at least one, maybe two, that are available that you can listen to when he was just doing religious sermons. And they're amazing. Like his ability to express himself was so powerful, so compelling, so interesting. His belief, what he was saying, and then it was about God, and then later it just became about comedy. You know, but it's really kind of the same energy.
Man, that story about Kinison's death in the Comedy Store documentary is so powerful. Where he looks up into the sky and goes, "I'm not ready. I'm not ready."
Yeah. Yes. His brother wrote a great book called His Brother Sam. It's amazing. It's a really good book because it sort of details the whole story of Kinison, and one of the parts that most people don't know is that he was hit by a car when he was a young kid, and when he got hit by a car, he became a completely different person after he recovered. He became super aggressive, like impulsive, wild. Those are telltale signs of traumatic brain injury. Like that happened to Roseanne Barr, the exact same story. Hit by a car when she was 15. She was a grade A honor student, right? Honor roll student. She gets hit by a car, she can't even do math anymore. She's in a mental institution for 9 months. So when everybody was going after Roseanne, I was like, hey, you guys gotta understand, like, you're dealing with a brilliant person who's like legitimately mentally ill for a good reason. Like, this is a person who's got an injury, a brain injury from being hit by a car. That brain injury made her not give a fuck. And that's what a lot of people that have gone through those kind of things have for some strange reason. They get reckless and wild. It's not, they don't know what the exact amount of force causes the good version.
But Joe, do you know the thing with what you're saying there is? This is the power of conversation, because I didn't know that. And I saw you get her on your show after she said that, and even I was a little bit like, do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean.
And that's the power of these discussions, because you get more context to a thing. But the headline in the media is Joe Rogan gets racist comedian on. Do you see what I'm saying?
She really 100% did not know that woman was African American. 100%.
Right.
She said, "I thought that bitch was Jewish." The woman, if you've ever seen a photo of her, have you seen a photo of her?
No, I haven't.
Jamie, see, you know who the lady is, right? Find a photo of her.
Yeah.
But Roseanne, you have to realize, is heavily medicated, right?
Yeah.
She's taking Ambien, she's smoking weed, and she's drinking, and she's tweeting, and she's a wild, crazy lady with a brain injury. You're talking about a person that was in a mental institution for 9 months. That's the woman. She didn't know that that lady was black, she says. You know, look, first of all, one thing you gotta say is Roseanne does not have the best eyes. Okay? I mean, my eyes suck, and you know, I'm in my 50s. She's like deep into her 60s. Her eyes start to go. Not saying it for that, but before we get to that. But she genuinely did not think that woman was African American. She was just drunk Ambien tweeting and saying a bunch of wild political shit. Like, she believes wild shit. Like, she believed, when she was on the podcast, I had to tell her that chemtrails are not the government spraying things in the sky. And I had to explain that for a TV show, we actually investigated this. And we explained how this jet engine, it makes a lot of heat, it goes through the condensation, and it literally makes fake clouds. Like, it's what it is. They're clouds that are made out of jet engines. And she's like, oh, I thought they were spraying it. Like, she listened to me. Like, she took it in. Like, she's just a brilliant comedian who is a legitimately mentally ill person, and mentally ill because of no fault of her own, literally from getting hit by a car.
And see, that's how long it takes to tell the story of one human being having one incident in the public sphere.
But she was in the worst case scenario. You're on a sitcom. A sitcom is like, there's no room for fucking. If this is on a podcast, she's going to talk to her for a reason.
Yeah.
But in a sitcom, they just decided to fire her.
Right.
In the house.
Right.
She's going to kill her off. They killed her character off.
And this is the point as well. Does she come back? Is there forgiveness there? Because in a lot of these cases, when people have transgressed, there's no forgiveness, Joe.
I think she has forgiveness, just not with networks. I don't think she needs to do that. I think she should do a podcast, and I think she should just do stand-up.
Look, I agree with you. That's completely the right route for her to go. She'll crush it. She's naturally hilarious. She's got an audience, all of those things.
I mean, as far as the public.
Yeah. No, not as far as the public. As far as the industry.
I mean, if I was her, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with the industry.
No, I agree with you.
It's too dangerous. There's too many different people that'll fold, you know?
But this is the thing. These people are from the upper echelons of society, from the colleges. They've been captured. So there's never going to be any forgiveness, or if it is, it's years and years and years down the line.
What's also it's a risk assessment thing. Like the optics of hiring someone who's been canceled, you could get attacked. And if it succeeds, you're lucky and it'll be good for the network, but if it doesn't succeed, it's 100% going to be all on you. And to even float that idea out there, there's got to be a risk-reward ratio that's overpowering. So you'd have to think, like, what would be the risk? The risk would be people attack you. What's the reward? Like, how much better is she than this other person who can cast and not have any of these problems? They're just going to go with that lady.
Right.
But here's the thing. Then you're eliminating some of your best talent.
Yes.
Because some of the most brilliant people, look at the artists that we're now cancelling or saying are awful. Look at their life. Some of them are objectively awful people, criminals, some of the vilest people. But they make brilliant art. So what are you going to do? If someone has transgressed and you're just going to kick the artist out of the room? We all know what Jackson did. We all pretty much agree on everything that he did.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's a lot of people questioning that shit.
Yeah, that is a good point. But what are you going to do? You're going to throw the greatest pop song ever written, Billie Jean, in the bin?
Yeah, that's a problem. Like, he's so good that people will listen to him even if they're convinced he was a pedophile.
Right.
Like, if Beat It comes on, or Billie Jean, or I'm Bad.
Yeah. Mate, I'm not going to tell you who.
That's quite good, actually.
Everybody gets excited.
I'm not going to tell you who said this to me, but it was someone who I'm close with when we were talking about the Michael Jackson thing.
Yeah.
And that person was just like, I just like the music.
Dude, you go back and listen to You Want to Be Starting Something. That was before all the accusations. We could feel clean.
Right.
And knowing. Play that song.
Yeah.
Play that song.
No, I'm
Listen
saying.
to this song, though. It's so good. It's so good.
Can I just say, this is the most high conversation I've had in years, and I'm doing it to fucking millions of people.
Yeah, you're supposed to have these in public. It's good for people. This is, I mean, what year was this?
This is 78.
Is it?
I think it's 78.
So how old do you think he was here?
Hang on, is this up from Off the Wall?
I think so, yeah.
That is 78.
Yeah,
It must
I think
be
it's
78.
awful. That's a great song, too.
Yeah.
82.
Man, I'm looking forward to the headlines. So 3 comedians defend Michael Jackson based on comic.
No, we're not defending him at all.
I
No,
like
100% don't know what he did, but I do know that the family doctor, that guy who went to jail
Yeah.
for sedating him,
Yeah.
said that he was chemically castrated. That his father had chemically castrated him in order to keep him in a falsetto voice.
Holy shit.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the doctor who
What?
went to jail for. Keep that going.
Wow.
Keep that going. Keep it going for a little bit.
You're dropping truth bombs.
I don't know if this guy, obviously this is the kind of doctor that's willing to fucking sedate a person. That's not an ethical person, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's lying.
Yeah.
But he did say that Michael Jackson was chemically castrated. Now, as someone who got fascinated with castrados, that they used to do that with young boys.
Yeah,
They would
yeah.
castrate them so they would keep a certain tone. Like
Yeah.
there's a guy that they recorded who's a castrado. Have you ever heard it? There's like one recording. Find the one recording of a guy who's a castrado. It's haunting. Right. It's a guy who, as a boy, they chopped his nuts off so he could make a certain noise. And so I thought, when I listened to Michael Jackson, I'm like, listen to that voice. That's so different than any other male voice.
Yeah.
Especially when you get into like the Billie Jean era. So this was a person who was castrated as a boy and then grew up to become the singer. Now, knowing what you know about what created this, tell me this isn't a haunting sound.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's nearly got 4 million views, though.
I think 3 million for me. This is wild, man.
Yeah, man.
I mean, this is, that's a sound they wanted to achieve, and they're willing to cut off boys' nuts. Like, how did they even figure that out? But if you were Michael Jackson's father, and the Jackson 5 is this huge hit, and Little Michael is the #1 star. I mean, you remember those days?
Yeah.
A, B, C, it's the easiest, 1, 2, 3, he's so fucking talented that he's the youngest, and all his other brothers gotta play backup to him.
To a 9-year-old, man.
If you were an evil person, and I'm not saying that this is what happens, but if you were an evil person and you said, I need to keep that voice forever,
But
that would be the way you would do it.
But here's the thing with Jackson as well. Like, it wasn't just his talent and his voice, Joe. It was his ability to connect with the song. Do you remember when he did that rendition of Who's Loving You?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. However old he was, 10 years old, he shouldn't be able to sing with that much emotion, that much connection. Now, maybe it's because he was a kind of astral level performer, but you did really feel that he knew that what he was talking about.
Yeah.
There was a soul and resonance to his voice, which it wasn't just his voice. The man's performance was magnetic. He's the greatest of all time.
Well, I think you have to look at him in the context of his whole family was entertainers, and all of his older brothers were entertainers. And so as the youngest, he's got to catch up, right? And so he's in this incredible competition scenario with professional entertainers that are 10, 15 years older than him. Like, how much older were his brothers than him?
Yeah, they were significantly older.
Significantly older. So they were grown men, right? And he was this young boy. And so he had to be so goddamn good that everybody paid attention to him.
But it wasn't. I remember reading that Randy J. Tarparelli autobiography, which is brilliant. When he was touring with Motown, he was literally watching the greats in front of him. He was watching, Smokey Robinson in The Miracles. He was watching, upbeat dance numbers, all of these different people, and he then watched it and incorporated all of their styles into one performer. So I can't remember the exact examples, but so for instance, the falsetto of Smokey Robinson, he incorporated that into his performance. I think it was the dancing. I think James Brown might have been on. He might have been on one of his tours with James Brown. So he sort of like James Brown dancing, incorporated that until what you had was the fusion of the perfect performer. Because you got to remember, this kid never went to school. He never experienced school or hardly any of it. This was a kid who was taken, and the only thing that they did with him is transform him into the greatest musical performer of all time, modern day. So very similar to Tyson's journey, if you think about it. Mike Tyson was nearly in school, was never really in school. He got taken by Customato, and they trained him to the point when he was still youth, right the way to become heavyweight champion of the world at 18. Those are people, and you hear it. Tyson explained it on this very podcast.
I think he was 20. He was 20 when he
was. Oh, sorry. Was it 20?
Yeah, and Customato when he was 13.
Yeah. So that was the same journey, that dedication to that single thing.
Yeah. It's also in the same way that Mike wanted, like, recognition. He wanted to make Cuss proud. He wanted to beat something. And also had a terrible life up to the point where he was adopted by Customato, right? So now all of a sudden things are going well for him, and he wants to just show everybody how great he really was. How great he really is. When you're the youngest child and everyone's a fucking performer, like, it's probably very hard to like make your mark. So he probably just became hyper-focused on performing, and who knows what the fuck actually happened in terms of the chemical castration allegations. That doesn't seem logical.
Joe, can I ask you something as like a fellow podcaster?
Yeah.
You know, that moment when you had Teddy Atlas on, and he was talking about Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
How do you handle that?
Because when he was talking about Mike Tyson never winning a fight, that none of them were fights.
Right.
Yeah.
Because here you are, you're sitting with someone you like and respect, I assume, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking about someone else you like and respect?
Yes.
And he's talking about him in a negative way.
Well, I let him express himself first of all. That's the most important thing. I want to know why he thinks what he thinks. And I want to let him say, look, he's the boxing expert. I'm not a boxing expert. I don't agree with him that Mike Tyson never won a fight. I think Mike Tyson was so fucking good for so long that no one can hang in there with him. Saying that is like saying Roy Jones Jr. never lost a fight until he lost a fight. That's ridiculous too. Of course he did. I mean, he could never rather never won a fight until he was in wars and lost fights. There's times where people are so much better than everybody else that everything looks easy. But you got to give them credit for that.
Of course.
Like you got when he knocked out Larry Holmes, even though Larry Holmes is like, I think he was 36 at the time, that's still Larry fucking Holmes. He knocked out Michael fucking Spinks, okay? He knocked out Frank Bruno. He knocked out some killers. He knocked out a lot of beasts. Dudes who were really good fighters.
What was it, Burbage? Was it Trevor Burbage?
Yes, that's who won the title.
Yeah, who won the title. He went up against the heavyweight champion of the world and demolished him. And knocked him on his arse.
Demolished him. So Mike was a force of nature for several years. He was an unstoppable force of boxing knowledge and drive and desire and determination and knowing his place in history. Like he knew he had a legitimate chance at becoming the heavyweight champion at 20, to be one of the greatest of all time. And he did it. He was one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest heavyweight of all time. In my era, my time when I was a young man and I was watching boxing and he was the heavyweight champion, it was the most exciting moment in all the sports. Because when he would fight, everybody would like grab the cushions of the couch, like, fuck! Because he was just smashing everybody.
But I remember when Tyson was fighting, and this was in the 80s, and I was in primary school, I have memories of us sitting down and talking about who would win the Tyson fight. And this is kids who are about 8 years old in a playground. That was the thing with Tyson. He had the energy. And when because there's great boxers who, win heavyweight titles, and you go, okay, great, whatever. Great boxer, technically, yeah. But Tyson, he had that fury,
Well, the entertainment value was off the charts because he would win so often by knockouts, spectacular knockouts, and ultimately that's what people really love to see. They love to see a guy just closing in like Doom and just dropping hammers on a guy. They love it.
This is why I'm grateful. Like watching your show got me into the UFC, man, because the whole thing is built on that basis. They're trying to make every fight as exciting as possible, right? With the incentive structure and all of that. Now I know you don't agree with that, do you?
I don't like incentive structures. I think they're incentivized already.
Yeah.
But more than that, what I really don't like is a win bonus. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Why not?
Because sometimes the judging's wrong. Like sometimes fights are really close, and that
that's
will
true.
cost the fighter 50% of their purse. And I think
wow.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think it's not. I think they should get paid. Look, I'm not a businessman, first of all, and I've never promoted a fight.
Yeah.
But if I was a fighter, I would want to get a flat rate for each fight. You're gonna try to win.
Yeah.
And if you're not gonna try to win, you shouldn't be in the UFC.
Yeah.
That's gonna be real evident
I
once you
hear
start
you on
getting
that.
beat up.
I hear you on that. I didn't mean win bonuses. I meant like performance-based bonuses, like
They're
submissions.
okay. They don't bother me as much.
Yeah.
They don't bother me as much. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I mean, that if people want to go for it and make a more exciting fight because they want a bonus like performance of the night, like maybe that will incentivize people to do that. But I don't think the win bonus incentivizes people to fight any harder.
I agree.
I think the problem is, especially when you're really well matched, you can only fight a certain way. Like, here's an example. Like, a lot of people were upset that Israel Adesanya's fight with Jared Cannonier wasn't the most exciting fight. Because that's how you have to fight Jared Cannonier. Like, if you want to win, that's how you have to fight. Like, this idea that everybody should make everything exciting and just go in there guns blazing against a guy in Jared Cannonier who had knockouts at heavyweight and light heavyweight and middleweight. He's an enormous middleweight. He's super powerful, super dangerous, and he's on a win streak, and he just knocked out Derek Brunson. So you're stepping in against this guy who can close the lights off on basically anybody if he clips him. Jared's a powerful guy. You have to fight him that way. He's in phenomenal shape. You can't just rush in and he's going to get tired. He's not going to get that tired. He's going to be able to hold that pace with you for 5 rounds, and he did. So you have to fight that way, because if you don't fight that way, he clips you, and then you're fucked because you opened doors, you left mistakes, you left openings that shouldn't have been there and wouldn't have been there if you were fighting cautiously. Because you got to know when you can attack and know when you can't, and when you're better, like striking-wise, in particular, like a guy like Stylebender. When you're better, you impose exactly the amount that you need to in that moment right there. And if you push further, you might hurt the guy, but he might hurt you. But if you stay at this one range where you know you're completely in control, you can basically just run it. And that's what Stylebender can do. And when he's at his best, when he's in there with a guy who's not capable of standing with him, he just picks him apart, And they can choose to make big moves at him, in which time he'll counter like Robert Whittaker did in the first fight. Or you could do the approach that Robert Whittaker took in the second fight, more grappling heavy and more cautious in the way he rushes in. But you only can fight the way you're supposed to fight in that moment. You know what you can do physically. Like, he's a striking virtuoso. You know how tall and long he is for the division. So that's how he's supposed to fight. That's how that fight's supposed to play out. It's not like Jared Cannonier's not terrifying. He's fucking terrifying. You gotta fight him like that.
You see, I would argue, Joe, that the people who would say that fight are boring are not actually true fans of the sport.
That's not true, because Henry Cejudo, I think, said it, who's a 2-time world champion and is super exciting. I think some of these guys, they're saying it because it's a public thing, probably a popular thing to say that's not exciting.
Yeah.
But some of these guys might have this opinion that you have to also put on a show, and to do so you have to put yourself at risk. I see both sides. I really do. Because I see the side that it's got to be super entertaining, and when it is, it's definitely more fun to watch. But I also see the side as a martial artist.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I love when someone fights intelligently. It's like one of my favorite fighters was Mighty Mouse, because he was not getting hit. When he was in his prime, he was just running over people in a way that was like unprecedented. At a certain point in a fighter's career is when you have to judge him. You look like the greatest of all time. And I make an argument that Mighty Mouse at one point in time is the greatest of all time.
Do you think he doesn't get that plaque because he's that small?
That's part of it, for sure. People think it's easier to move that way when you're 125 pounds versus if you're 225 pounds. And they're right. They're right to a certain extent. But you still have to appreciate what he was able to do. If he has physical advantages because he's smaller, so fucking what? Look at what he's doing. Look what he's doing to other people that also have those physical advantages. They're also small. And he's fucking these people up. So there was a time where I felt like Mighty Mouse was the greatest of all time. But then there's the John Jones argument, which is also He beat everybody. John Jones beat everybody. Maybe he's the greatest of all time. I mean,
Do you think if it wasn't
maybe this
with
could
him,
be-
if it wasn't for the extracurriculars, he would be unquestionably the greatest of all time?
The problem is with John Jones, the extracurriculars are what you get with John Jones. Like the part of him that's wild. He's a wild dude. That's why, like when he fought Shogun for the title, he opened up that fight with a flying knee. Who the fuck does that? Who the fuck? Who the fuck? At 20-something years old, I think he was 22 years old, opens up a fight with Shogun with a flying knee. That's insanity.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. Shogun's a legend. He's the
Right.
light heavyweight champion of the world.
Right.
And John Jones opens up the fight with a flying knee.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, so we're talking about the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Do you think if we turn our attentions to boxing very quickly, Floyd, that surely must mean Floyd is the greatest of all time?
I believe that Floyd Mayweather is, if he's not the greatest boxer in terms of talent of all time, you could say that he's the greatest fighter of all time. He's definitely the greatest in terms of like figuring out how to make money, the greatest of all time. And it's the greatest of all time at not getting hit. The greatest. If you go and look at all the other greats, the Sugar Ray Robinson and the Marvin Haglers and Tommy Hearns, Roberto Duran,
Early
Julio
career
Cesar
Ali.
Chavez, early career Ali, like Henry Cooper dropped him and had him
Yeah.
badly hurt. They had to
Yeah.
cut his gloves. They had to like do some Fugazi stuff on the gloves and give Ali a bunch of time to recover because Henry Hooper, you ever see that fight? Your man,
Yeah.
British
Yeah.
guy.
Did you hear what Ali said afterwards?
What'd he say?
He said he hit me so hard, my ancestors in Africa felt it.
let's see that and then we'll watch Jerry Falwell.
That
'Cause
is
we still
such
haven't
an
watched
Ali
Jerry
quote.
Falwell.
Yeah.
It wasn't him crying? Jimmy Swagger. That's right. So which one's Jerry Falwell? Did
He was the
cry?
preacher.
Yeah,
Did he
the
get
priest.
busted too?
Yeah.
He had stuff going on too, but he didn't
Was it
cry.
the same thing, hookers?
Oh, yeah.
Who's this?
This Jerry Falwell.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Damn it. I had them confused.
Jerry Falwell's now going to sue wherever he is.
We might have a problem with that, right? Did he get, what did he, we might have to cut that out. I don't know what he did. Oh, Muhammad Ali getting dropped by Henry Cooper.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man. Oh man, but the UFC is so exciting to me right now. It's like a growing sport. It's changing. It's evolving. You can see the techniques are becoming more refined. Like you always talk about the leg
Yeah.
kick. Like it's getting better. That's why it's so exciting, man.
It's yeah, here it is. So this is like, what is it, 64?
Yeah, I think 64, 65.
66. So Henry Cooper was a solid heavyweight. He had a really good left hook in particular.
You know what they call him in London?
What?
R. Emery. Bless him.
Why R. Emery?
R. Emery, because he's R. Henry.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. So that was his like nickname in London.
This is a serious left hook. I think this was like after Ali got up, dude, because he's all cut. I think he winds up stopping the fight. Yeah, that is worse video. Just want to see the part where it's dropped because it's pretty. I think this is like 4 or 5 or something. Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a crazy war, but Henry Cooper legitimately clipped Muhammad Ali and dropped him and had him really hurt.
You see, that's part of the problem with Ali is that because so much of his career was in this kind of black and white, you know, we can't truly remember him.
Well,
He
it's-
will-
yeah.
Because the content will never be as good as Floyd Mayweather.
It's early in the fight, and they take Ali's gloves off. And when they take Ali's gloves off, he has all this time to recover. And then when he has all this time to recover, he comes back and it's okay. There's not a video of him getting dropped. Henry Cooper, Muhammad Ali, Henry Cooper knockdown. Here
I
it
think
goes.
if you put a knockdown.
Yeah, maybe knockdown. It's okay. We're not gonna fight. Oh, it said that right there. It said not. Hold on. Go back to that screen you just showed me. Is that what it said?
Probably
Yeah.
maybe it was the first fight.
Yeah, the first fight is one where he got dropped. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. See, he caught him there with a left hook. And by the way,
Yeah.
look how skinny Ali is back then. He's a different fighter.
Yeah.
Like he's smaller and less experienced, and so Cooper caught him young. Look at this. Right here. Right here.
Whoa.
I mean, that is a fucking serious left hook. Right?
Holy
I mean,
shit.
he's gone. He's fucking gone.
And he wins the fight afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he comes back
this,
and wins it.
this knockdown happened at the very end of the round. So he goes back to his corner, and his corner man realizes that he's fucked. And so to buy some time, he cuts one of the gloves, allegedly. There was a problem with the glove. The glove malfunctioned, so they had to replace the gloves. So they had to go get new gloves. I think that's the story.
Yeah, it is. Is that they cut his gloves on purpose?
Yeah, that's basically what they're saying.
Wow.
So they did something. They did some shenanigans.
But-
Because if not that, Henry Cooper wins probably by knockout.
But here's the thing with Cooper, his big weakness, you know, this was his eyebrows. They were very thin.
Yeah.
So immediately, if you landed a good few shots on him, he'd start bleeding profusely. You know.
That's scar tissue. That's
Yeah.
what that is. Yeah, a lot of guys have that. Like
Yeah.
the Diaz brothers in the UFC have that.
Right. They
quite a few
bleed all
guys.
the time.
Yeah,
Right. I've
if they
seen
get
that.
hit, they just, Nick has had some work done to try to fix that.
Joe, I'm going to ask you this question because we're starting to see this getting talked about more and more, and especially in the mainstream press, CTE, in particular with contact sports.
Yeah.
Like, they're talking in soccer about, eliminating it from certain age groups and blah, blah, blah. And
Yeah.
where do you stand on this? Do you think these contact sports are ultimately going to be unsustainable because people are suing, people...
I think you're never going to stop people from doing what they want to do, because if you stop them from doing that, you have to stop them from dirt bike riding and riding horses, and you got to stop people from doing anything that's dangerous. No more rock climbing.
Well, we are doing that. We're banning, cigarette smoking in some
Yeah.
places. In New Zealand, they're trying to phase it out completely,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It's true, people are doing that. But in terms of sports, there's a great long history of people playing football. There's a great long history of people playing rugby. There's a great long history of martial arts, of boxing, of wrestling. All these things are contact sports, and all these things have the potential, at least, for damaging people. And it happens all the time. And then when you have sports like mixed martial arts, where the whole goal is to damage people. And then you have sports like football, where you have enormous super athletes in the prime of their youth running full clip at each other and colliding. I mean, the impact is, for us puny humans, we don't even understand what that's like. You imagine a 300-pound super athlete at a full sprint and collides with you. I mean, that's what those guys are doing.
Yeah.
So that's just a part of that sport. There's no getting around that. It's not good. It's not a good part of the sport. And many guys have quit because there was a guy who was a very promising guy who was like 24 years old. You know that story, Jamie?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Who just retired. He's like, I'm not doing this. Like, I need my brain. Because they see the old timers. They see the guys that have been around a long time. And they see the stories of the guys who commit suicide and shoot themselves in the heart so that the medical community can study their brain. It's real.
But yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. Do you not think there's going to come a point where so many people are suing the Rugby Federation for having CTE, or suing the Boxing Federation, or,
It's a good point.
isn't there going to come a point with that where they'll say, and they can make a quite coherent legal argument going, I was doing my job, I suffered this industrial injury as a result of doing my job, therefore the work area was unsafe and you were liable for it.
You definitely can make an argument in that direction. If you think about that someone's profiting off of it, especially back in the day when there was no real data, right? Like back in the day, like if you think about like the NFL from like the early days, like guys, the only way you knew is if you knew someone. You have to know them and see them deteriorate, and then everybody would put two and two together. But you never heard it discussed until, fairly recently, like within the last decade or so, right? And with boxing, it was always punch drunk.
Yeah.
And what you would see that from people, you would see it. You would see it from older boxers that get interviewed on ABC Wide World of Sports. You'd see them slurring their words, and it would be weird. But now we know a lot. So it should inform people's choices if they choose to do something that's that dangerous. If they fucking love football, I don't want to be the one that tells them they can't play football. If they love MMA, I don't want to be the one that tells them not to do it. I think people should be able to take risks in their life, just like they should rock climb, just like they should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. I don't think this world is meant to be just it in a safe way. There's an excitement and a glory to fighting that doesn't exist outside of it. And once those guys have experienced that, once you've been a Kamaru Usman, once you've been a Frankie Edgar, and you've experienced the top of the heap, those guys, their life, the way they view the world is different than you. Like that thing is worth it. It's worth it to them. That thing, to be the fucking champ of the world, to be standing there on your trainer's shoulders holding up a UFC belt while the whole fucking arena goes nuts, to them that's worth it. Because it's not many people get to be the champ.
And the most persuasive argument I find against the argument I just said there was the fact that these guys are warriors.
Yeah.
Hundreds of years ago, or 1,000 years ago, they'd be Achilles, at the front of the of the Greek army. But now, if you take this away from them,
you can't take it away from them. Then no one's gonna win. No one's gonna win. Look, it's only grown in popularity and it's grown in reach. The last place, ironically, that we could get into was New York City.
Really?
Yeah, it was the hardest to get into. New York State, it was so corrupt. It's so corrupt. Like they were in cahoots with. I don't want to speak out of turn, but at the end of the line, one of the guys went to jail. One of the guys that was responsible for holding it back for corruption. It was I see who that was. What was the guy that got? Some guy he was responsible for trying to keep the UFC for a long time. It turns out he was corrupt. But at the end of the day, it got in. And back when I first started getting into it, you couldn't even go to fights in California. We used to have to go to fights on Native American reservations.
Really?
Because that was the only place they would make them legal. So we would go see them. New York Democrat opposed UFC, arrested on corruption charges. Ha ha.
Sheldon Silver.
Yeah, there he is. Ha ha. Yeah, he was corrupt. So.
Right.
The story was he was taking money to try to keep the UFC out of New York, so they would put pressure on the owners of the UFC who owned a bunch of casinos. So there was some sort of deal they were trying to. Yeah.
Wow.
Shady
That
shit.
is dirty shit,
Shady
man.
Shady shit. But that's how it is. That's how those businesses are run. But at the end of the day, the sport it's too many people enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I think it's safer, honestly, than other combat sports. It's not safe. Let me say that very clearly. It's not safe. You're literally trying to separate someone from their consciousness. You're literally trying to rob someone of their health by kicking them in the chest. It's a fucking dangerous way to make a living. It's a dangerous way to compete. But I think you have more control over what happens than like a football game. I think the football game is so crazy that, I'm sure the best athletes can avoid a lot of stuff for the most part, but I've seen guys get clipped when they don't know what's coming, and it seems so wild that you could do that. Like when a guy's running and some guy takes him from the side or like right from behind him and collides with him. Like those guys can run like 30 miles an hour, and they're super athletes. Yeah, all padded up.
Well, being hit by a car
with a helmet on and shoulder pads and shit, running full clip. That to me seems crazy. Because like one hit like that and like your whole body can be ruined.
Yeah, rugby's exactly the same.
Right.
But rugby, we've now got to the stage. So England won the World Cup in 2003. And this I don't know if you know anything about rugby, there's a position called hooker, right? Which is the centre of the scrum.
We're 12.
And the guy who played hooker for England in the 2003 World Cup, he's 43 years old. Because of his CTE, he cannot remember winning the World Cup. We've got huge swathes of elite rugby players who've played for the greatest nations, and they are developing dementia-like symptoms in their late 30s, early 40s. One guy is a dude, I think his name is Alex Popper, he played for Wales, played for loads of different teams, phenomenal rugby player. His wife can't leave him on his own with his 3-year-old because he keeps leaving the oven on, and he nearly sets fire to the house. So I guess this is my point. It's just when you, is it worth? I don't know the answer to this question, but I think what's happening at the moment is that we don't want to have this conversation. I don't think we want to have it because it's going to throw up a lot of very difficult, very challenging questions, which will go far deeper than sport and about personal responsibility, liberty, freedom, etc., and safety, which is what we've been talking about.
I agree with you. I agree with everything you've said. And I also think one of the things that's interesting about this conversation is that many of the people that signed up for this early on in life and they achieve a certain amount of skill and talent. It wasn't until deep in that they really knew what the dangers were. They were already on this path of being an elite. Like if you're an elite professional rugby player, I just assume that it's like being an elite professional football player. Like you probably played football when you were young, high school, in college, and then you make it to the pros, right? That's got to be what it's like.
Yeah.
So that means you have a very specific skill. You're really good at this one fucking game, and it makes you exceptional. And you can either back out of it because you think it's going to hurt you, or you can pursue your dream, which you've been on for 2 decades. You're probably going to keep going.
And a lot of these kids who play, like, you know, a lot of these sports, like Steve Thompson, he came from a poor working class background. In fact, I think he was in care for a bit. He certainly had a rough time at home. And he said, like, where I grew up, rugby was my way out.
Right.
That was my way out. That was the only way I could go and see the world, make money, have a good career. So a lot of these guys, you know, like, it's the choice of either becoming a fighter or just being nothing.
Well, it's also they get used to doing martial arts, right? They learn it for self-defense. They learn it because they want to find something they can achieve at, something they can get really good at, and it helps their self-esteem. And then along the way, someone offers them a fight. Along the way, people realize, like, hey, have you ever thought about competing? You're really good. And they go, maybe I'll try it. And then they get into it, and then it looks a lot better than working in a fucking office. And maybe you can make 10 and 10 on your first fight. Like, oh, wow, that's $20,000 if I win. And then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, out of taxes and all that, you've got some money in the bank. And then you keep going. You have another fight in 3 months. Then 2 years later, you're a fucking full-time professional fighter with a diet plan, and you're fucking wearing a cardio strap every day and monitoring your calories, and like, whoa, like you can get sucked into this. And if you all of a sudden start feeling like you're losing your memory, what do you do? What do you do if that's your whole life? What do you do if you got a mortgage? What do you do if this is where you get your identity from? What do you do if your family depends upon you having a fight? What if, you know, your wife tells you, why don't you just have like one more fight? And you're like, okay, maybe I'll have one more fight. What if you know that you can't take a shot anymore? What if you know that you don't have the desire to do it anymore? You're just doing it because it's a job. And you're going to fight someone who wants to be a world champ next. And they're going to try to kill you.
Well, here's the thing, though, with martial arts, man. I mean, I hear their argument, but let me ask you this. Are you Joe Rogan if martial arts don't enter your life?
That's a good question. No, I'm 100% in favor of people doing martial arts.
Yeah.
I'm also 100% in favor of people fighting. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is that you have to understand that this is not, it's not something you know is going bad until it's really going bad.
Right.
And by then it's too late.
And a lot of people, there's no issues at all. Like, I had Jim Miller on the show. Jim Miller has the most wins ever in the UFC. Jim Miller's fine. Nothing wrong with Jim Miller. Like, you talk to him, he talks like he doesn't have a single cognitive issue that I could detect, obviously. But I mean, I'm talking to him, he seems like completely normal. We have fun, we laugh, we have good conversations. He doesn't say that he has issues. I believe him. I believe it's not everybody that gets it. And I think you can endure a certain amount of punishment and be fine. But I think that everybody has a different level. Just like many other variables when it comes to biology. Like, some people can take more punishment than others. There's actually a gene expression. It's called APOE4, right? Isn't that what it is? There's a gene that if you have it, you are more susceptible to CTE. You're more likely.
Oh, really?
And so I think it's some expression of the gene. If they can find that in your DNA, I might be fucking this up, but I know I'm not fucking up. That there is something in your genes that makes you more susceptible to CTE.
That makes sense.
And when people have it, they get it way easier, or easy.
Yeah.
It's real. I've known people. I've got friends that have it. It's 100% real. There's no getting around it. If you get hit in the head, it's going to affect your judgment. It's going to affect the way your memory works. It's going to affect the way your mind works. It's just how much. Some people, not much at all, and they get better afterwards. Some people, a lot. And that's the risk of the game. That's part of the risk of the game. And we have to decide whether or not people take risks.
It is also why people love the game, because it's that moment, you know, especially when you live in a world that's so safe, suddenly you're watching something so fundamentally unsafe. It's that when you see someone get knocked out, it's that visceral, it's an instinctual physical reaction to it.
Yes, 100%. You know, we're terrified of those kind of people that come out themselves.
Yeah.
Like,
With good reason.
One of the things that I like to do when I'm tired and I don't really feel like doing the bike, I got one of them. exercise bikes, those Echo bikes. You know what it is? It's like an Airdyne. It's hard. It's annoying. And when I just put on, there's a fighter out of Russia. He's from Chechnya. He lives in Montreal now. His name is Arthur Bitterbeef, and he is the only current world champion that is undefeated in all of them by knockout. I think he's 19-0. I think that's what his record is, something in the range of that. But this motherfucker is terrifying. He just puts it on everybody. And he's not like this one-punch guy. He breaks people down. And he doesn't get tired. And that's the guy I watch when I'm on the fucking... Because I think, what if I have to run away from this motherfucker? Would I have to stand in front of this guy? You don't want to get tired.
You've got one fucked up motivation system,
If you get tired around this guy, you're fucked. This is him. And he's a fucking assassin. He's an assassin. He just fought Joe Smith Jr., who was the current world champion in one of the other organizations. And he just smashed him in 2 rounds. I mean, he's that good. And Joe Smith is a fucking killer. But Bitterbeef he's something special. He's like super skillful. He fought in the Olympics. He's like I think he fought in the Olympics. Super high-level amateur boxer. I'm not sure about the Olympics.
You know what? Like I would, if he came up to me and your motivation is to do what you do. Mine would be to give him anything he wants.
But what if he just wants to beat your ass?
Well, he can
That's
do
what
it,
you'd
mate.
give him.
That's what I'd give him. Here you go.
You watch the way he fights too. He stands right in front of guys too. He's not like slick. He's just relentless. He's got excellent defense, but he gets hit. But he puts himself in the line of fire and just torches people.
You can tell the dude he's fighting is really good as well.
Oh yeah, I mean he's a world champion. So he's
Right.
fighting like elite world title contenders.
Wow.
But look at that. See, he starts putting it on people.
Wow.
And this motherfucker does not get tired. So that's the guy that I watch when I'm on the bike. I just think, what if you had to fight that guy? You better be in shape, bitch. See if you can fight. Here's his top 5 knockouts. So this is a Joe Smith. That guy with the tattoo on his chest and arm, he's a motherfucker. Vicious knockout artist. But he got clipped early in this fight. And when he got right there, and when he got clipped, that was the beginning of the end. This motherfucker just puts it on people. And then in the second round, he came back in the second round and just torched him. I think he dropped him 3 times in the second round.
You know that story that you told on Peterson's podcast? That stuck with me.
Which one?
The one where you told about why you gave up fighting with the kick.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
that just...
That was the beginning of me giving up on fighting. I fought for 2 more years after that. But that changed the way I thought about everything. I was like, you can get way too hurt in this. Like, if you get kicked in the head, and I definitely could get kicked in the head, and I definitely had been kicked in the head. But not like bad late to the point where I'm like flatlined, unconscious. And I've seen so many people, I knew so many people who had
You know, the one that always strikes me, and a lot of people, I'm not going to say a lot, do you know Chris Eubank, the middleweight fighter?
Yes.
British, incredible fighter. He was phenomenal, and then he had that fight with Michael Watson. I don't know if you know, this was back in the 80s. Michael Watson was a supreme boxer, and Eubank gave him brain damage in the ring. And after that, Eubank said that a lot of people actually have said that he was never the same fighter. I think he might have even admitted, like, he never went for the real knockout. He was always hanging back.
Ray Mancini was after Duck King. You know, Ray Blue Mancini fought Duck King on, I think it was ABC One World Sports, and he killed him. And I think he died in the 13th or 14th round. And after that, they started changing fights to 12 rounds. And I think Kim had cut a lot of weight to meet the weight class. You know, this was back in the day when they used to weigh in the day of the fight. So they would weigh in, and I think it was lightweight, so it was 135 pounds. And they would weigh in the day of the fight.
So super dehydrated.
Yeah.
No
most
moisture
likely.
in the brain, right?
No moisture in the brain. And by the way, back then they didn't know jack shit about hydration. They weren't using IV bags and all that, I don't think. I mean, I think they were just like drinking water. Like, it's like the 80s.
Yeah.
Nobody knew shit. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe like nutrition science is more advanced than I think, but I'm pretty sure these guys just, and it was one of those fights where Mancini was you could only imagine they fight in a ring, and then you realize that could be you. That could be you fighting Zuma Nelson next. Maybe that's you. You know.
And it's also the impact it's having on the rest of your family. I saw this documentary about Frank Bruno, and they showed with the, I think it was the second Tyson fight, him going to his training camp, and his like 5-year-old girl holding on to him, like crying, going, please don't go, Daddy, please don't go.
Oof. Jesus.
Because even kids, and this was a little girl, even kids understand what that means. We all know what it means when a fighter goes into the ring.
Yeah.
There's a very real possibility that they're not going to come out.
There's a Muay Thai fighter that just died recently. And knockout was online. And when he goes out, he falls like back and bounces his head off the wall, and he's out. And he never gets up. And they take him away and stretch him out. But it's the reality of combat sports. It's not, it's a scary, rare reality in comparison to all the times that people fight, how many people die. But it's possible in football too. It's possible in a lot of things.
Francis, you know what I like about you?
Yeah.
You really know how to cheer up a conversation.
No, but it's something to talk about, because all this what we're talking about CTE and combat sports, it's the one thing that bothers me the most about the sport. I love the sport because it is the most exciting, and because it is what I call high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences.
Right.
But at the end of the day, there's a part of me that likes when guys get out early. There's a part of me that likes when guys like Khabib. Khabib gets to 29-0. He's like, we did it. Thanks. Fucked everybody up. I'm the GOAT. Bye. And they keep offering him fights. And he's like, nope. No, I'm done. Like, I did it. And now he's fine. Like, he's financially set for life. He's also doesn't have any problems that I'm aware of. Speaks fine.
Well, he didn't take any punishment, really, did he?
Fucking dominated everybody. He got clipped a couple of times. Nobody got clipped less than Khabib. I mean, he was just on. And then the boxing side of that, that's what I talk about Floyd. But Floyd didn't stop him as like when he was fighting later in his career, like the Manny Pacquiao fight or the Juan Manuel Marquez fight. Like, he wasn't like stopping them the way, he was more like just beating.
Yeah.
Khabib was crushing.
Yes.
Khabib was like, this is not a fight. This is a maul. He's on top of you, just beating the fuck out of Conor McGregor, going, let's talk now. Let's talk now. Just punch him in the face. Let's talk now. I mean, he's a ruthless motherfucker. And when he beat you, he beat you. That's the difference between him and a guy like me.
Man, I had such hopes. I love Khabib. I think he's incredible. But I wanted someone to push him more, and I had such hope for the Justin Gaethje fight. I just thought this guy has something that could, and he couldn't.
Well, Gaethje gave his best.
He was brilliant.
Khabib he was on him. I mean, he took some hard leg kicks, man, some hard calf kicks. That for a lot of people, that would have been the end of the show. He figured out a way to endure and keep going.
Right.
But if you watch that fight again, he gets his legs fucked up trying to chase Gaethje down. And then almost gets him at the beginning, or at the end rather, the first round, and finally gets him in the second.
But here's the thing, man. With every sport, there's always a generational talent that is so far above everything else.
That's Khabib.
And Khabib is like that. Roger Federer, all these people, they come in and they're just different. There's some.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Rich.
Hello,
Good
Joe.
to see you. What's
How goes it,
happening?
friend? It's been a while.
It's been a while, man. I've been watching your exploits.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
How is that V8 Tesla?
You know, it's funny. I brought you something.
Yeah?
I brought you a magazine
Oh.
based on the V8 Tesla. That's for you.
No shit.
Actually, my hotel key's in there, so just you can take the whole thing.
Popular Mechanics.
Yeah, front cover.
Wow.
Thank you.
Did Tesla reach out? Well, are they still at odds with you?
You know what's funny? I don't even know if they don't really care about me.
They don't, but they did for a while, right?
I think they would watch me in silence and just cautiously observe what I do. Pretty much.
We should just tell everybody why. You were one of the very first guys that.
That's yours.
Oh, thank you. One of the very first guys that started working on electric vehicles,
Right.
on Teslas, and as an unauthorized repair person.
Correct. Yes.
And then you would also buy scrap Teslas and piece them together
Right.
at an incredible savings.
Yes. Exactly.
And make a fucking fucking awesome car.
Right, but they didn't really like that much because that really didn't fall in line with their policy on just buy a new damn car.
Right.
You know, like don't cobble together 6 different cars. Just buy one good car.
How could they not see that that's cool? That you're doing. First of all, it's fucking complicated what you had to go through.
It's not easy, no. But I mean, that doesn't. Why should they care about green? It's just about making money. I mean, if you think about this, what would I have this debate all the time. A lot of people force others into buying an electric car to say, buying an electric car will solve the world's, pollution issues. It's good for the environment.
Right.
In reality, the best thing we can do is take a look at ourselves and see what we're wasting all of our energy on. Do you really need a Tesla? A bike would probably suffice.
You just walk.
Just walk.
Just walk everywhere.
Yeah, try walking. Like, you don't really have to get rid of your 98, Honda Civic that gets like 40 miles to the gallon to get a Tesla to pretend you're saving the environment.
You're kind of doing something because you're not contributing as much to pollution, but then you have to power that car. And sometimes people are powering their Tesla with coal plants,
Yes.
which is very ironic.
It's funny. You know what? But a lot of good people. I'm not saying the ones that don't are bad, but a lot of people are also powering their Tesla with the sun. So they have their Tesla, they plug it in, they have the solar panels on the roof, which is admirable.
That's great.
At the same time, these people live in 10,000 square foot homes that have to be heated and cooled. They tend to forget about this.
Yeah.
You have a 10,000 square foot house, has to get heated and cooled. You have 5 acres of landscape lawn, and you know what landscaping does to an ecosystem. It destroys everything in its path. So
Yeah.
no animals could survive there because of your landscaping. You have a huge house, but you have a Tesla, so it's fine.
Yeah, I watched this landscaper the other day walk around my yard spraying stuff. I'm like,
Right.
what's in that bottle?
Right.
And am I still cool walking around barefoot?
Right.
What happens if that shit gets in my
Wait,
feet?
they tell you not to walk on it after they spray, don't they?
I don't know. This guy didn't tell me nothing.
I would check your feet.
Yeah. I don't know.
Probably missing it though.
Well, I was listening to some podcast where this guy got cancer because he played golf, and he was taking the pegs out
Yeah.
and putting them in his mouth. Like, is that a common thing, Jamie? For the
Yeah.
oh, teeth.
Right, yeah.
Sorry.
Are you a golfer, Joe?
No.
Golfer.
Not a golfer.
You're not a golfer.
But yeah, well, last time you mentioned this, I looked up. It is
So guys are getting cancer from that.
yeah, it's like they even said don't do it because they treat golf courses with tons of stuff.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
For sure, there's fertilizer on there every morning or piss.
Yeah, but the fertilizer
fertilizer.
scares me. Maybe cancer.
So you got to pick your angle up. Like, what are you all about? Like, you have,
Right.
I have 4 Teslas. That's great, but again, you're not contributing in other ways. So who's better than who?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Everyone wants to pretend they're better. And
Right.
now people are upset because Elon Musk said he would vote Republican because the Democrats have lost their minds.
Pissed a whole
And they're
lot
like,
of people off,
"But
Joe.
my virtue signaling
was my
by
savior.
driving your car.
My savior. Yeah, it didn't affect sales though. I'll tell you that much.
They're
No.
fucking great cars.
You're absolutely right. Do you still have yours? Okay.
Yeah, I have a new one. I have a Plaid
You
that
have
I
a
drove
Plaid.
here.
How do you
Yeah.
like your Plaid?
Ooh, I hate the steering wheel.
Yes, the
Don't
yoke thing.
like it.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
like it. I don't like the other day. A guy changed lanes right in front of me. I went to hammer the center console.
Can't do that.
The center button.
Yeah.
There's no
There's
horn
no
there.
physical horn. Yeah.
The horn is a button that's like you got to get your thumb over to it.
Right.
It's totally non-intuitive. I think they've adjusted that. I think the new ones, which sucks for me. I don't know if they can retrofit this.
Just buy a new car. That's what you want to do. Just buy a new car, Joe. What's the big deal? Buy a new one. So the funny thing about Tesla is that I have a little one, and what they don't tell you is after some time the battery degrades. And I have a Model X, and I get about 213 miles of range. That's not good. Which is not good, but at the same time, the suggestion is just buy a new one. It's kind of expensive.
What was the new when it was brand new? What was the range?
Brand new, it was a 90D. I think the range is about
So it's lost some.
250. So it's lost some.
Jamie has an X. How's yours?
I don't really charge it past 250 ever. I never go below 60.
Right.
And I charge it every week. Just
Mm.
let it.
But he has that option. So what year is yours? I have a 26. I have the poverty spectrum. 2016.
And was that the first year they came out?
First year.
Tiffany Haddish had one of those, and she was making a dance in the parking lot of the Comedy Store.
I hate that song. I hate that dance so much. I hate it. I hate it. I do.
It's kind of fun.
It is kind of fun, but I when I see something, I immediately just walk away. I just for some reason I think it's so gimmicky and then I did that once to impress my kids and the door broke and I was like, no, never again.
The doors are odd. The way they come up, it's just like so Lamborghini-esque.
Right. It looks cool though.
Yeah.
It's a great party trick. When I get my kids from school, every big is cool.
Like, I have friends who love Ferraris but would never buy a Lamborghini. And I'm like, why? They're like, the doors, the way they open, it's just too douchey. The car's too douchey.
Do Lamborghinis still open like that still? I think the older Lamborghinis, the newer ones, I think they're open like regular regular Audis now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it's maybe the Aventador opens up. I think Lambos have kind of steered away from that.
Oh, so only the Aventador has the crazy doors?
I could be wrong. I
Maybe.
don't know. Jamie, is that true or not? Can I ask Jamie stuff, or is that
Yeah.
you thing? Yeah.
No,
I feel like a jerk.
I don't know how to look that up necessarily.
Yeah,
I
I say Aventador.
does it for people. for
Oh,
cars.
God. I've seen that in a Mustang. Some dude in a Mustang. It's just a dumb way to do a door.
It really is.
Does your BMW have that?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it does. It does. I was hoping you wouldn't mention that. Yeah, the i8 does have that.
How is that? How is that car?
I love that car, but most people.
It's very narrow tires.
It's very narrow, skinny tire. I put wider tires on it, be a poser. But I have wider tires on it, but it's not a very fast car.
No?
It's a very good-looking car.
It looks like it would be fast.
It looks that way, yeah. So like a common misconception is that when people think it looks fast, they try to race me. So on the highway, I'm just cruising on going 70 miles an hour, and then there's like this V6 Passat they put next to me, and he'll start like revving me to engage me on, and I don't engage just in case, Joe. If this guy has something on the hood, he could take me out. So for the most part, I'm just kind of like I just cruise. I'm like, hey, have a nice day. You like my car? Thank you very much. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, the revving next to you on the highway.
Do you get that? Do you get that in your Plaid? Really?
Yeah.
You ever throw the hammer down on someone's boss?
No. It's
Really?
not. No, it's because it's boss.
Right.
You don't have to.
Right.
That car goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. It's a preposterously fast car. Everything is awesome except the steering wheel.
Right.
Steering wheel sucks.
Let me ask you a question. As great as that Tesla is, right? And this is the common debate I get into all the time with Tesla cars. Where are your other cars? Do you still own them? You have a Porsche still?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's from a car enthusiast perspective, as great as that car is, you can't only have that car. There are other cars that check certain boxes for you.
Yeah.
That do other things that the Plaid doesn't do.
Well, I'm a big fan of the old muscle cars. I have
there's your Corvette still?
Yeah, I have that. I have a few like 60s, 70s muscle cars.
Right.
Those, they give you the emotion.
Yeah. The car. Yeah. Which car is that? That just sounded very familiar. Okay.
my impressions of cars suck. But I love the old V8 muscle cars. But it's because I was like in high school in the 80s, and like that's what everybody wanted, and that's imprinted in my brain. Like that's what I was.
If you think about it, they're slow. They're inefficient. They don't do anything well. They don't handle well. But they give you the emotion. They stick around.
Yeah.
You compare it to the Plaid. The Plaid wipes it wipes the floor with those cars. But there's just something about it. And this is an enthusiast thing. A lot of people don't really understand this. When they buy a Tesla, they're just like, why have anything else?
Right.
And it's like, well, these cars do other things that the Teslas are. When you think about it, they have autopilot. It has Netflix. It has a lot of things in the car to take away from the fact that it's a very mundane driving experience. Unless you're flooring it, that Plaid is just like it's like a camera.
It's very calm and smooth unless you're flooring it, and it's a roller coaster ride.
Right. It's like,
but it's silent.
Right.
There's something about the driving experience. It's very comfortable. It's very relaxing. I love driving it to work, but it's not the same experience as like I have an E46 M3.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I love it.
Modified? Stock?
It has a supercharger.
Oh, okay.
It's got a diamond setup.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's not the fastest car in the world, but it's so connected.
It's
like
fun.
You feel that car.
Right.
You feel the turn in, the way it handles. It's just like that car gives you emotions that the Tesla just won't get.
And I think people don't really understand that. But I'm glad you said that. So all the enthusiasts, as great as Teslas are, they still have their gas guns.
Yeah.
They still have others.
If I had to only have one car,
Mhm.
it might be the Tesla because it's like so easy to drive. So
Right.
but the charging thing's a bitch. Like
Really?
if I didn't have one at my house and I didn't have one here, charging
Yeah.
port, like if I lived in an apartment
Right.
and I couldn't get charged, I have friends that don't have a charging thing at their house and it's fucking annoying. You gotta go somewhere.
It's funny how people want Teslas so bad they're willing to live with a lot of the inconveniences of quarantine.
Yeah.
I think they were saying I forget what investment site it is. Tesla owners have the longest lease terms, the longest payment terms of any of the manufacturers. People just want these cars so much. It's kind of money. You live in an apartment. It is tough because a lot of people are starting to petition to their apartments to say, install a charging station because I have a Tesla. I have every right to charge it.
Thank you.
Sort of do.
Right.
Because it costs money to charge.
It costs money to
Who's
install
paying
and
for that
charge.
money? You're gonna have like a pay thing?
They won't pay.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
want to pay.
Yeah.
They would just fucking let me charge.
Just do it, yeah. And then they'll leave the complex 2 months later,
Mhm.
and then you have a
And
charger sitting there.
Yeah, and then also like you can't have a Tesla charger because then what if someone has like one of them E-Mustangs?
Exactly.
And then
Monkeys.
it
Yep.
won't really fit the charger thing.
Oh,
which
that's
is
has to
very
be a universal charger. I think Tesla is looking into opening it up to everyone, and I think that's a scary move because Tesla's leg up on everyone is the fact that they have one of the best charging infrastructures. Period.
Yeah.
Right. But when you start letting other knuckleheads in there, it's like, well, if someone doesn't like Tesla, oh, maybe this Mustang Mach-E isn't so bad. Or
Right.
maybe the new BMW isn't so bad. So I kind of maybe it's a bold move in doing that because they're so confident that no one's going to take their seat. They're just like, hey, let's open it up for the peasants. You know what I mean?
I think it's only got to be sort of a philanthropic move, or just a kindness move. It's not a good business move. Because there's cars like the Taycan. I have a friend who has a Taycan.
I love
He says it's fucking incredible.
I want one so bad. I
He
just
said the interior is so superior, and the way it handles and drives is superior.
Have you been in it?
No, I haven't. I've seen one drive by. That's
Yeah.
it. Never been in one.
No, they're great cars. But that's the sad part. 'Cause I have bought my first Porsche recently, by the way.
Oh yeah. What'd you get?
911 Turbo.
Ooh.
Yeah,
What year?
Thank you. It's a 16.
Nice.
16 Turbo S. I love that car so much. I actually had an Audi RS7 and I sold it because that car is that great. And I'll tell you, every month that goes by, I'm probably going to keep selling cars that love that one so much.
It's a
great
pretty
car.
amazing
You
car.
have a GT3?
Yeah, GT3 RS.
So you know the deal.
Sharkworks car.
You know the deal.
Yeah.
It's it does everything perfectly.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing car. And the turbo, like that year, that's a 992, right?
991.
It's a 991.
Yeah.
So that year it's pretty bulletproof.
Yeah.
Like I had a 996 turbo. It kept breaking.
Really?
Bunch of shit. Like the shift linkage broke twice.
Really?
Where I was in gear and I was shifting gear, it just went clink and just started floating around
that
on
happens.
2 different occasions.
Really?
Yeah. And I only had it for 2 years. It broke a bunch of times. The fuel gauge broke
Oh, jeez.
where it just ran out of gas on the highway. What the fuck?
I think they made
Yeah.
a lot of improvements. I have the PDK and mine's not the. I have the
Right.
shifts like that, and that's been pretty good so far.
No, that's what I'm saying.